Fascicle 1, Disturbance, by Curtis Yarvin. Introduction. Goal of this fascicle, since You Ask, a fascicle is a novella-length volume of a serialized book, is to disturb your historical and philosophical sense of where we are. I cannot really expect to convince you of anything today. Don't expect that. It's hard to change your mind completely while reading one book. I'm not hypnotizing you here. All I ask is that you both enter and exit with what you think of as an open mind, though even what it means to have an open mind in the present day is a question not so easily settled. At the end of this fascicle, you may not have many answers, but you should have many more questions, along with a sense that these questions cannot be answered within the philosophical and historical frame you grew up in, whichever frame that was. You should feel that our own historical era, like most eras, does not understand itself, that there is no current narrative, in or out of power, that tells our complete true story. Should this disturb you? It should. Hence the title of the fascicle. We have to ask these questions for a practical reason. If we do not know where we are, we cannot possibly know what to do with ourselves. Figuring out where we are and what to do with ourselves is the point of this odd, disturbing book, Gray Mirror, be world optimization for beginners, because in a way they are trying to solve the same problem as us. Let's start with the weird and wonderful and not entirely perfect early 21st century movement that calls itself effective altruism, or EA, one branch of a broader nerd world which has modestly dubbed itself the rationalists. You probably have heard of these EA people. If not, it might make sense to pause the book and look them up. I am not one of them. I do know a lot of them. They are good people, ambitious and intelligent. Unfortunately, I am convinced that they suffer from the poor educational standards of our period. I do too, but at least I know it. While not at all satisfied with its results, I have to agree that EA is at least starting in the right place. Starting from first principles without recourse to any previous wisdom, historical, philosophical, or theological, not necessarily the right choice on EA's part, but we'll get to that. It asks us to ask, what is the right public action? How should we work together to optimize the world? How should you or I or anyone else do an altruism? A good question, is it not? Today we will start in the same place, but go somewhere quite different. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened. First, let's turn the camera around and ask the first, most obvious meta question we can think of about effective altruism. The obvious meta question about EA is, but aren't we there already? Doesn't everyone constantly do altruisms? And think about doing altruisms from kindergarten on. Isn't this the subject of every other board book for 2-year-olds? Everyone is altruistic. We all want to act for the good, or at least want. And aren't we all reasonable and scientific too? Aren't we all effective altruists? Everyone wants to do an altruism. Everyone who applies to college wants to make the world a better place. Either that, or we are a nation of liars. Every government policy is based on solid science. Either that, or we are ruled by cranks, frauds, and quacks. Oh, is it that bad? It is not that bad. Many things in this world are just what they pretend to be, but the underlying energy beneath the idea that we need effective altruism or rationalism is a sense, palpable and inescapable and absolutely undeniable, that somehow our world is systematically riddled with irrationalism and ineffective altruism. Maybe this is the issue. It seems weird to try to work around this problem without looking at it, much less trying to solve it. What is ineffective altruism? Why would such a thing exist in our world? Maybe it is not that bad, but something is wrong, systematically wrong. Wrong enough that without talking at all about why, we need to restart this work from first principles. Isn't understanding that the most important thing in the world? What could be more effective than to find the bug and fix it? Isn't it odd how, considering our effusion of effort at world optimization, the world remains so visibly suboptimal? When we try to make the world a better place, are we doing the right thing in the right way? Is this really the golden age everyone is trying to build? The better world all the high school seniors are going to make in college and beyond? Hasn't there been a lot of trying? Our microchips are getting better for sure. Maybe we shouldn't take that for granted. Maybe we should correct for it. If you're an airplane, aerodynamics is about airspeed. Ground speed is for the in-flight entertainment. You subtract the tailwind. You don't take credit for the tailwind. This idea, as though obvious, is so rare that you will see it repeated about 47 times in this fascicle alone. I apologize for pounding the table, but humans. If the world is stuck in a bad place, even just if it could be in a better place, maybe the problem is not that most of us don't care enough. Maybe it's that most of us care in the wrong ways about the wrong things. But not wrong as in bad, just wrong as in erroneous. We didn't start out from wrong motivations. We've made wrong calculations, or more commonly trusted the wrong calculations of others. As a result, perhaps, there are certain truths we take for granted that aren't true at all. As we'd see quickly, if we rethought them from scratch, these untruths fit together and form a superficially coherent, yet false, picture of the world. When we think and act within such a false picture, when we live in a truth, we can act wrongly, even without wrong motivations, simply out of miscalculation. This is where all the ineffective altruism is coming from. When we collectively miscalculate because of inaccurate information or disordered thinking, we don't care in ways that work, which has the same effect as not caring at all. We might even care in ways that make things worse. We might not even be noticing the ways that could actually work. We might even fear and loathe them, so why not look past it? Why not start over? Under all this mandatory hypocrisy, real principles remain. These principles existed before our era and will also survive it. Do you want to do an altruism? Do you like doing altruisms? Philosophers and college freshmen across the ages agree. You should. You really should want to make the world a better place. That is, to optimize the world, to do an actually effective altruism. Yet, might the truly right actions of this actual altruism differ, perhaps drastically, even utterly from the college essay conventions of making the world a better place? If the present is irrational and its altruism is ineffective, as the ideas of rationalism and effective altruism at least seem to imply, there must be a different thing to do. And that's why effective altruism is a different thing from traditional philanthropy, even though philanthropy and altruism literally mean the same thing. Isn't that interesting? What's gone wrong with the old thing? Seems like we maybe should answer that question first. In praise of arrogance at first, let's push back a little on all this arrogance. First principles. Really? Philosophers ask, what is proper action, both individual action and collective action? And collective action, individual action coordinated with others, is political action. What is politically right? So philosophers have been asking their readers since Plato was a little boy. Sadly, the question is not settled. We need to walk down this road again, starting in the now and looking backward. This is the historical view. This fascicle will be a peculiar salad of philosophy, history, political, and social science. Like gunpowder, I hope it is more than the mix of its parts. We start in the early 21st century with this new glorious green sprig of philosophy, the rationalist, who seems to believe that no one past or present has ever thought reasonably about such a fundamental question of man and society, albeit without really thinking about it, courtesy of his late 20th century education. The rationalist becomes Vizzini in The Princess Bride. Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, morons. These rationalists and EAs must have some excuse for their arrogance in ignoring all of human history and philosophy and just starting from scratch. What is their justification anyway? What justification can there possibly be? Maybe there can be no justification. Maybe there can only be an explanation. Maybe the first question we need to ask about any such way of thinking is to explain how anyone could possibly imagine it was reasonable. So we will jump straight into this question, which I think has an interesting answer, which matters because I hope this first principles thing is still cute because I too intend to use it on you, dear reader, if you don't mind. We definitely will get different results, but we will start from first principles too, with the same goals and assumptions as the rationalists and effective altruists. In fact, we will maintain this rule more deeply and rigorously than they do, rooting out many assumptions they leave unexamined. It is one thing to start from first principles in philosophy, quite another in history and political science, don't you think? Doesn't that seem a little scary to you? Or what would that even mean, thinking from first principles in history and political science? Doesn't that, I mean, just where would you be going with that? Also, is it something that's going to make trouble for us at airports? Not now, but in the future, because it's nice to just be able to hop on a plane with our passport. Yes, certainly, yes. I mean, of course, it is very necessary to tell the truth, but fine. If the truth turns out to be there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, there's still no need to blurt it out nervously in the airport security line. Just don't be weird, and you can generally get away with thinking and even saying almost anything. The process may feel unpleasant and disorienting. It is necessary because it is the only way to break out into the effective awareness necessary for efficient collective action. Before we can know what to do, we need an objective understanding of where we are. If we are not working from scratch, our awareness of our historical situation must be built around an existing historical narrative, which has itself evolved over time as a consequence of contingent historical events. When we look at past civilizations, we can identify systematic flaws and blind spots in their own narratives of themselves. In our own story of ourselves, past and present, we would expect the same kinds of flaws. Broadly speaking, there are two categories of wisdom: the wisdoms of the present and the wisdoms of the past. The rationalists, arrogant as they may be, are right to think from first principles, because neither of these kinds of wisdom is an effective basis for us, in our own place and time, to think. Let's take a quick look at them both. The wisdom of the past? The wisdom of the past is real. We can't really access it, not easily. If you think you can learn from the past, you are probably wrong and should stop trying. Here's why. The problem is, I am, and you are probably too, basically the same as these rationalists. We are all living in the same basic era. And basic it is, as in debased. I cannot even read Greek or Latin by the standards of most of the last half millennium of Western civilization. For someone with as many years of education as me, my contact with classical thought is in the bottom 10%, maybe the bottom 5%. Nor is this locally unusual. It is typical of our generation and, of course, our century. And it is anything but a lack of mere trivia or knowledge. We simply do not know the past well enough to reliably learn from it. History and theology and philosophy all go together. They cannot be fully separated. When we cannot understand the mind of the past, we cannot understand its story, even with all the facts in the world. Facts, in fact, can easily be used to confuse us. Moreover, the principles and traditions of the Western past evolved out of Western history and can only be properly understood in their historical context. Basically, you know the past or you don't, you are connected to it or you aren't. If you are not connected to the past, anything from it or about it can be used to confuse you. Therefore, you will think more rationally if you forget all about the past. This form of collective wisdom is unfortunately unavailable to you. You cannot safely use it. Let me explain the difference between knowing some facts about the past and knowing the past. This sounds like some delicate philosophical distinction, and it just isn't. If you know the past, if a time machine sent you back to the past, you would know how to think and talk like a normal person in the past. Therefore, since you also live in the present, you must know what a normal person from the past would think of the present. Of course, there are many pasts. Their ghosts don't always agree, but often they do. It is especially exciting when all the ghosts disagree with a normal person from the present. This, in my view, and the view of many others, is the function of history. This is another idea you will see repeated often in this text. But if you cannot pass the time machine test for at least one time and place, you do not really have any actual wisdom from the past to contribute. What you have is unwisdom. Not wisdom, but its counterfeit. Not wisdom, but fraudulent, hallucinatory AI wisdom. You could learn anything from history this way. Here is an illustration that will help make this phenomenon feel more concrete. Wherever you live, you probably live in global America. And the intellectual cultures of 21st century global America has only a weak connection to either the ancient or the pre-modern Christian worlds. It is emotionally divorced from all but the recent past, a hermit kingdom as isolated as North Korea, but in chronology, not geography. But North Korea has an oddly similar relationship to global America itself. In North Korea, they know the U.S. has 50 states. They know who the president is and was. They have the objective facts about America. They have professors of American studies. But it is impossible to imagine a North Korean professor of American studies writing a history of the United States, no matter how erudite, how detailed, even how factually accurate, which understands us, which is in any sense historically true. Any narrative remotely close to the true story of global America is inconsistent with the national narrative of North Korea. If written, it would be illegal. In North Korean culture, it's considered very important to keep the public safe from misinformation. Consider the possibility that we in 21st century global America think about the rest of history roughly, very roughly, the way North Korea thinks about the rest of the world. North Korea has a picture of itself. A. Global America has a picture of North Korea. B. Global America can smuggle this dissident reflection in on USB sticks. There is also a true picture, C, which may or may not differ from B. If we are North Korean dissidents, thinking from first principles, we cannot trust B, but B can only help us get to C. Global America has a picture of itself, A. The rest of Western history has a picture of global America. B. Since all the dead minds of Western history are dead and cannot think, let alone figure out a USB stick, we have no B. Yet B still exists in theory, and if we truly know the past and can live in its mind, we can reconstruct B. Yet B is still just a stop on the way to C, the true picture, the objective truth in which we would love to live. Not even the collective wisdom of the whole human past is infallible. But when it contradicts the collective wisdom of the whole human present, we have to agree that we are looking at an advanced problem in applied epistemology. You don't want to just leap into a problem this hard and assume a solution, do you? Please take a moment to ponder this weird analogy. Don't try to agree and understand. Try to understand, then decide whether or not you agree. If you don't agree, could your mind be changed? Are you really sure that A is the same as C? Is it possible that our society is not at the pinnacle of Western civilization, but has in existentially important ways declined? If so, inasmuch as this is true, and where it is true, the past has the right to look down on us, just as we comfortably feel ourselves superior to North Korea, where they eat grass and shoes in the winter, etc. For instance, think about all the various ways our great century has found to condemn almost every other society in human history. No, we have no fat little evil dictator. But don't these relentlessly repeated hymns of loathing for every human society from the pyramids up to the Beatles feel oddly like North Korean propaganda about America? When the past, evil in so many ways, is not hated, it is condescended to. The clear bugle-like note of present-day supremacy, what historians call presentism, is never absent. Hardly anyone today thinks they might have anything to learn from their ancestors, any more than you have something to learn from your dog. North Korea is the only pure and true civilization on Earth. The Democratic People's Republic has nothing to learn from American capitalist running dog democracy. For example, the word racism, like the word television, dates to the early 20th century. The 19th century did not need a word for TV because they had no TVs. If they did not need a word for racism, was it because no one was a racist or because everyone was a racist? Nor is the 19th century unique in this matter. Basically, the whole past is racist. Didn't they teach you that in high school? Why would you think they were lying? Or if you excuse this in your ancestors, you are only being condescending to them. Isn't that a little disconnecting? But if you can't stand your uncle at Thanksgiving, how can you stand your great-great-great-grandparents who were so racist they didn't need a word for racism, the way fish don't need a word for water? Also, if you could stand them, how do you think they could stand you? And given all these differences, how can you still venerate the institutions they invented? I'm sure there are easy answers here. Let me know if you think of some. North Korea has a word for its official ideology, juche. Since every orthodoxy has a label for heresy, anyone who selfishly rejects the principles of juche is a goyoro, a puppet or hostile element. This is a negative label. A label like goyoro refers not to a belief, but an absence of belief. Like Gentile, a negative label. To Orthodox North Koreans, the rest of the world and the rest of the past is all hostile elements. And here and now is the world. The past and everywhere else is a hostile universe. Similarly, in traditional Islamic scholarship, pre-Islamic history is the period of Jahiliyyah, or ignorance. No variation within this ignorance is recognized. Negative labels are a human universal. You will also see this idea recur. The negative label is always the inverse of some positive label, some true category, like Jew or, in Utah, Mormon. Only the inverse is a valid concept. One may speak of Mormon thought or Jewish thought, but in neither the Jewish nor the Mormon sense can there be any valid concept of Gentile thought. Any Gentileness would have to unite Hindus, Methodists, Muslims, Buddhists, etc. The category is not meaningful. Gentiles can only be the universal outgroup of some parochial, chosen people. In English, we have the negative label heretic. A century and a half ago, atheists were still treated as heretics. They could get canceled at Cambridge. To an atheist, atheism is an absence of beliefs. To a Victorian, atheism was a belief. Today, no one is taken to court in England for heresy or blasphemy, only for racism or hate speech. Is racism a belief or an absence of belief? Asking for a friend. From the perspective of the past, a word like racism is a negative label. It was not needed by the 19th century because the 19th century antecedents of this 20th century thought were too small to need a negative label. A negative label is only needed once its inverse becomes so universal that the absence of the inverse is noticeable. Once everyone follows the path of Juche, everything, not Juche, shrinks to a weirdo fringe. We are beginning to see dimly that a label is missing from our brains. Call it the modern faith. To the past, the rest of history is normal, and the modern faith is a worldwide cult. To us, the modern faith is normal, and the rest of history is a heresy against the modern faith. To the rest of history, we are a small, eccentric tail end of time. Granted, our technology is amazing. Maybe that just helps us drive ourselves mad. We, the present, the living, are time's chosen people. The past is all Gentiles, all the way back to the monkeys. One recalls the Italian aristocrat who said to one of his German friends, "While you were still swinging in the trees, we were already gay." Question: if racism is a negative label, what is the positive inverse of racism? The negative label is not a belief system. The positive label is. What is the right word? What are the origins of this belief system, the system of belief, which is the opposite of racism, the modern faith? What has made it so successful? For most of Western history, everyone with any kind of serious education knew Latin. They could just open a book and be in the ancient world, a solid plinth from which to view the present. Anyone with any serious education could step outside time and ask what Cato or Cicero or even Caesar would make of some current conflict. Imagine their amusement at our conceit that we far surpass them in the art of statesmanship. Maybe the language was one exit. Maybe learning Latin for us is like learning English in North Korea. Any contact with an alternative civilization damages the present's claims to universal supremacy. You can't just go to the Barnes & Noble in downtown Pyongyang. If you could, at least the language is different. But you need more than California high school Latin to really vibe with the Aeneid. Even the old Etonians of today might not make a wonderful impression on the old Etonians of yesteryear. It takes a genuine Renaissance education to immerse the growing mind fully in the ancient world, a tradition now almost totally lost. If this was a way out of Plato's cave, the passage has been blocked by stones. It's not the same as an adult, even when we turn our eyes from the ancient past, only a source of examples, to the study of origins, the historical period in which our own cherished institutions and traditions were forged, by men we could Zoom with. If Zoom were a time machine, we remain oddly detached from the past, even the parts of the past which are our own, from which we could reasonably expect to learn. How many San Francisco rationalists have heard of the French Revolution's cult of reason? At best, it might remain as some ketamine-charred synapse scrap of AP Euro. There is certainly no sense that the two brands are connected, except by coincidence. And yet, do not the rationalists, at their absolute best, remind us of the encyclopedists of the French Enlightenment? Hardly Robespierre, hardly unrelated to Robespierre. Is there not, in fact, a revolutionary aspect to both? The 18th century Puritans, direct ancestors of the progressive modern faith, look strange indeed to us, and we would look strange to them too. But would not both recognize a 19th century Unitarian abolitionist? It is hard not to imagine the Reverend Beecher Purse having a soft spot for Nelson Mandela. Yet presumably the former would have the Bible chops to talk theology with a hardcore old Puritan like Jonathan Edwards. The dinosaur evolved into a sort of feathered lizard, which then evolved into a bird. But a dinosaur looks nothing like a bird. If we put Mandela and Edwards in a room, anything, I feel, could happen. Do the two worldviews even intersect? And if we cannot even connect mentally with 18th century Americans, why preserve their old institutions? Since we cannot understand their dead architects, and since we not only no longer have the instinct to revere them, but have the natural human instinct to despise the inexplicable, we cannot have any particular respect for the structures which nominally govern our world. How can we respect anything we don't understand? Our institutions feel contingent and even natural, as if they were never designed but merely grew. Yet every one of them was once someone's sketch on a cocktail napkin. Who was that person? What was he trying to draw? What was his engineering goal? We live in the house, yet are emotionally divorced from the designers. No wonder we feel distrustful and alienated. It is not even just about the Greeks, Romans, the French, or the Puritans. The average educated American does not even have a clear sense of America before 1970. He lives in a 50-year bubble of an American revolutionary period, the regime of what, in 1970, his parents or grandparents called the movement, and does not even know it. His innocence is genuine. In my opinion, the history of America itself is probably more trustworthy than the North Korean history of North Korea, but this isn't saying much. So we are completely unable to make sincere emotional contact with the thought of the past, even when that thought is central to our own institutions and traditions. We cannot understand the past when we cannot sincerely inhabit the minds of the dead. And it seems we cannot go deeper into the past than about 50 years before everyone becomes a two-dimensional caricature. How should we respond to that? Certainly not by making insincere contact with some hateful caricature of a pre-revolutionary past. Once again, the problem is not just that we know so little of the past. The problem is that we sense a cardboard quality, thin and fake, the same quality we would expect in that North Korean history of America to that little we know of it, when we consider simply revering the institutions and traditions that our society has inherited from this cardboard past. We feel no instinctive emotional attachment. If the little we know of the past feels fake, How are we to connect to it? Little wonder that as our revolution evolves, not only does it stop revering the past, it starts actively despising it. And the cardboard on which anything can be painted is painted over again to make the past not only alien, but now also despicable, unless it is somehow useful, which is even worse. Since the work of history is to write about the dead, there are two kinds of historians: the kind who would love to bring their subjects back to life, and the kind who regret not getting to kill them. In this final stage of intellectual decay, these haters of the past proliferate in the profession of history itself. Like vandal archaeologists, the work of these revolutionary historians is often accurate and always worthless. At best, it is the raw data of historiography. It cannot even be inverted to find the truth. This inversion is always the worst path to enlightenment, essentially a smart teenager move. It is especially tempting and especially harmful to revere the past in a false, insincere way by reversing the image and replacing contempt with reverence. Everything revered is despised. Everything despised is revered. So the past, inverted, can be revered again. True, but not the true past. When the three-dimensional past is compressed into any two-dimensional cardboard, information is lost. You can't invert noise and get signal. Once the past is two-dimensional, you are getting nothing back out of it. Real history is really hard to do, and you can't be a teenager about it. We have everything to learn from the past. There is nothing new at all. None of our problems is in any way new. Anyone who really knows history can see where we are. Nothing repeats, but everything rhymes. But while we can learn everything from real history, we can learn nothing from these cardboard historical murals. They are not necessarily wrong or necessarily right, but they are always painted to teach us what we are supposed to know. We can relearn what to do from the past, but to do so, we will need a completely authentic past. So if we do not relearn the whole story of the past, we are just getting the present's story of the past, which, as we'll see, is not totally unlike a North Korean history of America. And all this with perfectly factual facts. What does it mean to relearn the past? Rely cautiously on your North Korean facts. For any kind of story about any time and place, start with the actual words of people who lived then. Start with primary sources, the authentic living words of the dead. At least if I am right about this North Korea analogy, if our general isolation from past wisdom is not an accident but a necessary condition of our historical situation, the only history we can learn from now is a history we build again from scratch. In the only way history can be built, critical and judicious reading of the writings of the past. While this will be an incredibly cool project, it is anything but a shortcut to anything. The same caveats apply to any philosophical or theological ideas which we receive from any such past. Without understanding the objective historical context of these ideas, we are just amplifying the present's presentation of them. Even Plato can be sold as a philosophical father of democracy or communism or fascism. The present narrative always seeps into the past and flattens it into whatever present story it needs to tell. So we can't build our thinking on the thinking of the past because we don't really know anything about the past. Even when we know it, we don't really understand it. We have to think from scratch as if we had no intellectual capital because collectively we have basically no intellectual capital. Prominent American Congregationalist, known for his fiery sermons advocating for abolition, women's suffrage, and other progressive social ideals. It's the wisdom of the present, in a way, in a strange way, rationalists are right not to try to rely on the wisdom of the past, but they are not usually right for the right reason. They usually get this right answer for a different reason. The reason is that they believe implicitly and unconsciously and absolutely in the revolutionary wisdom of the present. The present does not believe in the wisdom of the past at all. The present knows what the past was, a long global nightmare of slavery, homophobia, and bacterial infections. Wisdom? What wisdom? Everything they knew, we know, but we know so much more. DNA, MDMA, iPhones, H-bombs. Need we say more? Science, anyone? This is the conventional view. The sociology of the present is verified by its quantum physics. It is worth remembering that the USSR and even the Third Reich were pretty solid at the hard sciences, leaving this not so great a case for our liberal, democratic, open society. The genius of the rationalist is that he has intuitively lost his faith in the wisdom, but not the science and engineering of the present, without necessarily understanding the reasoning behind this loss of faith. Whether this intuition is wise or not, it once again gets the right result. It just has to be applied a lot more rigorously, I think. Intuitively, and sometimes rationally, the rationalist knows he is wiser than the present. But since this knowledge isn't complete, he accepts the wisdom of the present on the subject of the past, a long global nightmare, etc. So he knows he is even wiser than the very foolish past. Thus, he realizes, by thinking from first principles, he can be wiser than everyone, ever. Anyone who can completely handle this realization is a better man than me. It is impossible not to forgive anyone for strutting around a little under this impression. The trouble is that his intuitive realization that he can do better than the conventional wisdom does not extend to all the theorems he has built on the axiom that the present is wise. He hasn't really stopped thinking the present is wise. If the present is wise, and he is even wiser than that, he must be a real prophet. But if he is wrong, and the present sucks, he could still suck, just suck less. This would also explain the present's attitude toward the past, which is North Korea's attitude toward America. Don't both these narratives have this nasty, sniveling, resentful tone? I assert that the present sucks compared to what it should be. Also, compared to what it in future should become. I will go out on a limb and say the same for North Korea. Understanding how the present sucks, or at least why, if not at all in the same way as North Korea, it is obviously deeply unwise, and why it is not rational to always trust its conventional wisdom, is the first exercise in properly applied thinking from first principles. And getting back to where we can do some actually effective altruisms, this conclusion makes the rationalist into a dissident. If the present is the pinnacle of history, if civilization is advancing, the rational landscape of effectively altruistic collective action is one problem. If the present sucks, if the landscape is not a peak but a valley, even a cliff, it is a very different problem. The core problem with early 21st century rationalism and effective altruism is that they are not thinking historically from first principles. Philosophically, they want to derive everything from pure logic. Historically, they have simply accepted the default frame around them. They have taken an extremely hard problem in historical analysis and treated it as solved. The default frame is a self-congratulatory frame. Isn't it always? It always is. Let's poke at it a little. It does look solid. Old things often look solid till you poke at them, but then collapse in a shower of dust. The present sucks. Non-technically, we're living in the future. We have all this stuff. Did the regime under which we live make this future, or did it just happen to be here when the future happened? If it just happened, we could imagine it happening differently, couldn't we? We might even imagine another future, a different future, one which comes after this future. To say that we have the best science, medicine, and engineering in human history is not to say that we have the best political science, sociology, law, and philosophy in human history, or the best government or system of government. It might be so, it might not be so. Nothing obviously implies it. Science and engineering have been advancing continuously for the last millennium under every form of regime. Kings and queens, duces and Führers, congresses and politburos, bankers and popes have mustered their armies of nerds. Nazis invented jets, rockets, and even computers. It seems reasonable to presume that the 19th and 20th century takeoff points in industrial technology were created by technology itself, not by inflection points in the quality of governance. No, the question about the present world is why, despite all this awesome technology, everything still sucks so much. Aerodynamics is about airspeed, not ground speed. Whatever the answer to this mystery, it might be the largest existential risk around. When we look at existential terminators of past civilizations, we see geological risks, biological risks, even astronomical risks. But by far, the most common civilizational terminators are political risks, involving declines, slow or fast, in quality of governance. A volcano may have taken out the ancient Minoans. It was not a natural disaster, but a human disaster. Not a volcano, but a Mongol army that sacked medieval Baghdad, slaughtered its poets, doctors, and judges, and dumped its libraries in the river, till the Tigris ran black with ink. Not even exterminating the barbarians can solve the problem. Even if there are no Mongols, every human generation is born ready to reinvent barbarism. If there are no Mongols, we can raise our own Mongols. External conquests and internal revolutions are catastrophic declines in quality of governance. Gradual declines also exist. They often precede catastrophic declines. So if we do decide that the present sucks, our default assumption should be that we are already feeling the suck of whatever might well eventually suck us down the drain. Some risks are surprises. Most are not. If we are already seeing declines in quality of governance, how might we stop these declines? Reverse them? Radically reverse them? This hypothesis that the present sucks, and sucks in ways that would be obvious to the rest of history, but are non-obvious to us, explains the systematic error of othering the past. It is a defensive reaction. The present's contempt for the past is a necessary mirror of how the past would regard the present. Since, as a society, we cannot empathize with their contempt for us, which would be their obvious first reaction to many aspects of our reality, our emotional connection with our ancestors is cut. Their dead words make no clear impression. Yet in any situation of decline, the ancestors are speaking from wisdom to folly. We cannot hear their advice, which they think is obvious. It would certainly be obvious to any observer that success is in a position to give advice to failure, but not vice versa. But we certainly cannot find any general uniformity of decline across the last century. Not even late Rome declined uniformly, and it was a lot more uniform than this. All we are noting is that while there are moments and even patterns of advance, we also see moments and even patterns of decline. And since any such decline is normalized for us, but not for our ancestors, they would notice it much more clearly. Would they sometimes mistake progress for decline? Sure, no generation is perfect, and in the end, any such judgment remains moral and aesthetic. That there is no firm ground anywhere is the beginning of real reason. But till now, we have only postulated decline. Let us take a good close look at it. Without any theories of causality at all, here is one very small piece of very recent history. Please do not try to draw any conclusions from this fragment. Just sit with its questions, plus reference to Konrad Zuse, inventor of the Z3, the world's first programmable computer, and regarded by many as the father of modern computers. Cleveland. Not making of a city, let's zoom our microscope in on one small place and time, Cleveland, Ohio, between 1950 and 1980. One black swan disproves the hypothesis that all swans are white, even if it is an unusual swan. This black swan is not even an unusual swan. Most swans are, I feel, at least somewhat black. But let's look at this very dark-colored swan. If all swans are white, we should see only progress. The black swan is Cleveland sucks. It has been in more or less its present condition since about 1980. There is no prospect of any significant change in this condition, though there is always positive and negative movement around the margins. There is nothing even special about Cleveland. It is a normal large Midwestern city. Readers not acquainted with the conditions of one of these cities can easily inform themselves. Look at our progress since 1950. Then we had payphones, penicillin, and carburetors. Now we have iPhones, Paxlovid, and fuel injection. But then we had Cleveland then, but now we have Cleveland now. These curves do not have the same slope or even the same sign. Something else is going on. Something which, assuming you are an ordinary smart American lib or con, is not part of your philosophy, Horatio. Well, let's steelman this. Let's make the case for everything is good, actually. Not only does no one want to re-TVRN to carburetors, do we need Cleveland? Have you ever had to go to Cleveland? Why would anybody care about Cleveland? But Cleveland sucks. Follow me for a moment as we follow this story. There should not be, I feel, in any historical period of success, anything like cities falling into ruin. Not literal ruins with lizards playing on the tumbled stones, not figurative ruins either. Watch this video of an abandoned block in Cleveland. Seen better days, that's for sure. How exactly in the short period 1950-1980 did significant parts of most old American cities become abandoned or no-go or just plain horrible? Surely any student of the period should have an easy answer. Something Mongols? There is a book on my shelf called Cleveland, The Making of a City. It is a history of Cleveland, a history of Cleveland. I have not read it, only skimmed it. It is about 800 pages long. It was published in the year 1950. I bought it for $1.50. Have you been to Cleveland? Probably not. Why? LOL. Okay, you'll have to imagine. You never went there in 1950 anyway. What do you think Cleveland was like in 1950? In 1900? What do you think it is like now? Hold those images in your head. Imagine abducting the author of Cleveland, The Making of a City, William Ganson Rose. With some kind of time kidnapping machine, you take the captive, confused Mr. Rose, still decked out in his mid-century Midwestern duds, on a stroll around Cleveland today, perhaps at dusk, in the magic light of golden hour. Cameras are rolling as you explain to your victim how much better the early 21st century is than the early 20th, and why... frankly, I think the show would be better if Mr. Rose is gagged, so the audience can only see the expression in his horrified eyes. And should there be a laugh track? Maybe a laugh track. Mr. Rose would see a Cleveland that, from his perspective, was dead and rotting. Sure, there's some office buildings, a university, there's hospitals. You can probably find a microbrew, nothing an American from 100 years ago would recognize as a living city, some few small points of light against a vast, and often dangerous cadaverous necrosis that Mr. Rose and his contemporaries could never have conceivably imagined. Just the sinister emptiness of the city streets. Quite a contrast from the title of his closing chapter, which is just greatness achieved. Have you seen pictures, video even, from an American city in the first half of the 20th century? And suddenly the story has an arc, with the duct tape pulled off his mouth. If Mr. Rose was asked to explain how Cleveland went from 1950 to this, he would have no clue. By bombing the mayor hat is the source of any storm. Go back 30 years, look for clouds on the horizon. Was anything looming then? Cleveland. The Making of a City is useful here, since much of it is written as a sort of chronicle, like some kind of early Saxon king list. From 1919, Cathedral Latin School was dedicated June 8th. The first graduating class totaled 7. In 10 years, there was a capacity enrollment of 800 boys, and the school soon won a high rating in scholarship and athletics. A nationwide drive to jail radicals and red agitators was started June 12th. As a result of the bombing of Mayor Davis's house. Shaker Players, a second of Greater Cleveland's senior dramatic groups, was organized under the direction of Mrs. William Cochran. As we see, all kinds of organizations are being formed here, all kinds of seeds are being planted. Was it the Shaker Players who would lay Cleveland low under the nefarious leadership of their shadowy mastermind, Mrs. William Cochran? Would Cleveland's proud downtown streets fall into post-apocalyptic ruin at the hands of the rowdy athletic scholars of Cathedral Latin, perhaps claiming benefit of clergy as they go full Clockwork Orange on frightened Christmas shoppers? Or could it be that Or could it be, asks Mr. Rose, that they didn't jail enough radicals and red agitators? Maybe they got some of them, but they didn't get them all? What if they're like cockroaches? Sometimes the cockroaches win. Sometimes the communists win. I know what I'm looking at here, Hit thinks. I'm looking at Red Cleveland, circa 2025. Cathedral Latin, closed in 1979. I was unable to find any record of a Shaker players. Mr. Rose's viewpoint, let's assume, is roughly that of Harry L. Davis, the bombed mayor of Cleveland, who after the May Day riots called for the expulsion of all Bolsheviks from America. Round up them Reds, boys. And was it done? Did it get done? Our historians call it the first Red Scare. Well, did they get them all? Wikipedia says, across the USO, it was characterized by exaggerated rhetoric, illegal searches and seizures, unwarranted arrests and detentions, and the deportation of several hundred suspected radicals and anarchists. Several hundred. Literally one floating motel of Red Roaches, SS, including Emma Goldman, sent back to Russia. Ain't sound like they did get them all, boys. Ain't sound like that at all. And sure enough, now look at Cleveland today. It's, of course, that we call the Red Scare. A scare tells us that from our own perspective, Mayor Davis and Mr. Rose were too afraid of these radicals, atheists, and anarchists. The first Red Scare didn't end because the Americans of 1920 deported all the Reds. We didn't get them all. No, our civic ancestors chilled out and realized that these well-meaning radicals weren't that bad, and even if they were wrong, deserved the protection of our great American civil liberties, not deportation to the USSR. And today, of course, these same radicals have streets and schools and libraries named for themselves. Does Mayor Davis? Question: how exactly would this be different from a history in which the Reds won? The same is true for the second Red Scare in the 50s, Nixon's revolt of the silent majority against the hippies in the 60s, and even the Reagan Revolution in the 80s. At every step, the American right is resisting a seemingly invincible cultural revolution with the weak tools of electoral politics, and inevitably losing and then chilling out. When your opponents get what they wanted and you don't, that means you lost. At every step, the right is weaker and more timid. The left is stronger and less violent. No one on the American right in 1980 is shouting about deporting red radicals. No one on the American left in 1983 is planting pipe bombs. No one on the right could get away with it. No one on the left needs to do it. One reason it is so hard to be retroactively scared of Edwardian Reds is our intuitive sense that in the contest between Emma Goldman and Harry L. Davis, Emma is way more like us than Harry, not just for the left, but across the mainstream spectrum, even including most conservatives. We cannot be genuinely afraid of ourselves. In any conflict, we emotionally tend to choose the side which is like ourselves, and it's all us versus them. And in their literal political positions, even the conservatives of today are more like the leftist radicals of 100 years ago than the conservatives of 100 years ago. Put a conservative into a time machine and send him back 100 years to the Seattle general strike, and unless he actually changes his mind about a lot of things, he will join the international workers of the world, the Wobblies. For example, supposing sufficient shipping could be found, I'm sure Mayor Davis would have wanted to send the gays back to Russia too. The last traces of political homophobia in America had disappeared by 2020. No one is running against gay marriage, yet just 20 years ago the issue would lose every election it fought. Isn't this an interesting change? We call it a Red Scare because we can only laugh at these strange suit-wearing gentlemen from the America of President McKinley with their weird facial hair and ancient awful ideas. They would certainly be scared of us. If we could kidnap them across time, we reason, we know exactly how we would berate them. But do we know how they would berate us? Sidney Joseph Green. Step by step. New York Evening Telegram, number 1, 1919. Chaos. Imagine Mr. Rose and Mayor Davis teleported to the 2020s, filling in the question mark and finishing their own history of Cleveland in the 20th century, this time with a full dramatic arc. Imagine how Mayor Davis would explain the 1968 Glenville shootout. Gunfire was exchanged for roughly 4 hours between the Cleveland Police Department and the black nationalists of New Libya. The battle led to the death of 3 policemen, 3 suspects, and a bystander, and sparked the Glenville riots, which continued for 3 days. Crowds began to gather on Superior Avenue, a major city thoroughfare 2 blocks north of the gun battle, almost as soon as the shooting started. A Molotov cocktail hit a marked police vehicle, causing it to burst into flames. A commercial truck driving down Superior Avenue was stopped by the crowd, the driver brutally beaten, and the truck overturned and set afire. A Cleveland police officer was pulled from his vehicle and savagely beaten. 2 television news vehicles were also set aflame. The mob moved west almost 1.6 kilometers along Superior Avenue, looting stores. An entire block of buildings at E105th and Superior burned to the ground. The rioters also moved 1.6 kilometers north, reaching St. Clair Avenue. Small bands of rioters and arsonists even moved into Houff as far west as E55th Street. This sort of thing was certainly the proximate cause of Cleveland's late 20th century decline. Is it connected to the bombing of Mayor Davis's house? Interesting question. Greatness, it seems, may be achieved, but apparently it can be hard to hang on to, at least if you don't deport all your Bolsheviks. Or the lesson of the future for Mayor Davis is patriotic Americans need to smite the Kentucky Wobblies with an iron rod, jail all the Reds and atheists and professors, or in 50 years Cleveland, once the bucolic Forest City, will find itself in a 3-day civil war with the black nationalists of New Libya. Mayor Davis's time tour expires. We have to send him back. Fortunately or unfortunately, he can't remember his stint in the 21st century. It would break continuity. He would get all fired up and want to go full mid-century Midwestern Hitler. One thinks of the Blues Brothers Illinois Nazis, or even the very real and very gnarly Indiana Klan. But what do we make of him? Of his strange perspective? Obviously, Mayor Davis is totally wrong, morally wrong. Do follow that link about the weird little 20s Reich of the Indiana Klan. Q, did they rape? A, they definitely raped. But still, Cleveland, something happened here, something that maybe wasn't entirely good. That doesn't make the Indiana Klan good either. Who said there had to be good guys in the story? And it didn't just happen to Cleveland. It also happened to Atlanta, Baltimore, Detroit. Do you know what it was? Do you have a theory? Mayor Davis has a theory. When towns fall into ruin, when populations depart and arrive, these are the bass notes of history, audible beneath any treble melody. It is hard for any historian with a straight face to describe the fall of the Western Roman Empire as good. Yet throughout much of the process, there were many, mostly Christians, I'm afraid, who thought Roman civilization was just getting better and better. For example, it is obvious to anyone even remotely familiar with the Edwardian era that public safety, not just in Cleveland, but literally everywhere in the world, the main exception being China, was far better in 1900 than today. When Lee Kuan Yew comes to London right after World War II, he is amazed and impressed to see newspapers being sold on the honor system with an open cash box. That could happen in Singapore today, but not in London or America, except in the deep suburbs or countryside. If you have never lived in an environment of complete public peace, you don't know what you're missing. Public safety in many parts of America has improved since 1990, maybe thanks to our new gigantic, terrifying prison empires. This is a weak countertrend, which has already begun to reverse itself. There remain many parts of many great cities where a casual stroll is unsafe at night or even in the day. Objects are not to be left in vehicles, etc. We consider this normal, of course. It is normal. Right? Even most professors will grudgingly admit that defending the public is the primary purpose of government and that even economic activity will fall apart once the public safety sinks too far. Eventually, to abolish the police is also to abolish Moore's law. The horde of migrating Teutoni, Belgae, and Cimbri floods into your $10 billion IFAB and builds a cooking fire to boil their fermented mare's milk on the optical stepper. The count of transistors per inch takes a radical dive. It will be another 750 years before anyone makes anything at nanometer precision. Been to South Africa lately? What makes our institutions different from theirs? Why did this happen? We sort of have a theory. We can wave our hands a little and talk about this or that impersonal, economic, technical, or demographic force, like a Greek element, like the wind or something. Cleveland got an evil wind. Places became bad neighborhoods. The soil also is cursed. This thinking is diffuse, airy, quasi-magical. It is not in any way to be compared with Mr. Ronnie Rose's very clear and concrete theory. Cleveland has been misgoverned. It was badly governed because it got taken over by radicals and red agitators, or because America was taken over, or both, probably both. This communism, basically, is a handbook for bad government. These people, liberals, professors, homosexuals, call them what you will, were all communists. All them communists got in power, and they done ruined Cleveland, and lots of other places, too. If you ask me, this whole communism thing, or progressive, or whatever they say now, is nothing but a cult. A godless cult, like South Africa. You can almost hear the voice of the ancient Reagan voter. Me and Marjorie went on safari once, and the blacks were so nice and so well treated. And now look at it, that's communism too. Did you know Nelson Mandela was a communist and a terrorist? Why, President Reagan would never have allowed it. Well, actually, Reagan called apartheid a malevolent and archaic system, totally alien to our ideals. So Mayor Davis has to be to the right of Ronald Reagan? The mayor would probably be fine with apartheid. Where are we going with this exactly? Right equals good and left equals bad? Socialism bad, but communism worse, conservatism good, but apartheid better? It is always difficult when a murky non-theory goes up against a clear explanation, and yet we don't like the clear explanation at all. It's also an obnoxious explanation, which seems wrong, bad, obviously not right, but it also just seems dumb. Also, it is not super hard to think of counterexamples. Maybe we shouldn't like the obnoxiously clear explanation. Maybe it is a bad version of some other better, clearer, truer explanation. Maybe it was written by half-wits for peasants, but maybe it still has something to teach us. Maybe we are looking at a real thing, but through a very scratched and muddy lens. We should not accept these distortions. We must correct them. Generally, the way to do this is to throw the old lens away and grind a brand new one. But the thing we found in the old lens is still a thing. And once we find it, throwing the old lens away is not a way to give ourselves an excuse to stop looking at it. How would you refute it? Supposing you were the one who got to talk to Mayor Davis. You're not just talking at the mayor, you're talking to him. You're trying to convince him he shouldn't see a pattern that looks obvious to him. What exactly would you say to some Mayor Davis, past or present, with his obnoxiously obvious explanation? You don't know, do you? You get a 404 error. Page not found. There is no object at this location in the database. You could think about it. You'd have to think about it. Isn't this an odd blind spot? What does it mean? When we read about the past, we do not absorb piles of indigestible facts. We absorb stories. But only some stories. We naturally want to absorb the stories that make us feel good, and not the stories that make us feel bad. There are some things that are just bad, and all the stories about them are bad, and we don't want to think about them at all. We don't like any of these stories. The mayor's story is a story of decline. If we accept it in its broadest strokes, we accept that Cleveland, across the second half of the 20th century, experienced a decline in quality of governance. Whether local, state, federal, or global, we do not know. Is there any market for this story? Not any upscale market, certainly. Upscale audiences prefer narratives of progress, which may be why they call themselves progressives. There is always the old boomer in his trailer park shouting at the fish tank TV. On the other hand, suppose communist and progressive are actually the same thing. Then both sides would agree. From one side of the mirror, we have made progress. From the other side of the mirror, we have gone communist. In the eyes of your ethnic studies teacher, we see progressive accomplishments. In the eyes of Tucker Carlson, we see gay race communism. Two stories, one reality. This is at best the raw material of a single coherent history. Each of these narratives is quite unsatisfactory, at least to me. But it's a start. It is certain that technology has made a lot of progress since 1950. Since better tech obviously makes the problem of governing a country easier, it is unusual that the quality of government anywhere would even have stayed the same, much less declined. Corrected for technological progress, even a narrative of stasis is a story of decline. And even if there was some bad wind blowing on Cleveland, some natural disaster, wouldn't we expect the government to respond effectively to that wind, to somehow shield the city from any such invisible hurricane? It is remarkable to suggest that while the visible health of a city or of a country, since Cleveland was hardly America's only Cleveland, visibly declined, its governance was actually getting better, it is possible. It does not feel like a reasonable null hypothesis. If, when you look at the world since 1950, you see progress everywhere and decline nowhere, it is quite likely that you are looking through a filter which amplifies one kind of story and suppresses another kind of story. And this filter uses technical progress, an exogenous factor to quality of governance, to mask declines in quality of governance. This is social science in the 21st century. Once you realize that the market for stories is filtered in favor of narratives of progress, you start actively looking for narratives of decline. After a while, hopefully, you stop needing Mayor Davis's help or his rather unsophisticated Red Scare narratives. For instance, to say that the problem involves liberals, professors, homosexuals, etc., is, in my view, true, but not exactly the way Mayor Davis thinks, and this does not mean that rounding up the liberals, professors, etc., with or without shipping them to Russia, obviously not as much of a no-brainer these days, is an effective solution, even when pursued with greater energy than Mayor Davis and his ilk seem to have mustered. You might have an infection in your liver. Removing the liver is the obvious solution, but not necessarily the optimal solution. The second Red Scare amounted to America punching herself repeatedly in the liver, an even more pointless operation that did not last long. Anyone who hasn't adjusted this filter has a blind spot. He could have searched all day for this blind spot. He could have read all the books in the airport bookstore. In none of these would he have found the mayor's narrative or anything like it, which is not to say the narrative is right, exactly, but it makes him think, doesn't it? If this progressive blind spot is real, it is large, and it is shared, quite unknowingly, among almost all modern intellectuals, including rationalists and effective altruists. Neither of these communities seems friendly to any declinist narrative, even though every past civilization, regardless of technology or affluence, has succumbed to the same existential risk, the mere triumph of barbarism. Barbarians are people too, and a wise government may preserve them in their remote jungles, islands, or deserts in their traditional lifestyle for reasons of conservation. However, any political system whose consequence is the imposition of barbaric force on civilized civilians, systematically as in the Mongol sack of Baghdad or sporadically at 3 a.m. in Central Park, is in a condition of failure. Anything that happens sporadically has at least the potential to start happening systematically. One way in which a declining civilization rationalizes its decline is to treat historical phenomena as ultimate causes, as if they were natural disasters. For instance, suppose Cleveland had been devastated by a meteorite, no human could be to blame. It was no one's fault that the city's founders put Cleveland where a meteorite was going to land. But when we describe the decline of Cleveland, 1950-1980, as the result of, for instance, competition from cheap labor overseas, we are talking about a human event. To treat any kind of human event as a final cause, unknowable and unpredictable, like a meteorite, is a historical error. You are weaving a blank spot into your narrative. You are writing history in the passive voice. For instance, what decisions would have averted this human event? Was Cleveland sacrificed consciously by decisions which correctly anticipated their effects in favor of some even larger victory gained elsewhere? Or were decisions taken which were not intended to lead to the sacrifice of Cleveland, but accidentally did? Or was the death of Cleveland an intentionally malignant act, or was it somehow historically inevitable? To update Mr. Rose's book to tell the true history of Cleveland, 1950-1980, must be to answer these questions. Any narrative that does not answer them is evading them. Again, it is weaving an artfully concealed blind spot into history. Imagine a world in which the Nazis won the war. Then Nazi historians published histories which explained vaguely that many Jews unfortunately died of dysentery and other stuff during their necessary wartime deportation to the East. Once a parochial ideology gets its hands round history's neck, anything can hide behind vagueness and history in the passive voice. Goebbels was not the only one who could play at this game. This is how we have to feel about the wisdom of the present. Though also valuable and in many ways unique, it is likely to be deeply delusional and even dangerous. And it is completely capable of excusing all its bad results and concealing its own dangers. Yet, like any collective wisdom, it can never be dismissed entirely and out of hand. In short, the wisdom of the present is a lot like a large language model. Usually it makes sense, except when it is being completely and convincingly insane. Use it, but don't trust it. Something went south in Cleveland. It was not alone. There is no reason to think it was unpredictable or inevitable. It was not predicted or avoided. Until you understand what went wrong in this one case, be very careful with the wisdom of the present, or at least the wisdom of the late 20th century. It actually makes a great deal of sense that the greatest threats to our civilization might not be the things everyone worries about, but hidden threats that can only be uncovered by new thinking from first principles. True, these hidden threats might be consequences of future technology, which only the far-sighted can anticipate, as the rationalists are always telling us, but they might also be hiding behind some systematic blind spot in the wisdom of the present. Rationalism has done poorly at the dangerous job of finding and noticing these blind spots, a lesson which should offer it a healthy helping of its daily humility. If such blind spots exist, no trustworthy consensus is available. The wisdom of the past is real, if not perfect, but asking this oracle properly is harder than it looks. The wisdom of the present is entirely suspect, and may not even be wisdom at all, but its opposite. SS's reference to the USIT Buford, nicknamed the Soviet Ark, used to transport 209 suspected communists to Russia in 1919. Say war, I knew first principles. Oh, it is not a mistake for the rationalist to assume that he knows nothing of the world, that he cannot fully trust either the current consensus or some old consensus. Everyone has one great truth. This is his. He knows that in a just world, he would be able to trust that the most prestigious thing is always the best thing. He still senses that in this world, this may not be quite right. Nor, as we have seen, is it a mistake for him to use his intelligence to reinterpret the world from first principles, and then to act effectively according to these principles. He proceeds from right understanding to right action. So far, so good. But he starts by seeming to assume, since first principles are inherently simple and naive, any system that is built from first principles should also be simple and naive. Also, since first principles are naive, anything naive is probably a good first principle. To the super nerd, this logic suggests an ethical framework based on counting neurons in biomass, sending the EA off on a crusade to literally save the krill from the whales. I have an odd feeling that one day this logic will be used to do like Jonestown stuff. In my view, first principles must be chosen on the basis of reality, not simplicity, not beauty, but truth. Otherwise, philosophy, which should be your servant, becomes your master. You end up designing the reality you want to live in rather than analyzing the reality you actually live in. If your first principles are contrary to reality, if you assume a spherical cow, you will indeed get a simple system. Your simple system will have nothing to do with the real world and will inflict enormous Procrustean damage if somehow inflicted on it. Please, fellow smart people, do not make this mistake again. It has already done a lot of damage. Second, because the rationalist does not know where he is, since he implicitly trusts the wisdom of the present, he lets the wisdom of the present leak easily into his first principles. Mine, while incorporating some 21st century science, is largely based on the few morsels I've managed to glean of the wisdom of the past. Note again that the past is a much larger sample than the present, and therefore more likely to have a clue, although it is not in any way perfect, neither on average nor in any individual case. The normal rationalist is probably a progressive, but might possibly be a libertarian. To each of these faiths, the one is very distant from the other. This is a trick of the light. Both share the same core principles of the modern faith. In some ways, the modern faith is an absence of the old beliefs. In other ways, it is a new belief of its own. What are the principles of this modern faith? To its positive beliefs, inasmuch as a fish can describe the water it swims in. I am still a fish, but I try to wriggle up on the beach and read a book now and then. The normal rationalist is a liberal in the broad historical sense. His model of humans is always individual and atomic. His model of collective action is the mere integral of multiple individuals, and his individuals are rational actors with rationalistic ethics. Or, if they are not rational, they should strive to be, and they can be taught to be. Also, all healthy adult humans are neurologically identical. Finally, the rationalist is a utilitarian, which is to say, an Epicurean. He believes the purpose of life is fun. The well-lived life optimizes the integral of pleasure over time. Economic growth is when the economy produces more fun. The scientific state optimizes the net pleasure of all its citizens. Religion and politics are embarrassing vestiges of pre-modern irrationality, which are clearly vanishing, and none too soon. These principles are shared across progressives and libertarians alike in the mind of the California elite. Don't ask me how I know. What are some alternative first principles that, though contradicting the modern faith, might still make sense in the 21st century and beyond? Although thinking from first principles is literally radical, from radix meaning root, the basic principles of human society are conserved in our DNA and cannot, I believe, be changed. While I do fancy myself a radical thinker, if only because I am from the 80s, which were unironically rad, my principles will therefore seem conservative. I feel that I am so much more conservative than any nominal conservative today that I wrap all the way back to radical, or rather rad. But you must be the judge. In my view, collective action is political action. Humans are gregarious animals and only live in social groups. Even chimpanzees have wars, kings, coups, and genocides. The whole hominoid clade, 5 million years old, has evolved political instincts, even amongst us walking apes, whose living genetic variety is at least 1 million years old. Neurological phenotype is neither uniform nor evenly distributed. And even atheists often find their lives improving dramatically when they refocus on optimizing, not for the integral of fun over time, but for obedience to the will of a supernatural power. Religion and politics are human universals relevant in all societies, including ours, at least till we develop the temerity to tamper with the literal DNA of our human brains. Is this pre-modern faith conservative? I don't like that word. It denotes an adherence to historical myth, not historical reality. Once, America could afford to live inside a myth. Once, America had plenty of room to live on its luck, like anyone who, wearing the VR goggles of a dream, acts in real life. Now, God looks after fools, drunks, and the United States, said Bismarck. Does this seem to still be true? Should we, then, rely on it? The devout and the atheistic have always been able to agree that God helps those who help themselves. Is Bismarck still right? At this point, it doesn't feel like Bismarck is still right. In order to help ourselves at this point, we must take off the VR goggles and act with open eyes in real life. the consensus of history, but serve that the pre-modern faith is as generally shared across the rest of history as the modern faith in this period in history. If the rationalists were rigorously thinking from first principles, they would be unlikely to randomly find their first principles matching this period in history, a much smaller target than the rest of history. They should find it likely that the consensus of historical thinkers across the rest of history would broadly match the true story. Therefore, we conclude that they have not rigorously checked their logic for contamination with presentist bias. Perhaps they are not thinking from first principles at all. As far as engineering goes, our period reigns supreme. But in politics, philosophy, and history, it has no more claim to universality than any other. It just happened to take over the world in the 20th century. If Scientology takes over the world in the 22nd century, Scientology will have the best transistors ever. It will still be Scientology. In my narrative, Palo Alto rationalism and Robespierre are not at all unconnected. They partake of exactly the same spirit. They make the same intellectual mistakes. They are different flavors of a common political tendency. Fortunately, as Marx said, history does not repeat, but rhyme. Tragedy repeats as farce. Dear reader, to whom my principles are likely strange, is it possible that they are, nonetheless, right? Could a hypothetical universe in which these principles were the right ones exist? Is there anything impossible about my weird political axioms? And is there anything about the world that you find puzzling or frustrating, which these pre-modern axioms might help you explain? Keep these thoughts in mind as you read. Above all, place yourself in history and think about the set of human beings across civilized time who are or were as smart and well-read as you. While most of these people are dead, most of them would probably have agreed way more with my axioms than the axioms you grew up with. How does that affect your initial assumptions? Observe that this is true of all cults and even major religions. For example, more philosophers across history were non-Christians than Christians. It's okay to be a Christian. It's troubling when you can't be a Christian without not understanding how a non-Christian thinks. It feels a little small. Conquering the world will not help you with this feeling, for you Casa will remain outvoted by the consensus of the past. This bad vibe, one feels, is why the Qin Emperor burned all the books in China. Even when the Allies conquered Nazi Germany, they purged the Nazi libraries, and few in the 2020s can be unaware of the importance of the critical fight against misinformation. There has never, in the history of any country on earth, certainly including England and America, been a regime which abandoned its role of managing the public mind. When it appears that the public mind is going unmanaged, look for any organ or power which is managing the public mind, but is not formally part of the state. Add this organ or power to your definition of the regime. Nothing has changed, and nothing ever can. Yes, I do realize that this is contrary to our entire national myth. It's really a bummer. Is it a coincidence that the first principles of the modern faith match the conventional principles of the most prestigious institutions in the world in the present historical period? At the very start, the EA experiment shows DNA contamination. Rationalism means nothing if it is not working from first principles, yet its cells match the experimenter's genome. Yet we think of the modern faith as a kind of spontaneous enlightenment, not at all a political phenomenon. To the extent that they are politically powerful, these ideas may be causes of power, but they are certainly not effects of power. The best way to explain the fact that Xi Jinping thought is popular in China is that Xi Jinping came to power in China. Therefore, Xi Jinping thought is an effect of power. But we certainly would not think of the modern faith in this way. Would we? When we look at the power centers of the modern faith, we see remarkably stable and highly influential institutions which, besides having to not run out of money and not commit crimes, are accountable to nothing and no one. We see reputable publishers, newspapers of record, licensed radio and TV stations, prestigious universities, and universal public schools, a full symphony of institutional instruments of information, one for every age and pitch of man, uniformly standardized on a progressively advancing, all-encompassing system of thought. If this system is gay race communism, it is certainly not any kind of Marxist, Leninist communism. Where is its Politburo? If we wrap up all these institutions in a net and treat them as one institution, with the significant difference that this compound institution has no top-down central management structure, what are we looking at? Is it a commercial business, a state agency, a religious church, or a political party? It is all three. It is a business because it sells its services. It is a state agency because it is an unaccountable permanent monopoly built on privileged access to state information. It is a religious church because it teaches nothing that contradicts its faith, the modern faith. It is a political party because it harnesses people together to create power. In short, it is a profitable one-party ministry of truth. I sometimes call it the cathedral. Every regime has a ministry of truth. If you do not see one, you probably support it. That we call ours a newspaper of record, and that it is nominally outside the state makes no difference. Power outside the state is power above the state, which is power within the state. Whatever private company with shares and everything may be named on the masthead, never forget that the New York Times is governed as a fifth-generation hereditary absolute monarchy. We also see that our cathedral has a big difference from infamous past ministries of truth, from the Inquisition to Goebbels. All these organizations managed the truth centrally in a pyramid-shaped org chart. Our organization is not actually an organization. It's a redundant network of prestige-carrying institutions with nothing like a single point of failure. It's actually more like a jellyfish than a cathedral. Even within single institutions, which are private businesses like the New York Times, journalists are as much competitors as colleagues, almost as if they were partners in a law firm. And yet how consistent in its color this jellyfish is. You could spend your whole life studying how it changes its mind and why. There is no need to study how uniformly it changes its mind. Everyone can see it. When was the last time Harvard and Yale had any systematic disagreement? The New York Times and the Washington Post. Not only is everyone always on the same page, but that page changes over time, and everyone changes it together. We can understand in neither the present nor the past until we understand what this strange force is and how it works. Either this gigantic sovereign truth machine is the truest truth machine in history, far outstripping Goebbels, TASS, the Vatican, and the Ayatollah, or that there is something odd going on, but the decentralized jellyfish is coordinating itself on some signal. What could this signal be but the truth, or at least the closest available signal to the truth? Also, what is this machine? Where did it come from, and where is it going? Because we can't help but observe that if we called it a government agency, it would be the most powerful agency in the government. This is like X-Files stuff. Well, not really. It's complicated. Let's hold these difficult questions aside. Hopefully some of this has gotten to you deeply enough that you don't have obvious answers. Could it be aliens? It could be aliens. Perhaps it's aliens. Let's not rule anything out. Breaking the historical window. Journalism, journalists love to tell us, is the first draft of history. Cool. Where's the second? What could give us a journalism that we can trust as much as we can trust history? Not first draft history, but final copy history. Well, what could give us a history that we can trust as much as we trust history? Gosh, where is that final copy anyway? The study of how history is written is historiography. Let's do some historiography. Most people just don't know how weird the past is. Perhaps when North Koreans think of America, they think of it as North Korea, but with elections, black people, and porn. And again, they can't really draw any useful lessons from this caricature. Is your picture of the American past just America, but with horses and buggies? Let's find out. In the mass mind of the normal present-day book reader, midwits and above, the past is divided into two periods, monochrome and color. When color appears, history becomes politics. Conservative and liberal audiences disagree on when then becomes now. For liberals, this transition is about 1970. For conservatives, 1960, after this point, the audience develops political empathy. They relate genuinely to history. In black and white history, only false relationships can be constructed. Although the historical actors in the monochrome past are human beings, they are too culturally alien for us to feel their genuine motivations and perspectives. The past is a foreign country. Truly, foreign countries are also perceived in only black and white. We can illustrate the flatness of our monochrome history by imagining what modern liberals or conservatives would make of the real past if they could see it not just in color, but in person, perhaps with some sort of a time machine. The progressive American college student can be taught to think he would relate to Abraham Lincoln or FDR. In reality, he would come face to face with a virulent white supremacist and a bullying homophobe. No, really. At the risk of being tedious, let's rock your morning a little with some highly, cancelable presidential history trivia. After all, the Confederacy had presidents too. White supremacy is a devalued coin these days. Let's mint the gold standard. Let's distill it to 200 proof. Here is how Confederate President Jefferson Davis expressed the idea of literal white supremacy. There is a physical difference between the white and black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. And inasmuch as they cannot so live while they do remain together, there must be the position of superior and inferior. And I, as much as any other man, am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race. Oh, wait, that was Abraham Lincoln. Also, Lincoln, his final solution to the Negro question, the American colonization society. I send them back to Africa. Somehow middle schools are named after this person, this literal white supremacist. Okay. How would you, a good 21st century person, claim that you could learn any kind of moral lesson from a person who thought this way? This isn't just racism here. Statistics suggest that it is more racist than 99% of all working racists today. Are you claiming that Lincoln, particularly well known for his darky jokes, was merely misinformed as he stepped out of the time machine? You would somehow re-educate him with 21st century scientific facts, creating your own new moral anti-racist Lincoln to channel? I'd love to see the script for that conversation. Maybe you could bring along Ibram X. Kendi. As for FDR, long before the New Deal, even before his polio, when he was still the hale and hearty Assistant Secretary of the Navy, he presided over the Newport sex scandal, in which undercover gay bait sailors were sent to root out a gay sex ring. In a Wikipedia page that reads like a gay porn treatment, in February 1919, sailor Thomas Brunel and chief machinist's mate, Irvin Arnold, were patients at the Naval Hospital in Newport, Rhode Island. Brunel disclosed to Arnold that both naval and civilian men regularly met at the Army and Navy YMCA and the Newport Art Club for companionship and sex. Arnold investigated Brunel's claims, discovering parties involving cross-dressing, same-sex sexual activity, and liquor and cocaine use. Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin D. Roosevelt, asked Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer to undertake the investigation. Palmer assigned Arnold, a former Connecticut state detective, to lead the investigation. He chose his investigators on the basis of their youth and looks. Over a period of several weeks, 13 such agents submitted daily reports to Arnold that included candid descriptions of homosexual acts and their participation in them. They rarely reported any hesitancy or qualms about their direct participation. Arrests began on April 4th, and by April 22nd, 15 sailors had been arrested. Each was brought before a court-martial and heard men whom they recognized as former sexual partners provide graphic testimony of their encounters. Older naval officers were confounded by the terms used by the investigators. Is that what they're calling it these days? Even for the 1920s, this was a bitch, and on July 19, 1921, the Senate Committee on Naval Affairs denounced both Daniels and Roosevelt for the methods used in the Newport investigations. The New York Times reported that most of the details of the affair were of an unprintable nature, but explained that the committee believed that Daniels and Roosevelt knew that enlisted men of the Navy were used as participants in immoral practices for the purpose of obtaining evidence. Conduct of a character at which seasoned veterans of the service would have shuddered was practically forced upon boys. It is actually unclear whether FDR, the man who saved the world from Hitler, our greatest president of the 20th century, is being indicted here for homophobia, homosexuality, or both, maybe both. He chose his investigators on the basis of youth and looks. Powerful, super rapey. Even if he finds himself convulsing hysterically at seasoned veterans of the service, obviously your college student can't even start with how problematic this is. It seems to introduce whole new categories of problematic, practically forced upon boys. And was FDR a racist too? Of course FDR was a racist. So we have the strange picture of retrieving the two most currently venerated historical statesmen of our history, locking them together in a room with Wikipedia for a few hours, then watching them live on national TV, delivering their statesmanly joint assessment of the present with policy recommendations for the future, only to hear Lincoln and FDR vomit forth this torrent of hate speech, human rights abuses, etc., etc. Apparently, these two great presidents are taking command as joint Roman consuls. Lincoln will be in charge of shipping the blacks back to Africa. FDR will handle rounding up the gays and the Jews. FDR was also an anti-Semite, obviously. In 1936, he characterized a tax maneuver by the publisher of the New York Times as a dirty Jewish trick. In 1938, FDR privately suggested to Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, the era's most prominent American Jewish leader, that Jews in Poland were dominating the economy and were to blame for provoking anti-Semitism there. In 1939, Roosevelt expressed to a U.S. senator his pride that there is no Jewish blood in our veins. In 1940, he dismissed pleas for Jewish refugees as Jewish wailing and sob stuff. Please trust me that you did not fall through a warp portal where I am making this up. If your time machine sends you back before 1950, you have to cancel the whole world. He who is smart enough to know that anyone who thinks the whole world is insane except himself may be insane himself. Sob stuff. Forget the mustachioed worthies of old Cleveland. What does it mean that the entire past was politically insane? That Aristotle believed in slavery? That Kant was a racist and so even was Marx? How is all of history evil? Or at least hypocritical? Sure, Newton was wrong too. Thing is, it would take Einstein about an hour to show Newton the missing term in his formula. How would our student convince Aristotle, Kant, and Marx, language barriers aside? Does he feel equipped for this conversation? What would these sages say in response, especially if they could see the world of 2024? Does he not think they would argue back? This is why he cannot experience history in color. History in color is nothing but a house of horrors, not just for progressives. The stodgy old neoconservative would be appalled to discover that in all his mythic wars, the American Revolution, the Civil War, World War II, his side, the good side, the winning side, was the left-wing side. Standing on the dock by the original Tea Party, he would see basically Antifa. All the people like him, not by ideology but by temperament, would be for George III. In fact, he himself would probably get along quite well with George III. What does this mean? What should it tell him about the present? His history, too, is a house of horrors. In black and white history, this sleight of hand is easy. The past is in monochrome because it has to be. If we could see the past in color, we would be unable to see it at all. If, armed with our monochrome histories, we were put in a time machine and sent back to the past, the actual actions and beliefs we found would make no sense to us, the way these little irrelevant details make no sense in your fake cardboard monochrome history, or worse, they would make sense in a bad way. All past societies seem politically dangerous and deranged to all normal thinkers today in ways that everyone today finds unacceptable. But anyone who thinks the whole world is insane except himself might be insane himself. What would those past societies make of us? Whom would Lincoln or FDR, retrieved in our time machines, support in the 2024 election? Without putting the color into our black and white history, we have no idea, because we have no idea who these people were. So we cannot imagine their advice, and we cannot benefit from it. We have no real history at all. Not the story of what happened, just a story we tell ourselves. On the other hand, both of these men were racists. Which candidate do racists support? Maybe both Lincoln and FDR would be Trump voters because white supremacy. Why would their trip in the time machine alter such a core belief? What would you show them from the present to convince them without coercion to change their minds? This is why we cannot use tradition to guide us into the future. It is because we have a fake past. Any real useful past must be constructed from first principles. There is no point in applying patches. No patch or combination of patches could be sufficient. There is no secret key to history, no discovering that the Freemasons did 9/11. It is neither necessary nor possible to repair the narrative, only to know that it must be reconstructed from first principles. Our reconstructed history will help guide us in constructing proper action from first principles, but it will not get us to those first principles. The point is, although it is right and prudent to be guided by history, it is wrong and dangerous to be guided by bad history. Also, there is no way to know bad history when you see it. The only way is to compare it side by side with good history. There is no reason to assume we have any self-evidently good history of the world since 1500 or so, an arbitrary point at which our ancestors feel so alien that we can observe them with the unconscious objectivity that every historian seeks. The world before the Reformation, the true medieval world, is truly alien to all Westerners today. But once Luther nails his theses to the door, today's Western history professor sees a brother from another century, and the hope of a wise, clear-eyed, distant view is out the door. What is good government? History should be able to guide us. It is able to guide us, but it can't, really, because we actually don't know any history. The problem is that the history we know from 1500 right up to the first draft of history, which we call journalism, is, or at least maybe an active history, a narrative, woven with an eye to guiding us, not necessarily maliciously, not maliciously at all. This does not require a gigantic, multi-generational conspiracy of historians. It requires historians to be human beings who respond normally to human forces, just as journalists are human beings too. But it is freaky and weird and leaves the history we have as definitely not some independent source of wisdom to independently rely on. Even if all the facts in it are true, the truth is out there. We will have to find it the hard way. We will have to write it ourselves. This too is historically normal. As one of its first legitimating scholarly acts, every Chinese dynasty wrote the authorized history of its predecessor, and of course, wrote its predecessor into history. Perhaps our next regime will have to do the same. For political immunology, how can we rescue ourselves from any kind of institutional thought control, from North Korea to the Vatican? Well, there is one obvious way. Let us try to generalize the problem we have been solving. We have been doing our best to gently untwist some of your assumptions about history and politics. Obviously not an easy problem, but like many problems, it might be easier if we made it more abstract. The old regime is not merely an org chart of its institutions. The old regime is a set of ideas, a set of words, a system of thinking in the human mind. Power has always set itself above the mind and often even above the tongue. There is nothing new in the Orwellian method of regulating language itself to make seditious thoughts unsayable. We see that power and thought, institutions and ideology are inextricably linked. We cannot even see which is the cause and which the effect. How can we untangle this Gordian knot? Well, that analogy suggests one way to get a different ideology. The idea of intellectual regime change is just as inextricably linked to the idea of institutional regime change. Sticky as the modern faith seems to be, we might be able to get a new system of ideas to inhabit the same old institutions. Or not, but we know that if we cut the Gordian knot and replace the institutions, we can also replace the ideas. The idea that we started with above, the idea that our place, our period, and our story are not exceptional in history, that our story is not the only story, that it is not even one of only two stories, that there are many possible stories, has an obvious translation into the language of institutions. Our institutions are not the only institutions. Our regime is not the only possible regime, not even one of only two possible regimes. Once we break out of our parochial, present exceptionalism and place the present within history, agreeing with the 19th century German historian Leopold von Ranke that all eras stand equal before God, we can never go home to our old parochial worldview. Because in history, no regime is forever. Regime change is always possible, yet somehow it is never contemplated. Across human history, around the world, we have records of literally thousands of regimes, dynasties, republics, tyrannies. Never has there been one that could not or would not eventually be replaced. All, though, have considered themselves eternal. No regime, culture, or civilization has or ever had a theory of its own end. How could all human societies be so universally and consistently wrong? Across human history, power influences thought. Here we see a reliable marker of the distinction between a local view, that Pharaoh is the son of the sun and turns the dawn on every morning, and a permanent view, that Egypt has seen 20 dynasties, each as temporal and temporary as the last. Humans are a conquering species. But since no one yet has made a time machine, we have not yet conquered the past. So long as books themselves remain, the local view can never conquer the permanent view. The Qin emperor tried to solve this the hard way, but did not quite succeed. It is impossible to make history unknown, and impossible to teach a history without the permanent view. The perennial problem of the intellectual is that the permanent view is inconsistent with the local view, and hence with the local situation. Applying the permanent view to the local situation yields the conclusion that the sun is only a star, Pharaoh is only a man, and any fool could be Pharaoh. Sadly, any mass distribution of this kind of thinking is inherently incompatible with political stability and good order, a thing found in all good times, and in all times by all good men desired. This inevitable contradiction has chastised many a philosopher. Therefore, as power influences thought, power does its best to discourage application of the permanent view to the local situation. Power will do its level best to promote its political formulas or noble lies, such as the celestial ancestry of Pharaoh, and to filter out any political antidotes, such as the mere biological humanity of Pharaoh and his spawn, that disrupt these formulas, thus delegitimizing and destabilizing the regime. So every political civilization keeps some mental firewall between history and politics. The local view is the political view. The permanent view is the historical view. Politics is inherently framed by local legitimacy. History, good history, sees that legitimacy is always local and transient and path-dependent. Call the generally accepted narrative of the present the political story. Since everyone generally believes in who he is and what he does, the political story is by definition compatible with the current architecture of power, the political regime, and any good history is inherently a weapon if it rings truer than the political story. The fictive ideas that underpin the credibility of the story are political formulas. Both facts that can supplant these fictions and fictions that can supplant the story's facts pollute the story and damage its believability. These political antidotes are harmful to the political regime. Since the regime must match the story, since all power is habitual belief, damaging the story of power damages the sinews of power. A regime cannot survive if enough of its citizens stop believing in it. To deconstruct its fictions or its facts is to stop living within it. A political therapy is a package of political antidotes complete enough, if enough of the right people are treated, that it narrates and so can facilitate a political transition. The transfer of authority from the present regime to a new regime. This transition or regime change is orderly if A, it can be implemented without any violence, and B, its antidotes are all true. The regime's truths are not being outmuscled by new public lies. Generally, the narrative of the transition must be authored before it happens, so that no one is ever surprised and the change follows a predictable course. Otherwise, there is the danger of a chaotic revolution or even a violent civil war. Most historians will probably agree that the restoration of Charles II in 1660 was the most orderly regime change in Anglo-American history, perhaps followed by the fall of the Stuart satrap Edmund Andros in Boston in 1689. On a global scale, everyone loves the Velvet Revolution in Prague in 1989. If there is any violence or dishonesty in these incoming powers, or even any chaos in the change, it is the smallest, subtlest fault. Others, of course, have been worse. We'll get into that. Orderly political transitions are not just the best regime changes. In an era like today, with relatively low civic violence, such as the late Roman Empire, or the Islamic Golden Age, or even present-day Vermont, where most adult males have not only never killed anyone, but never fought even with their fists, orderly regime change is also easiest. In anything like the present Western world, any kind of violent change is impossible. Regime change is a delicate process at its best. Any new regime must begin its existence as a larval network, like Charles II's exile court in France, that can live and grow under the old regime, then emerge and survive as a sovereign regime of its own. Like all living things, a regime is menaced and opposed from its birth to its death. It must be as strong as possible. Therefore, its story must be as strong as possible. Again, orderly designs win, not just morally, but as a matter of practical political utility. A complete political therapy must both refute the old regime and narrate the new regime. Obviously, refutation and narration cannot contradict each other. And in both refutation and narration, the strongest or usable story is the truest usable story. The best way to both refute and narrate is to always be right. So the strongest red pill is one without any toxins in the capsule. The revolution has no need of lies. They would not work anyway, and their cost is immense. Not that truth automatically outcompetes the lie, if only. Writing a true story that can defeat the lie in the very unfair and uneven marketplace of ideas is all of the battle. The true story must have all the advantages of the lie. It has to be just as sexy, even sexier. No one said this was going to be easy. One reason regime change is hard is that the new regime, amidst the challenge of being constantly filtered on nonsensical and irrational criteria by the old regime, must also filter itself, long before it even gets close to power. It cannot afford anything false. It cannot even afford an internal variety of opinions, if any of those opinions is false. The next regime, in its larval stage of mere refutation, can only grow if it is always right. As a sovereign butterfly, being right will help keep it alive as long as possible. Truth is not magic, nor does it automatically confer victory. It is almost always the most effective available political weapon, especially in the larval stage. The powerful can lie and get away with it generally, but the powerless generally cannot. To win with a true story, you have to not only know the true story, but also know how to make it sexy. This means you also have to know what makes the lie it is competing with sexy. The power of the truth remains. Once seen, the truth is not easily unseen. The normal structure of a political therapy is a new narrative whose antidotes disrupt and replace the formulas of the present regime. A successful therapy will shift the patient from a local to a permanent view, from a political interpretation of the present to a historical interpretation. This complete course of treatment will also explain the peaceful process of regime replacement, then narrate the story of the new regime. Ideally, any new regime will begin by living entirely in the truth. Over time, any regime experiences toxic mutations that leave its story dependent on weak fictions rather than strong facts. When a regime has a choice between its own death and any crime, it will generally choose the crime, and that crime is usually lying. Sometimes the lies can be admitted and absolved, sometimes they can't be. Once enough of these indigestible fictions accumulate in its narrative that the regime can be delegitimized by the truth, the cycle of power is ready to turn again. The moribund regime is ready for the political therapy that will finally reboot it. The essence of a political therapy is this mental climb from politics, which is relative to a mainstream grossly polluted with fictional political formulas, up to history, which is true and absolute by definition, as it really was. In the words of Leopold von Ranke, how can we recognize when we are being served what purports to be actual history, but is actually drama inspired by history, refracted through a present political lens and deeply polluted with present political passions, to the point where anyone from the period, if they could read these history books, would find as them bizarre as some North Korean textbook of American studies? This political pseudo-study of the past is not history, but pseudo-history. To act in reality, we must act in history, which is reality. We cannot act in reality, but live in pseudo-history, a dualism and monism in pseudo-historical formulas, and a sophisticated political formula about the present always has a sense of implicit duality. A good story usually has two sides, and for all but the most sophisticated customers, this resolves to a good and bad side, us versus them, friend, enemy. But even as friends and enemies, to practice politics effectively is to understand the other side. The enemy within the arena is not really an enemy, just an opponent. In any apparently open political space, there is always a sense of legitimacy, both in actions and in ideas. Just as a medieval peasant could not challenge a noble to a duel, the illegitimate cannot even challenge the legitimate, either in actions or in ideas. The illegitimate does not need to be understood. The illegitimate is the true enemy. The political map inherently has an Overton window, a region of the map that includes almost everyone's political orientation. Within the window is a mainstream. Outside the window are the fringes. The mainstream is much bigger than the fringe. The world outside the Overton window is an enemy, not an opponent. When all of history falls out the Overton window, the whole past becomes an enemy, and we often see the physical destruction of physical history. Literal iconoclasm is a recurring motif. To fit inside this narrow window, to filter out destabilizing political antidotes, history becomes pseudo-history. Usually the past can be simplified more aggressively than the future. A sophisticated pseudo-history of the present must be dual, even if this duality leaves 99% of the territory outside the window. But the past can be flat. The simplest, most common, and most pernicious flavor of pseudo-history is monistic, where the only legitimate side is the good side. All remaining duality of politics evaporates. This dry product can remain shelf-stable for years. If you are a normal blue American intellectual, your pseudo-history of America is monistic all the way to bedrock. As the inner party, you never acknowledge the legitimacy of any opponent. In every generation, there are heroes who look forward to the future that is our present and help make it real, and a rotating cast of villains, heels, rogues, idiots, who resist them but inevitably lose. Marvel movies all the way down. If you are a normal red American, your pseudo-history is dualistic after November 1963 or so, before the 1960s. It is monistic. As the outer party, you always acknowledge the legitimacy of your opponent. Go far enough back, and he is the only legitimate party. Before the 1960s, everyone is watching the same Marvel movie. We'll get to this later. Below a certain stratum, the past petrifies. There is no politics at all. The petrified past is fully dehumanized. You could read many a book about the Wars of the Roses and come away without any sense of why anyone would want to be either Yorkist or Lancastrian, yet clearly at the time many did. Cans of this kind of pseudo-history can be found and eaten after decades. The best history, the history of Thucydides or Tacitus, makes neither mistake. History, which is just past politics, is just as human and just as many-sided as present politics. This is the permanent view. After 2 millennia, good history tastes like it was caught last night. Through Thucydides, you and I can easily look into the minds of Athenian and Spartan alike in ways that we think would have satisfied either at the time. But even the worst pseudo-history has no way to hide that in real history. Anything can happen, and in history, everything real is legitimate. When we open the door between history and politics, we open the door to a world in which everything is human. And many-sided, anything can happen, and everything is legitimate. Now. In general, most political antidotes are based on telling the truth about the present's place in history, correctly framing it relative to its origins. This renders the present regime mundane rather than divine, making it vulnerable. Remember the odd quality that all these local parochial views share, that every regime or dynasty thinks it is the first permanent regime or dynasty. Regime replacement is a thing that happened in history. It never happens in politics. It used to happen all the time, but that was then, and this is now. With our new line of pharaohs, who are the actual heirs of the sun, it need never happen again. The first 20 were imposters, but our new 21st dynasty finally has it right. Also, everyone loves the Constitution, but no one cares about the Articles of Confederation or the humble petition and advice P, both of which are still in force, since neither was ever repealed, ever except by unauthorized, illegitimate processes. Okay. Smart people literally think this way. All people in all times and all places. Of course, our political formulas are rarely that simple, but sometimes you might be surprised. In any case, in history, regime replacement has always been possible. If the present is part of history, not some utopian millennium beyond history, it remains possible. Many in the past thought history was at an end, but it marched on. From a statistical perspective, one would expect this pattern to repeat. Remember the question we started with? How to optimize the world? We have arrived at the shocking conclusion that the most efficient form of actually effective altruism is, in most situations, and certainly in our own, regime change. The most effective way to make America a better place is to totally replace its government. This is less true for some other parts of the world, but much more true for many others. Iceland does not need a new regime very badly, but Haiti does. And Cleveland does. What's neat about this direction is that while many Americans are deeply attached to their regime and will be excited about defending it, many other Americans are deeply disgusted by it and will be excited about removing it. Neither group is violent at all by historical standards, though if we had to bet on one, it would be the second. But elections are fundamentally exercises in excitement. In the world of the past, it would not have been possible to excite Americans with the vision of dissolving their own sacred and ancient democratic institutions. Americans of the past were pragmatic and conservative. They were realistic about the present, and they revered the past. Americans of the present are nihilistic and narcissistic. They are frivolous about the present and ignorant of the past. While these qualities may not make the Americans of today suitable for an 18th century democracy, they may be just the right qualities for a 21st century regime change. If 21st century voters are looking for one thing, it is excitement. Regime change is not less attractive than moderate, constructive policy critiques. It is much more attractive. "Give me struggle, iron, volcanoes," Neruda said. He said nothing about moderate, constructive policy critiques. The 21st century American is not ready to go and fight in the Spanish Civil War, but he loves to feel like he is. He loves to get all riled up. Why not give him what he wants? Why not make him feel like a soldier in an army, especially if he is not shooting anyone and no one is shooting him? The voter is the user as the customer who is king. Once we realize that all even remotely optimal paths toward making the world a better place involve regime change, we have found a totally different kind of effective altruism. It feels fresh, everything is present, everything is contingent, everything is up for grabs, dangerous. The experience can only be described as extreme political philosophy. You will soon forget about all your harmless herbal EA remedies. The last codified constitution of England, ratified by Oliver Cromwell in 1657, to the position of political philosophy, a paradox is that you are holding this book. This is one measure of how firewalled your regime is. This result is comforting, but not too comforting. This book, or any such media, will certainly not win any prizes. In the USSR, it would circulate only as crumpled photocopies. But our regime, say of it what you will, is very different from the USSR. Frankly, gray mirror is fringe. Nothing fringe is powerful, which, at least in the short run, is all that really matters. And who reads books anymore anyway? And there is something refreshing about thought without any short-run path to power. By descending all the way to the most fundamental political philosophy, we are clearly not trying to stir up a movement or get you to persuade your aunt to vote for some name on a lawn sign or some stupid thing like that. Anything but. We are actually precluding these forms of success, if you can even call them success. They would not even be success, since no one is ready to succeed in any such way. We are barely even ready to think about these kinds of questions. Yes, once philosophy breaks the wall that separates politics from history, philosophy becomes politically toxic. When logic pulls us over this wall, what is on the other side? If there should be a next regime, what is it? It is a little scary. Of course, replacing the government can be done badly. Anything can. Sometimes in history, regime change has been done badly and led to bad results. Sometimes it has been done well and led to good results. Sometimes it has been done badly, but still led to good results. To propose regime transition is only to describe how such a thing could be done well, as a legitimate, harmonious transition to a better government and a better world. What will happen? Will happen. But true knowledge cannot be harmful, especially a map, not just of the hole in the firewall, but of the foreign country outside the wall. The past is not the only foreign country. The future is another. No one can even guess the distance to a better future or a worse one. But something will always happen. But what will it cost to get there? The form of the mirror, one would hope, a lot. For the bill, unfortunately, is quite large, not in money, but in illusion, and therefore in change, in a kind of mental travel, one might say. There is an answer, a clear answer. The problem is that the answer is very far away. Generally, the way to optimize anything is to start by figuring out, not from what it is, but from first principles, what it should be. If this is sufficiently different from what it is, different enough that its regular decision-making process could never close the gap, any true optimization must involve a discontinuous change in governance, a leap. The goal of Gray Mirror is to explain why such a leap is necessary, how to collectively execute it with optimal safety and effectiveness, and what an optimal result looks like. Motorcycles are dangerous. So is regime replacement. You can still learn motorcycle safety, and you quickly learn not to be afraid to ride. I stopped riding when I had kids, but I met my wife because of my bike. For everything, there is a time and a season, and while motorcycles are dangerous, motorcycle safety manuals are not. One answer is found in a pre-modern genre of practical political science texts, The Mirror for Princes, a handbook for an abstract, but generally absolute, monarch. Machiavelli's The Prince is a somewhat ironic example, halfway between a basic mirror for princes and a true political science textbook. More typical is the Basilican Doron of James I. There was no guide for the absolute government of a 21st century Western country, no textbook in absolute public policy. So why not write one? And why not write it as a manual for a king? In a republic, if any such thing be possible, in our limp and rattled age, has to show up every day for the same job as any king. As Alexander Pope wrote 300 years ago, "For forms of government let fools contest." Whatever is best administered is best. Are you feeling well administered? If not, are you sure you have the right government? Are you sure you have the right form of government? Meaning royal gift. In ancient Greek, written in 1599, the document was presented to James's successor, Charles I, as a guide to being an efficient monarch. Irony and possibility, UT2, is the right form possible. Is any significant change in our governance possible? It is. We talked about this a little above. Let's go deeper into detail. Thinking explicitly about power, while obviously correct in an abstract, logical sense, is deeply different from the way most normal people today think about politics. Can we bridge the two? Can we hack the normal political mind to do this kind of wild stuff? The human instinct for collective action makes some political actions feel intuitively powerful, even when we are not consciously thinking about power. Our system of government affords us actions which are traditionally powerful, an overlapping but different set. But the set of collective actions which are powerful may be a completely different set. They may be neither intuitive nor traditional. We can imagine unexplored categories of powerful collective action which have been ignored even by college-bound seniors eager to make the world a better place, solely because too much thought is required to see how well they would work. Therefore, the most promising area of action for optimizing the world is the area of rational collective action, and especially counter-instinctive collective action, which asks large numbers of people to break with both natural instincts and existing habits in favor of new patterns and processes that make them far more collectively effective. Historical examples of counter-instinctive politics are rare, but counter-instinctive politics are more viable in the 21st century than ever before, since counter-instinctive politics is ironic politics, and our beautiful young century is an ironic century. Counter-instinctive collective strategies are generally also counter-traditional, that is, counter to the traditions of the past or present. Since the tradition of the present is the culture, counter-traditional strategies will also be countercultural. They will not be appreciated by your guidance counselor. They will not go in your college application. If ironic strategies both succeed and achieve positive ends, they are useful strategies. Hints of ironic politics appear in the fall of the USSR, especially in Czechoslovakia, whose Velvet Revolution owed more to Zappa and Warhol than Locke or Mill. Politics is the art of the possible. Western peoples have seldom been less brave in violence, less collectively jealous, less politically energetic, possibly not since the Roman Empire. Strategies that depend on Westerners to rise up violently and defend their rights, their interests, or their honor are like recipes that call for an extinct spice. Strategies that depend on the people to be ironic, frivolous, even childish are only just beginning to come into their own. Again, the new century is an ironic century. The political style of the future is the marriage of reason and irony. If a new collective strategy is reasonable, but not intuitive or traditional, it can explain itself in one of two ways: by logic or by irony. The future of political language is logic for the few, irony for the many. Mass market political irony is not quite here. Every day it gets closer. Who in Prague in 1985 imagined that irony would be the way to change the world? No doubt, everyone applying to college in Prague in 1985 also wrote an essay about how they wanted to make the world a better place for the workers and the peasants. Such is the difference between doing the right thing and doing the right thing. The circumstances of the fall of the Eastern Bloc are historically unique and cannot be replicated. The difference between the Western and Eastern regimes is fundamental, nor is the Slavic capacity for irony replicable. But these real and recent historical events suggest the existence of an underexplored space of counter-instinctive politics, a hidden art of the possible. Otherwise, thinking big would be mere puffery. If we conceive changing ideas in the public mind as a kind of travel in which people walk from A to B as their minds are changed, either in the Norman Rockwell ideal by facts and logic, or as it actually happens by long-term ubiquitous media suggestion. Ironic politics makes it possible to fly, or even travel through space. So I would say normal politics is continuous travel. Counter-instinctive politics is discontinuous travel. It is hard to convince a Republican to become a Democrat or a Democrat to become a Republican. It is easier, not easy, to convince either to become a libertarian, a fascist, or a communist. The greater the political distance, the easier the jump becomes, until it is not travel, but teleportation. A true conversion experience. Saul did not incrementally become Paul. Normal politics cannot imagine being pilled through a sudden and total conversion. Ironic politics knows nothing else. So does spiritual evangelism, and whether any discontinuous transition of mind is spiritual or ironic is a distinction without a difference. In a devout age, it will be spiritual. In a frivolous age, it will be ironic. Possibly both are the same thing anyway, or sides of a coin. The ironic is the loss of faith. The spiritual is its gain. The gain of faith in Christ had to mean the loss of faith in Caesar, a matter the latter could not help but take personally. We are in a frivolous age, and faith, if any, must follow the transition. And in a bureaucratic age, we have many a petty Caesar to mock, and much to mock them for. In discontinuous conversions, the distance between A and B is almost irrelevant. Perhaps further is even better. No pill should be underwhelming. The pill sells itself with its instant emotional hit of potential power. It may take 30 years of patient growth to actualize this potential. The dopamine hits your brain in 15 seconds. The faster and stronger, of course, the better. And while all such pills are politically toxic, even aspirin will kill you if you take enough. No medicine is without risk, but the best pills are as harmless as possible. Is it possible to imagine a complete regime transition which is just plain nice to everyone? Why not? A discontinuous political travel in the public mind is the only conceivable cause of discontinuous change in power. Politics is the art of the possible. If the public mind can only walk, not fly, or enter orbit, discontinuous change is politically impossible. When mass ironic conversion is possible, discontinuous political change is possible. The normal power loop, it means look quickly back at what we are actually doing when we do a normal politics. Why are we getting into all this weird regime replacement stuff? Anyway, why can't we just vote for the people we believe in and speak out for the ideas we believe in and even give money to the causes we believe in? Why can't we just be normal? What about the normal way of creating change? Now that we have some idea of what we should rationally be using our collective political power for, let's use that new perspective to turn around and look again at the emotional roots of normal politics. We all naturally care about power, but we hate to think of it that way. We think about it in another way, in a traditional and not very effective way. Even when objectively obsessed with politics, most people today would deny that they are thirsty for power. Instead, while most people who participate in politics are psychologically motivated by power, a universal human drive, almost comparable to the sex drive, we normally express our conscious motivations in terms of some cause. For liberals, the cause will aim to defend others. For conservatives, it will aim to defend ourselves. For both liberals and conservatives, there is no other legitimate purpose of government. The values of others and ourselves are the only variables in the formula. Clearly, everyone should be defended. All politics engaging these fundamental desires is, in purpose if not outcome, good. However, every defense is also an attack. We must always consider what desires this attack feeds, and when we vote, we are not directly defending anyone. When we elect this or that politician, we are voting on a platform, a bundle of causes. We may also donate to a politician. Sometimes we donate to causes, activism, not politics, but a donation with a direct impact on policy is called a bribe. One odd thing about democracy today, that even though representative democracy puts public opinion in control of the government by having the public elect politicians who control the government, and even though the government remains in many ways sensitive to public opinion, elections are not the main path by which public opinion exercises its influence over the government. When we look at the power of public opinion today, we see that it is predominantly exercised not through process, but through signaling. The public does not get its way, if it gets its way, by electing statesmen who want what it wants and seeing them do it. When the public gets its way, which is not always, it is by employing bureaucrats who want good publicity. Effective activism is mostly about organizing good publicity. The bureaucrats do not even need to listen to the public. Having ears, they can listen directly to the publicity. This is democracy today. Politics and activism as an antenna that let an unaccountable bureaucracy monitor the public mind. Honestly, you could do the antenna thing just with polling, but elections are traditional. And tradition is nice, alas. Public opinion need not be an ultimate cause. While all government is ultimately by consent, the need of any regime is not to follow public opinion, only to agree with it. Another way to agree with it is to lead it, to manufacture consent. If public opinion is not an ultimate cause, if power itself can guide public opinion, the same public opinion with which it must agree, we see a feedback loop. The apparent accountability of this sensitivity is false. Even if the state has to agree with public opinion, it can do anything it can get the public to agree with. And it has many tools. While this is not the unlimited power to engage in unlimited state insanity, it is close enough. History is full of examples of overwhelmingly popular state insanity. As always in human affairs, real power tries to be as permanent as possible. The permanent state always has levers with which to guide public opinion. Today, for instance, public opinion is guided by journalism, which is written by journalists. Journalism is just free market intelligence, but not open source intelligence. Rather, journalism as we know it relies on non-public access to informal sources, generally inside the state. Journalists have an existential interest in aligning themselves with those sources, and therefore with those institutions to which the sources are loyal. The result is that legitimate journalism is bound to permanent power with 1,000 invisible threads, which the innocent journalism consumer will never see or understand. Science reporters, for instance, need to please scientists, who could easily send their embargoed stories to a different outlet. According to standard theories of the press, there is nothing journalists like better than finding the villain behind a vast crime. The difficulty is in keeping the press from falsely hounding innocent scapegoats. But when it comes to virologists monkeying around with bat viruses, the hound does not bark. It would rather go out hunting for some innocent raccoon dog than chase after anyone in a white coat, anyone who might be a source or friends with one, which is anyone who matters. Science journalism cannot help but be a mouthpiece for virology. There is simply no structural way for journalism to hold science accountable, just as there is no structural way for Jacques Bonhomme to hold Louis XIV accountable. The scientists can find new journalists much more easily than the journalists can find new scientists, so the scientists are simply in charge. The same is true in the relationship between scientists and civil servants. Who else are the civil servants to believe? There is no alternative. The result is that science is effectively unaccountable. Science had better be perfect, like Pope perfect. No one has the power to correct it. Each such thread of power is an informal relationship with an inherent conflict of interest. The simplest way to see all the threads is just to define both journalism and science as branches of the state. There is no fix for this problem within the present structure of power. It is not a bug, but a misfeature. And it is hardly the only such misfeature. The antenna of public opinion does not always just rebroadcast the mainstream channel. Sometimes the public has ideas of its own, which come up from the bottom rather than down from the top, grass, not out astroturf. Healthy, natural. But are natural ideas always good ideas? Really? If grass is democracy and astroturf is oligarchy, is one always better than the other? Or does it vary? Grass is nice, but could turf be better in the rain? Or are they ever both terrible? These populist ideas are often, though not always, bad and rarely in any way effective. Indeed, they often discredit themselves, even when the ideas are good. Some people need to be protected from others, but how often does populism accomplish this? The best populist ideas seldom prevail, nor do the best populist candidates. Populism does not work. Its accuracy rate is not zero, but nor is it quite at nuclear safety levels. And it is not strong enough. It can win symbolic victories, but not take and hold power. It quickly tires out, gets hungry, goes home and grills. Its main effect is just to scare progressivism and keep it in fighting shape, while arguably sometimes slowing it down, or at least damming it up to burst forth later. A state that guides public opinion, then listens to an electoral antenna, is hearing itself. This is a feedback loop. The current position of the feedback loop is the mainstream. Its future position is set by the stronger pro-government progressive energy. Its past position reflects the weaker anti-government conservative energy. This antenna is powered on the upper-class progressive side by all the people who are emotionally moved by, purportedly, defending others. On the middle-class conservative side, by all the people who are emotionally moved by defending us from them as national citizens. And on the lower-class progressive side, by all the people who are emotionally moved by defending us from them as ethnic groups. Middle-class conservatives are puzzled by why they cannot capture the progressives' client groups based on this similarity, even by appealing to group identity with an ethnic candidate. The answer is that a resemblance is not necessarily an alliance. Looking more closely at the dynamics of this antenna, we can see why ideology shifts across time. Progressives need ideas that work well as weapons against conservatives. The best weapons are good ideas that conservatives' small minds and small mindsets will never understand. But there is a limited supply of this true gold. Second best, but still quite effective, are the many bad ideas that conservatives will never understand. These pyrites can always be sold as counterintuitive, or otherwise esoteric or abstruse. It is hard to tell a good idea from a bad idea, but it is not hard to see a high-status idea. These fashionable ideas are class shibboleths, but all fashion is evanescent. The fashions of the ruling class are always seeping into the middle class. Ideas like gay marriage become universal. They no longer function in their original role. Newer, more counterintuitive ideas must therefore be invented. This is how the treadmill rolls. The progressive ideas of yesterday are the mainstream ideas of today. The conservative ideas of today were the mainstream ideas of yesterday. Progressivism is the philosophy of what power wants to do, but is not yet doing. Typically, it advances by changing the law, then bringing public opinion in line with power. History does show us cases where the range shifted right, or to be exact, leaped right, like a broken earthquake fault. These spasms only punctuate the steady leftward drift of the system and of the whole society. Here is one common cycle of drift. 1. The progressives beat the conservatives and shut them down. 2. The center becomes the new conservatives. 3. The moderate progressives become the new center. 4. The radical progressives become the new progressives. There is a side quest in which the conservatives beat the progressives. But there is no possible way for the conservatives to shut down the progressives. One thinks of South Africa's drastic ideological restrictions on communism under apartheid. Did that work? For the notorious Bureau of State Security, BOAS? Plausible. If it didn't work for BOAS, it didn't work for McCarthy. It is a historical fact that the anti-communists lost. So the cycle has a ratchet. If the conservatives beat the progressives can always lick their wounds and come back the next day. If the progressives beat the conservatives are written off the map and out of history, often even being remembered as actual criminals. But no progressive was ever too left for history. Conservatives have to win every time. Progressives only have to win once. There was a Hollywood blacklist. It was neither long nor lasted long. After the death of McCarthy, McCarthyism was writ in water. Nothing of it remained. Besides mangling people's lives, it accomplished no political mission at all, except persuading communists not to call themselves communists, a trope which hardly helped anyone root them out. Guess what they, e.g. my grandparents, called themselves instead? You get one guess. On the occasion of Stalin's 70th birthday, Pravda published an article called Comrade Stalin, Leader of Progressive Mankind. And so the old left begat, often literally, plus the new left. What you call walkism, please just say progressivism, is just the new left in power. The word progressive has been used by the same people to mean the same thing in America for 100 years. The conservative ideas of current year Y are the progressive ideas of Y minus X. And if anything, X is decreasing. That's what progressive means. It just means you're a winner, and in the end, you'll win. Or at least your team will win. A concrete example, in 2008, Barack Obama was elected by swearing to his abiding moral conviction that marriage is between a man and a woman. 15 years later, admitting that belief would have barred him from any serious professional career. Fortunately for his reputation, President Obama changed his mind in a timely fashion. So did many. Strange are these clockwork tides in the mind of man. No one is in charge. It's all just feedback. The evolution of mainstream opinion over time is just the slow, mindless drift of a historical feedback loop. All of the parties in this power loop, conservatives, progressives, journalists, scientists, and civil servants, are in the hands of enormous systemic forces which are purely mechanical. We are always looking for someone in charge, someone to blame, but no one is to blame. Sometimes, in some ways, the drift is good. Some wrongs need to be righted, some even can be, but no one is responsible for that either. And the drift is not random. It has a predictable direction, the progressive direction. Is this good or bad? It just is. No one is in charge and no one is to blame. A state is just a machine made of people. There are reasons why certain ideas outcompete other ideas. There are certain ideas the antenna cannot amplify at all. Some ideas are objectively too crazy for large numbers of people to believe. But as any student of history knows, this is a low bar. It is not impossible to make an impact on this odd, progressive, moderate, conservative system. But the efficiency of the impact, the ratio of input energy to output result, is extremely low and decreasing. This is why continuous and unironic political travel seems ineffective as a mechanism of world optimization. This is true on both sides of the aisle. Progressive impact efficiency is falling decade by decade as institutions age and stiffen. Conservative impact efficiency was arguably always negative. Getting some idea into a populist platform is bad even for that idea itself, since it creates an opposing mainstream idea which tends to be stronger. It seems self-evident that this machine is susceptible to only minor changes and will operate unchanged for many centuries, like the most serene Republic of Venice, until extraordinary forces, internal or external, disrupt it existentially. Objectively, the only meaningful question in public opinion is not whether the public is more progressive or more conservative, but whether they want to keep this machine or replace it. But no one today thinks this way. So objectively, everyone wants to keep the machine. That's fine. That's normal. But somewhere out there is an actual truth about what an optimal government for this country should be. How could anyone imagine this machine converging on it? Pla Boss was South Africa's main intelligence agency during apartheid, notorious for its surveillance tactics and headed counterinsurgency efforts directed at the Gevaar, or communist danger. It's a plaatsontast reference to red diaper babies. The evolution of collective opinion. Since this is the machine that rules us, as close as we can come to describing the objective meaning of democracy today, let's try to understand it a little harder. Why this consistent unilateral drift? What is this progressive direction? One of the most influential and today most unquestioned ideas of 19th century liberalism is the marketplace of ideas. Great store is placed on these marketplaces, but do they actually work, as in amplifying good ideas and suppressing bad ideas? Evolution works. The marketplace of lions produces the king of the jungle. Capitalism works. The marketplace of restaurants has given our era the best food in human history. But Darwin is not the answer to everything. Even when we recognize that the democratic, or populist marketplace of ideas does not work, that any grassroots public opinion today is Facebook boomers and soccer mom gossip and gives us QAnon and Bill Gates invented COVID and goji berries for cancer. We retain faith in the power of meritocratic or professional marketplaces of ideas, the consensus of prestigious experts. It cannot be denied that there is something to this. Physics is the collective judgment of the marketplace of theories among physicists. Since our rockets go up and stay in the sky, something is working here. Even more robust is the domain of pure mathematics, in which a proof is a proof. Even Soviet mathematicians and physicists were not corrupted by their regime's strange official ideologies. As for the softer and more abstract sciences, let alone the humanities, not so much. The marketplace of ideas is a Darwinian market. It isn't magic. It does not reward the best beast. It rewards the beast that is best at reproducing itself within its environment. When the environment selects for leeches, the marketplace evolves the perfect leech. In math, false proofs are infertile. As for the true ones, every mathematician has roughly the same aesthetic sense of relevance. Even modern physics is more shaky, since the question of relevance in areas like string theory is more flexible. And in the softer, more abstract sciences, many know the story of Trofim Lysenko, SSS Stalin's chief biologist, who preferred Lamarck to Darwin. That was some market for ideas. Biology is still a hard science, though. As for Soviet psychology, sociology, etc., the less said, the better. But Soviet math barely suffered from Soviet ideology. Lysenkoist corruption of expertise occurs when political pressure or suction distorts the marketplace of ideas. We are all familiar with pressure, irrational repression of good ideas. But in our system, the main distorting force is suction, irrational promotion of bad ideas. It is less that negative theories are structurally punished, more that positive ones are structurally rewarded. Power does not push science around. Power sucks science in. Ideas that matched the political formulas of the USSR had bureaucratic suction. Can you think of any comparable phenomena in the Western world today? Lysenkoism thrived in a Soviet ideological climate deeply committed to human equality and deeply hostile to hereditary differences of any kind, even in wheat. The Lamarckian principle of inheritance of environmentally acquired characteristics rhymed with the Soviet vision of perfectible man, whereas there was something disturbing and reactionary about the Darwinian principle of genetic determinism. But these forces on the expert marketplace of ideas are not always ideological or even political. Sometimes they are simply structural. It is easier to see the distortion of the market for ideas if we look at a situation totally disconnected from democratic opinion. Is gain-of-function virology research a good idea? If you have the power to decide whether to fund it or not, in our oligarchical system, you are probably a virologist. Who but virologists should be deciding what virology research to fund? Duh. Yet within the marketplace of ideas that is virology, the idea, obvious to any independent analyst, that gain-of-function research of concern is absurdly dangerous compared to its utility is not a Darwinian winner. Opposing GOF is highly maladaptive, because anyone who espouses it is simply not a team player. In fact, even after the disaster of COVID, which, if it was not a lab leak, could easily have been, Go flourishes. What kind of misanthropic mad scientist wants to interfere with his friend's grant proposals? What does he think will happen next time he needs a grant? The answer is as obvious as this. Nor is the thinking necessarily as crass as this. It is more a professional culture of being a team player and not causing unnecessary problems for reasons which could easily come across as pedantic, dramatic, and self-aggrandizing. Within the small circle of prestigious experts, the anti-GOF position is reproductively disfavored, regardless of reality. Precisely the people we are trusting to make the decision are the least disinterested in the decision. Everything is a conflict of interest. That's how we got COVID. Did you enjoy your pandemic? If this is the rule you followed. Worse, it is an iterated conflict of interest. There is still evolution in the marketplace of ideas. The marketplace is supposed to be evolving its ideas for accuracy and insight. Actually, it is evolving them for power in the direction of loyalty. In most situations, a positive character trait of human beings, which makes it pretty hard to get rid of. All power comes from loyalty. If no one is loyal to you, you have no power. If a group or team, whether it is the set of all virologists or the set of all progressives, is not collectively loyal to itself, if it does not consist of team players, it will not prosper in conflicts with other groups or teams. Human beings who are thinking loyally, not neutrally, are biased in favor of powerful ideas, ideas that benefit or especially empower their own group or team. Again, this does not make these people evil. Loyalty is good. But in the context of the responsibility for making important, final decisions, it makes these people useless or even harmful. The narrowest tier of the oligarchical elite is the small cartels of specialized experts, typically outside the civil service and academia or at nonprofits who control funding and/or policy for a given field or domain. The widest tier is the whole governing class. The marketplace of ideas is corrupted by loyalty bonds across this entire range of circles. In general, ideas that excite the governing class, NPR listeners broadly defined, are ideas that empower the governing class, often ideas which employ the governing class, or even just enrich them. Over time, this leaves an increasingly strong sense that not just the government, but the whole governing class is a giant self-licking ice cream cone. One kind of cure for this disease of the marketplace of ideas, now all too well reduced to hyperliteral self-parody by large language models doing what they do best, is, as with AI, a reinforcement learning filter. A marketplace of ideas is a great idea, and the wisdom of crowds is real. with a filter that analyzes and corrects the real value of these maladaptive ideas whose attraction is not truth, but rather some kind of political utility. An ideal marketplace of ideas from the perspective of truth is not useful at all. It should not even feel powerful. None of its opinions should matter. If it feels like an irrelevant ivory tower whose own fate is completely in the hands of others, the way science felt in the first half of the 20th century, its ideas will evolve stochastically toward the truth, but once it is given unaccountable power over itself or others, it becomes corrupted. If the marketplace is connected to power, it must be protected from itself with this safety system, a power filter. Once their market price is corrected for the undue attractiveness of their power, these ideas will stop being unduly popular. The market will work again and can even, with this filter, be used to set public policy. Unfortunately, this means the final decision is not in the hands of the marketplace, but in the hands of the filter. We have set another dog to watch our watchdog. Is not that dog, then, the watchdog? And who does this filtering? And do we even still need the first dog? Also, there is a concrete historical precedent here. It reminds us of the governor of some southern state 100 years ago banning communism and socialism in his state university, or banning gay stuff 20 years ago. It doesn't seem very effective. We keep getting back to the core problem with oligarchical sovereignty, that it is fundamentally unaccountable. Accountability can only exist within organizational structures in which personal responsibility is aligned at every level of the structure with personal authority. The system of governance by experts was supposed to be a self-watching watchdog. But over time, it seems, all such dogs go bad. They get Alzheimer's or even rabies. The same disease befalls the belief that our society should be ruled by the ideas of its most educated, productive, and creative classes, the top 10 of our depend of society. The result of this design was to afflict the best people in the country with the worst ideas in history. Instead of the aristocracy cleansing the state corrupted the aristocracy. No other outcome was possible. This is progressivism in a nutshell. If the dog is not self-watching, if it has a master, it is fine. But if there is a master, someone is in charge. If someone is in charge, we abandon our dream of a world where no one is in charge, and human government is not subject to human frailty. My view is that there is never no one in charge. It is actually impossible. Structures in which responsibility is broadly or even universally distributed, like oligarchies or democracies, fool us with their impersonal character, which we take as divine, the rule of laws, not men. When we look closer, we always see people doing people things. Impersonal easily becomes inhuman. And when responsibility is scattered and camouflaged, accountability is simply impossible. Trying to build a system that is inherently accountable, we end up with one which is inherently unaccountable. SSSSS Lysenko rejected Mendelian genetics and the existence of genes altogether in favor of the idea that environmental factors could directly shape hereditary traits. His agricultural prescriptions led to massive crop failures that indirectly led to millions of deaths, both in the Soviet Union and Mao's China. To power an instinct in reality, his loyalty instincts are just that, instincts. Instinct cannot be opposed by instinct. It can only be opposed by calculation. The hardest problem in teaching effective collective action against this oligarchy is teaching people to let go of their instinctive power habits, which underlie and motivate their participation in an ineffective or counterproductive political machine. Instead of following their populist instincts, which, just like progressive instincts, make certain ideas shine a little brighter, the opponents of the oligarchy need to ignore their natural political instincts and act cohesively in a rational but unnatural collective way. Generally, the ability to override natural instincts with collectively rational and cohesive action is the difference between a civilian and a soldier. To defeat an oligarchy with the power of democracy, it is necessary to turn political civilians into political soldiers on a population scale. This does not mean that anyone will be doing anything but voting. To learn to turn off our natural populist instincts, let us first understand them. Think about the relationship between being a football fan and a political partisan. Are these not almost the same things? Yet being a football fan is not collective action at all. You are doing nothing tangible to support your team by watching it on TV. Since if there is no politics, there is no democracy, it might seem worrying that politics is so similar to something that does not matter at all. Both these forms of engagement are tapping into the same power instinct. The root of all power is war. Humans, a social and military species, have been making war since we were chimps, and probably well before. And a sports fan is to war as a porn user is to sex. Politics is actually about power, of course, or is it? Even amongst the governing class, let alone the opposition class. It is mostly about the feeling of power. Obviously, most NPR listeners do not have significant positions of influence in the oligarchy. They just support the team as if they were football fans. Yet no one seems to sense this. People talk and think about politics as if it was power. Americans elect a president as if we were electing the king of America, if not the king of the world. We talk as if every election was at least a potential regime change. These are the literal words we use. We know it's a bit of an exaggeration, of course. Yet only centenarians have voted in an election which made any significant change in the structure or nature of Washington. When even normie political scientists take an objective look at the impact of politics on administration, they see exceptions, not rules. Moreover, this is even more true of other democratic regimes, notably Brussels. This suggests a metaphor: politics as diluted power. Dilution is defined by percentage, or as drinkers say, proof. Both top and bottom of the scale are perfectly defined. We have no way to measure these numbers, but we can still eyeball them. Were the next president the absolute dictator of America, that would be a 200-proof election. Your election would not be watered down at all. The winner would receive unconditional sovereign authority. Almost no one exactly thinks this is true, but everyone talks as if it was true. They might not think the president was drinking Everclear. Many at least think it's whiskey. Some might say wine or even beer. I think the right analogy is orange juice, which according to FDA regulations can be up to 0.5 proof. There's really nothing strange about this. The first reason to turn off your populist instincts is that your instinct is to participate in the show. Since the show is not real, your actions will not be not real, and you have no chance of actually winning. The first difference between a civilian and a soldier is that a soldier can override his instincts. If you follow your instincts, the enemy wins. Thinking like a soldier, the first thing you see is that you have been looking at this whole election stealing thing wrong. If you want to steal an election, don't hack the voting machines or whatever. I mean, you could, but it's so low rent. No, if you want to steal an election, leave the voting machines alone. Just cut the wires coming out of the voting machines. Cut the power to the election. Keep having elections. Just dilute them 200 to 1. Yeah, it's just a celebrity thing now. It's self-consciously a show. America's next president, the fact that democracy has, over the last century, succumbed to this trick is the same kind of active proof of incapacity in the form itself that the ancient monarchical dynasties of Europe have delivered by allowing themselves to be similarly caponized. That Americans accept these orange juice elections makes their capacity for democratic power suspect. The first ingredient in capacity for power is not the capacity to use it, but just the capacity to hold it. So if you can be convinced that you or your representatives are still in charge in some metaphysical sense, even while your concrete ability to influence the system is at zero, proof you have lost the capacity for power, be actual power in Washington. How does this actually work, actually? Who holds like the rest of the 99.5% of the power? When you go to Washington, it feels like there is a lot of power. Everyone you meet feels powerful. Some people are certainly more powerful than others. These relative power differentials create status hierarchies in the normal chimp way. In short, it feels like every other power structure in history. On the relative scale of what can be done, there are people in Washington who are much more powerful than others. On the absolute scale of what could be done, hardly anyone in Washington has any power at all. Politics is the art of the possible. What can be done in the current regime is one thing. What could be done in the next regime is quite another. And from the perspective of any next regime, the steering wheel of this regime is locked. Elections certainly affect the government a little, but other forces, especially inertial forces, are much stronger. Regardless of the Constitution, how do things in D.C. actually work? How is the permanent government structured to resist and control public opinion? The cables and shocks are not hard to find once you start looking. The president does not even have full management authority over his own White House, let alone the executive departments. The Congress can do anything, but it is both rigged to the gills for incumbency and about as popular as snakes. While this was much the reverse of the founders' intent, while the Senate was meant to reflect the continuity of noble family and great wealth, the House was designed as a raging furnace of a turbulent democracy, not a memory clinic for platinum incumbents. The founders themselves rigged the Supreme Court for incumbency. They did not make it supreme over the other two branches, yet there was no other way the machine they designed could have operated. In a lot of ways, the idea was good. But still, what we are looking at here is just a way to not have democracy. While still pretending to have democracy, there are worse things. For instance, we could actually have democracy. The EU, which often expresses the purest flavor of American oligarchy, has gone still farther with the European Commission, barely scented with democratic legitimacy. There is power in Washington and even in Brussels. It is always marginal power because the shape of Washington cannot change, because it has to consist of the same people doing the same jobs. Its flexibility is very low. Most power is consumed by mere stasis. But where there is power, where is the power? There is power in the Supreme Court, but this power is by nature low frequency. Only so many decisions can issue. All right-wing court decisions are narrow and set no effective, systematic precedent, whether the justices so intend or not. Left-wing decisions are not just binding on all courts, but also on polite society itself. The justices are wise enough not to overreach with this power, which they must use only once society either wants the change or is too docile to resist it. The court cannot, in the long run, be used by the right to resist the left. There is power in the White House of two different kinds, depending on the polarity of the current administration. The mission of a Democratic administration is to make sure the agencies understand that A, they work for the president, and B, their job is to do well while making the president look good. Otherwise, a Republican might win. The mission of a Republican administration is to reward its supporters with a sense of importance. To do this, it has to fight the agencies, which means blocking anything the agencies want to do. From the internal perspective of any agency of the executive branch under a Republican administration, the White House is A, an unnecessary appendix that harasses you for weird reasons and sends annoying weirdos to your office, and B, a slow, expensive way to resolve interagency conflicts. Any fool could flip a coin. All the internal power in Washington flows through A, the agencies, B, the Congress, and the courts. Any fool in D.C. can tell you that agencies are managed by congressional oversight and judicial case law, not by executive order. Any EO that wasn't written by the agency itself is a tweet. This makes the so-called executive branch actually a legislative judicial branch. Try this one on your cool DC friends. Power within the agencies is generated by manipulating procedural outcomes. The USG, this is the federal government's own internal language for itself, which you are not even supposed to know, peasant, or any 21st century government is not a command structure and does not work by top-down orders designed to achieve goals in which all decisions are pushed to the lowest personal level. It is a bureaucracy. Bureaucracy abhors any personal discretion. This is the inherent nature of any structure responsible only to legislators and courts. All decisions are made by a process, not a person, the rule of law, not men. All organizations are quasi-judicial. Getting the process right, as in a court, is technically the most important thing, but power in the end is always personal. So manipulating these processes to achieve intentional outcomes, for example, by stacking a committee, becomes the art of power. This art still exists on a small scale in power's much invisible bureaucratic mafia war. The Hill, Congress or the Congress in that internal language, is a very special place, and truly the center of American governance. What it is not is in any sense a parliamentary institution. That is, one in which members make speeches to try to convince an audience of their peers, except so that the Congress can pretend to be democratic, a difficult claim with a 90% plus incumbency rate added to gerontocratic seniority rules that make the Politburo look like the Boy Scouts. The agencies do not need the Hill. Any regulation an agency wants is just a reading of broad legal authority. We would need legislation for that. Just means we would prefer not to do that. Yet, but America needs the Hill. If any power is actually in control of the USG, that power is the Hill, which itself is only a vehicle for two outside forces, lobbyists and activists. Lobbyists are Republicans and activists are Democrats. Lobbyists exist to corrupt the government for money, activists for ideology. They represent the forces of plutocracy and theocracy, respectively. These forces exist, and nothing is strong enough to deny them. To the extent that new language comes out of the Hill, and tens of thousands of pages, needed or not, do, the lobbyists and activists are the ants pushing and pulling on it. Generally, they, in fact, write the languages. They do this by having clout with the Congress persons, meaning in practice, clout with their staff. The U.S. is not a third world country, and policy is not bought or sold, just access. The statesman himself has two jobs: make public appearances and raise money. All of this is how the system works. No one inside it could imagine any of it changing. It is almost perfectly impervious to electoral influence. Power is locked up far away from the voting machines. No wonder only half the population votes. They are voting for no pulp versus extra pulp. What are Americans voting for? What is the impact of these orange juice elections? Imagine that after a presidential election, the only kind of election any American feels much emotional attachment to, you have 4 years to make a feature-length documentary about the new president's term. At the end of the term, you wrap the doc and send it back in time to right before the election. The catch: your film isn't allowed to directly show any politics. After watching the film, voters can see what will happen to the country if one of the candidates wins. But they do not know which one. They have to figure it out from what does happen, from how the actual country changes because of electing the Republican or the Democrat, from what the election actually does, its tangible and visible impact on the country, which is a hell of a problem for a filmmaker. Would even the Trump administration move the needle on this test, maybe on the southern border? Yeah, if it is hard to make this film, it means that your election is not really hooked up to power. It is an orange juice election. It is easy to connect this to the observation that the president is nominally, even legally, but in almost no way actually the chief executive of the executive branch. If your politics is not power, but 0.5% power, actually a generous figure, what is the rest? Sports, entertainment. Not power, but the pornography of power. Yes, There are still elections. What if the King of England was elected, but was no less powerless? Would you Brits vote anyway? Of course they would vote. Sports are fun. OJ is sweet. And the most frightening thought is not that politics, which is democracy, has been diluted to orange juice proof, but that this may have been necessary. Maybe politics, which is democracy, was disabled because it did not work well and had to be disabled. Chesterton's fence makes a decent case for the unaccountable administrative state. Does the regime we have work well? Maybe not. Maybe the alternative, going back to democracy, aka politics, aka populism, is worse. We will return to this theme. It is impossible to eliminate the specious but instinctive feeling of power we get from a politics which is not politics, but political entertainment. Once a sports fan, always a sports fan, even when we move from politics to activism, from indirect to direct regime impact, we see that we are only actors in a different participatory theater. At the heart of the political instinct is the desire to feel important. For millions of years, humans have lived in status hierarchies, and power always means status. So feeling powerful makes it feel like you have status. If you could sell your vote, how many people would? Rationally, in terms of individual interests, everyone should, almost regardless of price, but the feeling of being a citizen who matters is priceless. In the age of Madison Avenue, it was easy for all 20th century regimes to sell political feelings that felt perfectly real but didn't actually matter at all. Or worse, that wound up mattering in a way quite different from what their voters expected. Power is and always has been propaganda. The fundamental exercise in propaganda is a power exchange. By inhabiting the narrative of a structure, believing is too weak, you feel powerful. In return for these feelings, you delegate your power to the structure. Armies, churches, and companies all exploit this human instinct for collective action. Ideally, it is aligned with your rational individual or at least collective interests. Of course, the most powerful structures are likely to be structures whose action is supportive or at least parallel to the institutions of power, the regime. You feel way stronger when you join your concern with the concerns of the New York Times for a simple reason. You are. Plenty of good people support the regime. It's really okay. But alas, there is quite a limited set of changes that can happen this way. It is always hard to say that the regime needs your support. It has a lot of support, but it is more important that you do not go around like a fool supporting anything else. The Art of Rebellion, under every regime from alpha chimp to Soviet Union, every adult male primate has a choice: to be loyal to the powers that be or to challenge for power. These modules are the emotional roots of right and left politics. Beneath them both is the thymos, the universal drive to matter, to be important, to change the world. Just as male sexual success depends on mastering eros, the instinctive male sex drive, human success in competition for power depends on mastering thymos, the instinct for power. Getting thirsty for power is never the way to become powerful, yet instinctive drive and rational purpose are the same. Strategy does not blunt the drive. Strategy relies on the drive, but fuses its raw motivation with effective technique. You gain power by acting with the confidence of the powerful before you have any power. If you can master your desire to feel collectively important for instinctive reasons, you can find strategies that let you be collectively important. For rational reasons, though, only rational in a collective, altruistic sense. But most of us would rather be genuinely altruistic than knowingly participate in fruitless and onanistic ritual ego-stroking. Mastering your instinct for personal importance makes it possible to follow, the first essential ingredient of all effective collective action. Mastering your instinct for factional distinction makes it possible to unite, the second essential ingredient. Be the master of your passion and not its slave. Only then might you fulfill its mission. The old Prussian military chestnut. Those who wish to command must first learn to obey is a lesson for rebels, too. Rebellion will be much more effective for all the rebels if they all obey one top rebel. To rebel successfully, rebels must know how to be loyal to some central command and control, and rebels must suppress the urge to fight against each other, repressing any appearance of tribal friend-enemy distinctions within the rebellion. Therefore, for their political goals to be achieved, they must master their natural political instincts. Even as rebels, they must follow and unite. And once these new strategies work, even once they start to feel like they have a chance of working, that feeling too will arrive. It will be a different feeling, the feeling of sex, not pornography. Porn has always had trouble competing with sex. If you and the boys already can get wild at the bar after a few virgin screwdrivers, let's see what happens when the bartender starts spiking the OJ with actual vodka. Be power living in the truth. A power for the rebel is not any power. It is just one kind of power. It is power that, in Václav Havel's words, lives in the truth. The power to lie is real. It belongs alone to the powers that be. Leave it alone. You have no such power. Or if you have any such power, you must and will lose it as soon you start down this path, and the sooner, the better. And if you have none, lose your desire for it as soon as possible. One reason why rebels need to suppress their visceral urge to power is that rebels tend to be drawn to the opposites of official doctrines. Sometimes the official story is just the lie, and its opposite is just the truth. This is not rare, but not common either. More often, the lie is a distraction from the truth, but so is the opposite of the lie. And in the worst case, the official story is true, and its opposite is just a trap. The only way to become worthy of power is to see it as the worthy in power, see it as a burden. Any healthy power has responsibility, even accountability matching its authority. It is not absolute authority, but any authority without matching responsibility that corrupts. And it is not ambition alone, but humility that must draw you toward power. As Martin Luther said, Ich kann nicht anders. I can do no other. Luther did not start the Reformation because he wanted to be the Pope, but because he wanted to live and help others live in what he saw as the truth. Don't lose your grip on this principle. If nothing else, it helps you aim your crossbow at you. The next regime in exile action against the regime, like literally doing crimes, is futile. No regime can be replaced until someone has built a replacement, which is as legal as tennis. Yet, until it is done, no transfer of power is possible. So this action is both legal and powerful, but it does not feel like a powerful action. Assembling an alternative regime does not mean competing with the current regime for power, which makes it generally safe, but also minimizes its visceral excitement. Designing, even assembling, the alternative feels like the political version of gambling with monopoly money, harmless, but lame. There is no visceral challenge for power. Your chimp brain is not stimulated, and nor is your chimp enemies. Yet, your expected future power is very high, both because the existence of a regime in exile, however thoroughly developed, makes regime transition much more possible. And the next transition naturally defaults to the best developed alternative. Thus, this strategy is rational, but not very visceral. Because it is not a physical or even a visceral attack on the current regime, it is reasonably safe under the current regime. To its friends, it is viscerally harmless, so they cannot self-organize by visceral means. To its enemies, it is viscerally harmless, so its antibodies do not self-organize a defense. So building a regime in exile is a counter-instinctive collective action strategy. Such an institution is an ordinary think tank with an unusual mission: to prepare itself to exercise absolute power, not for itself, but on behalf of an arbitrary next regime. It may even be a business. Journalism, for instance, is in a sense just private sector intelligence. The regime in exile, however well developed, can operate safely under the old regime because it is completely passive. A regime in exile does not in any way seek to capture or even influence power. It is just a tool that anyone who does capture power can use to govern. If the tool is never used, its funding is wasted, it wouldn't be the first time. A regime definition hat is a regime anyway. This is a neutral term, not a term of opprobrium. There is always a regime. Regime just means government, but seen in an objective lens, with no implication of legitimacy or illegitimacy. A regime is a government de facto. The regime is defined as the set of persons and institutions whose decisions, directly or indirectly, control systematic, coercive action. All coercive action is regime action. Libertarians define justified state coercion as a distinguishable class of action. While the difference may be morally relevant, objectively, it remains in the observer's eye. The difference between the regime and the government is that the regime is defined objectively or descriptively. The government is defined nominally, normatively, or officially. Consider the discussion of journalism above. Nominally, journalism is a completely private activity. But if we look sideways at the mainstream media, it looks almost exactly like a state media agency. Is the NYT really that different from the BBC? No. Was TASS, the USSR's state media agency, really that different from the BBC? Sort of, because TASS took orders from the Politburo. The BBC and the NYT take orders from no one. It would not seem that this makes them less powerful. There is a difference between a state-controlled media and a media-controlled state. All the more reason to see the unity of media and state, which is nominally non-existent but objectively obvious. The regime is power as it is, the power you observe when you look without hearing. The government is power as it is supposed to be, the power you would expect to see if you listened without looking. The regime is power as seen by the deaf. The government is power as heard by the blind. The objective speed limit is the speed that will get you pulled over. The nominal speed limit is the number on the sign. These numbers may be the same, but there is no reason to assume they are the same. On most roads, they are not the same. The Constitution is not a description of the structure of power in the United States. If anyone wrote any such objective description as Walter Bagehot did for Britain almost 200 years ago, it would have little resemblance to the nominal Constitution. Bagehot, in his Constitution of England, described the divergence between dignified and effective institutions. Then the Crown was dignified and Parliament was effective. Today, Parliament is dignified, and Whitehall, the British administrative state, is effective. Tomorrow, Whitehall may be dignified and Brussels effective. Power recedes endlessly from the visible. Power cares nothing at all for words on paper. The important fact about the effective regime versus the dignified government is that their borders do not need to match. When organs inside the nominal government become purely decorative, like the King of England, they drop out of the regime. And when organs outside the official government are feared or trusted by the government, like the New York Times, they become part of the regime. Objective power loves to leak outside the nominal government. Power's favorite trick is pretending to not exist. Power that hides outside the nominal public sector can claim the juridical invulnerability of the private citizen, and power loves nothing so much as to be invulnerable. What is power objectively? Power is any systematic influence over systematic coercion. Coercion is a neutral term. By coercion, the robber robs. By coercion, the cop arrests. Whether cop or robber or neither or both is hero or villain is irrelevant. The only objective definition of state power is systematic coercion. If C engages in coercive action and A and B, though capable of suppressing him, do not, C too is in the regime. Organized and or tolerated crime is always objectively part of the state, which is the entire system of coercion that binds together society. Influence means trust or fear. If A is in the regime and A trusts or fears B, such that B can affect A's decisions, OI is in the regime. This wraps state-trusted truth authorities, like the universities, into the regime. And since every particle of the regime both fears bad publicity and strives mightily for good publicity, Journalism, too, falls easily into this definition of the regime. Who can withstand an attack from the press? No one. Simply, these organs are the brain and voice of the state. No essential organ of the state, especially not its brain or its voice, can be objectively outside the state. Likewise, regardless of legal formalities, the weapons of the state are made by the state. The border of the regime falls only where these simple connections become tortured. Mechanics of regime transition. Now that we know what a regime is, we can see that there are two forms of public action: regime improvement and regime transition. Normal politics or activism is improvement. A transition is any legitimate and complete replacement of the regime. It is important to distinguish regime transition from violent regime change in the form of a revolution or a coup. The legitimacy of regime transition is essential. Regime change by military force is a related historical phenomenon. We can learn from it, and we will. But Gray Mirror is a marriage handbook, not a rape manual. By definition, no regime has any tradition of its own termination. Few even have a rule or form by which it could be accomplished. This does not matter at all. In any clean regime transition, it is the regime's own clearly established will to end itself. Since the regime's will cannot be challenged, the regime will end. No power can prevent it from either developing the will to end itself or expressing that will or acting on it. Every king can abdicate. Every regime can resign. Every regime has forms by which it can declare its decision to transfer power to a successor regime. Every regime thinks it is forever, and none ever turns out to be. For example, our regime fundamentally legitimizes itself by popular sovereignty. This means there are two possibilities. The people cannot vote for regime change, or they can. If they cannot vote for regime change, they are not sovereign. Their power has been stolen by a permanent oligarchy, then faked with orange juice elections. They are every bit as subject to as autocratic an autocracy as any subject of Henry VIII. The only difference is that an oligarchic autocracy is decentralized, so it's hard to see. If this is not the situation, the people must be able to vote for regime change. In the United States, they do this by electing a president who promises to completely replace the government, giving him a mandate for a regime change. How else would they do it? If how else implies the need to jump through some kind of hoop, why? The people are the boss. If they decide to change their government should change. If it has lost their confidence and they order it to resign, it must do so. If a regime resigns in the mere presence of some clear and obvious successor regime, some Fortinbras, it has legitimated the transition. If a regime is externally dissolved so that it has no practical way to reconstruct itself, whatever external organization organized its dissolution is the new regime. Often, as in the Meiji Restoration or the reign of Akhenaten, a regime reinvents itself in place, top-down from a new leader. The shutdown of East Germany is a good example of a clean Fortinbras transition. So is the American transition from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution. A dirty regime transition may be incomplete, like the transition from the USSR to Russia, or military, like the end of Nazi Germany or American Afghanistan. Speaking of the end of Nazi Germany, Miss Cox and the Nazis' military transitions are instructive not for their violence, but for their thoroughness. The denazification of Germany is a textbook for top-down cultural revolution. Anyone who believes power can never change culture needs a shot of historical imagination. Picture President Trump hiring 50,000 new judges to read 10 million de-wokification questionnaires from everyone in America who ever dressed up their resume as a CV. To be quite clear, this is nowhere near a good idea for us, but it was more or less what was done in the lives of those now living in a modern country. And it worked. There are a few countries less Nazi than Germany today. Power can change anything. It is just a matter of dosage. These were the rules. All members of the Nazi Party who have been more than nominal participants in its activities All active supporters of Nazism or militarism and all other persons hostile to Allied purposes will be removed and excluded from public office and from positions of importance in quasi-public and private enterprises such as 1. Civic, economic, and labor organizations, 2. Corporations and other organizations in which the German government or subdivisions have a major financial interest, 3. Industry, commerce, agriculture, and finance, 4. Education, and 5. The press, publishing houses, and other agencies disseminating news and propaganda. Imagine that for everyone who ever put a BLM sign on Darwin. Google Street View knows. Nor did power shrink from applying its force directly to the logos. Wikipedia notes. In 1946, the Allied occupation authorities drew up a list of over 30,000 titles ranging from school books to poetry, and including works by such authors as Clausewitz. Millions of copies of these books were confiscated and destroyed. Artworks were under the same censorship as other media. The directives were very broadly interpreted, leading to the destruction of thousands of paintings, and thousands more were shipped to deposits in the U.S. Those confiscated paintings still surviving in U.S. custody include, for example, a painting depicting a couple of middle-aged women talking in a sunlit street in a small town. Since the tone of the period is difficult to convey, 75 years later, it is probably worth reading into the record this unsigned article from Time magazine, May 27, 1946. Bear in mind that Time here is speaking against, not for, mainstream journalism. Maybe Whittaker Chambers had something to do with this slightly unusual take. Germany. No evil to re-educate Germany. The Allies last week adopted a typically Nazi device. The Four-Power Coordinating Committee decided to reduce to pulp all undemocratic, militaristic, and Nazi literature, museum and library material, newspapers, films, and war memorials. Tombstones were accepted. Here is how the Allies went about the suppression of ideas. Into Berlin's press camp breezed a pretty young ex-WAC, introduced as Vivian Cox, an expert attached to the military directorate. Sitting on a desk and dangling her long nylon-clad legs, Miss Cox answered indignant newsmen's questions in a pleasant southern drawl. "How would militaristic be defined?" asked one reporter. Replied Miss Cox, "It's the way the Germans have of waging war." "How would democratic be defined?" said Miss Cox. "Everything American people think and call democratic." Was the order different in principle from Nazi book burnings? No, not in Miss Cox's opinion. Just 13 years ago, the Nazis had confiscated and burned millions of un-German books. The war had destroyed hundreds of thousands more. Now the Allied order would eliminate millions more. Pessimists could see the day approaching when Germans would have nothing left to read, except perhaps some of Grimm's lighter fairy tales. Cracked one British officer to a U.S. colleague, "You people might yet be able to convert the Germans to your comics." The measure found its defenders. Said one U.S. official, "At least the Germans won't be able to read Clausewitz these long summer nights." Said a Russian, "If more of them were out plowing fields instead of reading, there would be more food." But most observers condemned the order as a piece of unenforceable foolishness which would only increase interest in the verboten books and martyrize Germany's nationalistic spirit. It did not. It was enforced, and it worked. And there are two types of students of 20th century history, those who know what the Russian was talking about, PP and the others. We have to admit that Miss Cox and the Nazis had some kind of a clue in common, as does President Bukele of El Salvador, who is even going after the tombstones of deceased gang leaders. Alas, a Google search for Vivian Cox returns only porn. Maybe we deserved this future. This is not to suggest that loyalty questionnaires, destruction of books and paintings, etc., are essential aspects of a regime transition or even of these military transitions. They only illustrate the magnitude of the job. If a transition does not accomplish these results by direct action, it must accomplish them by indirect action. After the transition, books strongly inflected with the ideals of the old regime must not be widely read. If they are not read because they have been pulped, the job is done. If they are not read because they are absurdly unfashionable, like Marxist-Leninist art after the fall of the USSR, the job is much better done. In Germany after the war, old Nazi books were both unfashionable and pulped, a thoroughly German job. And no one can doubt how well it worked. Fact, culture is downstream from power. If we don't get the case for Miss Cox, we don't get power. PP reference to American food policy in occupied Germany, which severely limited Germany's food supply in the 2 years following the war. Essentials of any transition here is no separation of public and private in a regime change. Every organ in society is part of the government. Any new regime is born in a state of emergency in which the division between executive, judicial, and legislative authority has not yet broken, like the first milliseconds after the Big Bang, in which protons and electrons are the same thing. There is no juridical power that can separate the private from the public sphere. No sense of law is separate from power. A new regime rules by decree. The only alternative is stasis or chaos, and all stasis was destroyed by the change. In Germany in 1945, as in Germany in 1933, the concept of rights is meaningless. To succeed in the transition is to use this state of emergency to build a new rule of law. Once the old judicial apparatus is fully imbued with the principles of the old regime, it cannot be salvaged or repaired to function properly within any new regime. The law itself, in fact, must be rewritten or at least reverted. Power is inherently above the law, and where there is no law, there is also no need for legislation. So the government is reduced to its executive branch. Yet the government in a regime transition must also be expanded to include the objective regime, all structures that wield power or are wielded by it, regardless of whether they are nominally part of the state. In a full transition, all institutions of the old objective regime are dissolved, except A, security forces, and B, financial organs, both of which must instantly come under the clear and unconditional authority of the new regime, or the transition is in danger. Note that the Allies' objective definition of regime is not too different from ours. Essential services must continue, but the fraction of any government involved in providing immediate essential services is tiny. Genuinely necessary or genuinely technical organs will be rapidly reconstituted, reusing some old personnel for genuinely specialized skills. A few really efficient offices may even remain intact. Discharged staff will receive generous benefits and transition support. And there is never any need to punish anyone for their legitimate service to the old regime. Power abhors a vacuum. The new regime must rapidly staff itself. Any missing piece will fester. It is almost always easier to build a new piece than reuse an old one. But who gets hired? The ideal new employee has some record of opposing, questioning, or being unfairly mistreated by the old regime, and no record of any unnecessary zeal in supporting it. But the size and quality of this human pool may vary. Applicants off the street are still probably loyal. Psychometric, personality, and skills testing can rapidly produce large numbers of plausible hires, so long as a fire-fast approach is also in place. In a pinch, the staff of the old regime can be pulled into a reserve staff pool and be reused, but only by hiring them individually into new organizations. To serve the new regime must be a symbolic act of loyalty which would preclude any career in any restored old regime. This is sufficient to keep a mostly retreaded bureaucracy loyal. So long as the old org chart is dissolved, it is important not to be too paranoid about the philosophy of the new staff. In an effective organization, command flows from the top down, and the perspective of every effective employee gravitates toward loyalty. Philosophy should not drive loyalty. Loyalty should drive philosophy. The fundamental principle of radical structural change in large systems is a principle the Victorians called grasping the nettle. Supposedly, don't try this at home, the stingers on a nettle will sting if brushed lightly, but not if compressed firmly. The lesson is that force is not violence. Force is the opposite of violence. Every parent knows this too. Gradualism is the antithesis of both discipline and decision. With kids, or at war, or at law, or in business, anything gradual is almost always an error. Even a Glock will jam if you limp wrist it. The higher the stakes, the more important that you grasp the nettle. All actions must be assertive, strategic, and planned. All plans must start from now, include no question marks, and end in stable success. Resetting the public mind, as we have discussed, replacement of the regime is not just a replacement of institutional structures. It is a replacement of everyone's collective understanding of the political, a reboot of the whole public mind. The transition is also a transition in ideas. Miss Cox understood this perfectly. For the regime to be replaced, the political and even cultural narrative of its subjects must be rewritten. In the old story, it was right and proper for the old regime to rule. In the new story, it is right and proper for the new regime to rule. While this change of narrative can be assisted by the crude methods of 1945 or 1933, physical destruction is not the central process of intellectual regime change. In fact, these policies seem absurd to us now because they were probably not even necessary, even amidst the violence of these transitions. Soft power is stronger than hard power. It is better, much better, if the old books just become uncool. Again, in China, it was considered proper for the intellectuals of each new dynasty to write the history of the last. In this history, the greatness of the old dynasty is celebrated, but its decline and fall are written as inevitable, as is the birth and rise of the new. The new power inhabits this new narrative and makes it universal. This is not the same thing as arguing everyone into new ideas. Public opinion does not change, it disappears. The political mind of the old regime, even the part of it that became the new regime, is not attacked with logic. It atrophies from power loss. And ideally, the political ideas of the old regime are not even refuted. They are irrelevant. No one thinks them. No one wants to think them. Eventually, everyone forgets how to think them. In Moscow in the year 2000, who is interested in Marx-Lenin studies? Who needs to refute Stalin? National Socialism and state Shinto had no political traction in post-1945 Germany and Japan. They were instant historical curiosities. The new regime did not kill the old ideas. They were already dead. They were only tenable when infused with the glamour of sovereignty. Once they were no longer subsidized with the sap of state power, they instantly withered and turned black. Once the emperor is no longer the emperor, once there is not even any empire, no one can possibly worship the emperor. Reduced to private life, he is a small and sordid man, even if, as an emperor, he was great. Think about what strange ideas widely held today will wither and turn black once their temporal reign is ended. Of course, a vacuum cannot replace anything. There can never be an absence of power, an absence of ideas, or an absence of intellectual institutions. All these things must be replaced, not just displaced. It is not even that the new regime will have to build its own intellectual institutions. Every new regime, to maximize its legitimacy, must displace the old regime by its own standards, but not its own judgment. In a regime founded on intellectual legitimacy, the ideas and institutions of the next regime must exist long before they can come to power. In an ideal transition, all natural politics, the politics of race, class, culture, will also disappear. The centuries-old class war of the Roman Republic did not survive into the Roman Empire. Under the emperors, no power was to be had from class organization. There is no friend-enemy distinction under the emperor, who is everyone's friend. Power itself is the landscape of political opinion. Opinions that neither are powerful nor can be powerful will not and cannot be held. After a uniform transition, neither the official opinions of the old regime nor the natural friend-enemy distinctions of race, class, sex, culture, etc. will feel any traction with power. If anything, the new regime will have a distinctly aversive response to these opinions. They will thus fade away. Think of the perspectives to which the current regime has an aversive response. Uniform power cannot unify races, classes, or cultures, at least not quickly. But it can quickly eliminate the psychology of conflict between them simply by making any tangible conflict both impossible and unnecessary. And by eradicating the old org chart, it removes all the emotional energy of the old ideology. There is no politics of futility. Even the ridiculous has a kind of awe and gravity when clad in the mantle of power. But without that mantle, pick the fashionable idea of today that you find the most absurd. Now, imagine it powerless. How would such an idea not become the butt of relentless, joyous ridicule forever? Once it is made temporarily powerless, it rapidly becomes permanently discredited. Are we all thinking of the same idea? Who knows? Who cares? Once you ask the question, you realize how many answers there are to choose from. From partisan to universal, fortunately, it is hard for any regime to come to power uniformly. Any new regime with the confidence to count itself permanent and universal, it is hard to imagine any other regime attaining power or keeping it for a microsecond. If it comes to power on the back of one faction has as its first stabilization goal the recruitment of active and enthusiastic support from its defeated former enemies. It must become universal if it did not, by some miracle, start out as universal. This is a tricky job. After smashing the old regime's institutions, this post-partisan regime must take as its first medium-term goal the organization of active, enthusiastic support from the old regime's human support base. Counterintuitively, this is more important than maintaining its own original support base, which can be easily taken for granted. They didn't call him Machiavelli for nothing. Here is a little history lesson. FDR, while a scion of one of America's most patrician families within the Gilded Age plutocratic regime, was deeply marinated in the fashionable progressive ideas of his time. The Gilded Age was born as a reaction against the Civil War and the radical Republicans of the mid-19th century era of radical left-wing revolution. In a sense, the American Civil War is the Atlantic reflection of the European revolutions of 1848, and the Gilded Age is the Atlantic reflection of the Victorian Age of reaction. Then, early in the 20th century, the grim swell of a new tsunami of American leftism appears on the horizon. All the people who remembered the last flood having died. Are we not swimming in it now, friends? What do you think woke is or was? Progressivism in America, even just in this wave, goes all the way back to Henry Adams, grandson of John Quincy Adams, editor of the North American Review, the New Yorker of its time, author anonymously of the anti-democracy novel, Democracy. Defeating democracy, that is, politics, has always been the purpose of American progressivism, even before it became, in the 1930s, just a euphemism for communism. But Henry Adams was a Republican, Lincoln was a Republican, McKinley was a Republican, even Garfield. Maybe the best president we never had, a Civil War general who published his own novel proof of the Pythagorean theorem, was president for a few months, then got ambushed by a deranged 19th century hippie, was a Republican. Whereas FDR runs as a Democrat, America's party of losers of rum, Romanism, and rebellion, America's conservative party, whose support base is the solid South and the Catholic inner cities. The reality is that the democracy as it was once called, by the early 20th century becomes so moribund that it can be captured by its most radical enemies and wielded as a weapon against their conservative Republican rivals, a trick first pulled off by Woodrow Wilson. How is the Solid South doing now? What's up with the Catholic inner cities? Because of various political machines, but most of all just mere brand loyalty, these white losers kept voting for their natural enemies for decades. Even in the 21st century, there are still Reagan Democrats in the Midwest. Meanwhile, progressivism pursued its natural prey among the minds of young elites. Even today, there are Maine swamp Yankees who still vote Republican. But FDR did not really have to worry if brand loyalty narrowly cost him Maine's electoral votes. Whatever you may think of the Solid South or even the Slavs, Irish and Italians, and it is too little remarked upon by conspiracy theorists that many Jewish neighborhoods, for example, the Bronx, were ethnically erased in the 1960s. This was a Machiavellian trick. The less cosmetic the universality, the better, always and everywhere. It is an ugly move to seek the support of those you despise and seek to ruin. It is usually better, practically as well as morally, to start by becoming genuinely worthy of their support. But still, for your regime to become universal, it is their support you need. But this recruitment of former enemy powers is always seduction, never deference, or the victory itself is in question. A new regime cannot in any way defer to any element of the old regime. In this tricky job, it is necessary, if not sufficient, to rule old enemies better and more sensitively than they ruled themselves. This problem is especially salient in revolts of a lower against a higher social class. A regime estranged from its own aristocracy, like late Tsarist Russia, which was almost at war with its own intelligentsia, is unstable. The only solution is the creation of a new aristocratic class around new aristocratic institutions. The old aristocratic class must enter this system, probably a meritocracy based on competitive exams. Enthusiastically, it must treat them with genuine respect in their person, their property, and even their pride. They must either live and succeed within the new rules of the new system, or retire completely to a private life. The quality of a new regime often correlates with how well it treats the leadership class of the old regime. Just don't use them as leaders, not at least over any other class. After any truly competent regime transition, everyone's life will get better, quickly. This even includes high-ranking members of the old regime. Why should it not? By pampering these people, generally good folks who generally did the best they could, while stripping them of the tiniest shred of power, the new regime demonstrates its attitude of calm dominance toward the old. Indeed, it may be prudent to treat their retirement as a buyout, since the world that is ending is not just a job, but a career. Sometimes a permanent vacation, or something close, is how your life gets better. By absorbing the old regime's veterans, the new regime claims both the legitimacy of its succession and the total ownership of its predecessor. By cashing the checks, the veterans themselves acknowledge these accomplished facts. Always own your enemies, even if you have to buy them, but make sure it's an offer they can't refuse. Ultimately, what happens to you as an employee of the old regime is what happens to any employee when their employer goes out of business. You don't get stood up against a wall and shot. You get a solid severance and help with career next steps. This is the 21st century, an ironic century, not a violent century. Serious irony can be real. One of the realities of any new regime, a reality we dimly glimpsed in early COVID, is that outside various imported guest worker castes and a steady supply of imported gadgets and garb, most Americans do not really need to work in the present-day economy. We stopped doing our bullshit jobs. The Fed kept the money flowing, and it was fine. This tells us something. It's not a good something, but we can work with it. One of the primary goals of any new regime is to create an economy in which labor demand and labor supply fit well against each other, leaving every capable adult with a stable, meaningful, rewarding, non-bullshit job in a non-bullshit career. Obviously, this is pie in the sky. We might as well fantasize about eradicating mosquitoes. Indeed, we will know regime change is real Once, everyone has a decent choice of real careers suited to their talents, and also there are no more mosquitoes. Imagine a state that put real energy into controlling pests and diseases instead of creating them. Obviously, when an old regime is wound down, regardless of its size, some staff will be thrust onto the labor market. A responsible successor regime not only feels no rancor toward anyone for honestly serving the old regime, but also feels responsible for its former staff, even over and above its responsibility to all citizens. Continuity, it will quickly find, is legitimacy. And a new regime needs all the legitimacy it can get. There is no urgency at all in stopping the pay of the discharged bureaucrats. Since the old regime has blessed us with its soft dollar, it is all just numbers in a computer anyway. They are just human beings with bullshit jobs who should be doing better things with their lives anyway, and once they are, they'll be much happier. And after the servers have been seized and the buildings leveled, there is no real way to go back. A new regime also needs all the irreversibility it can get. In no case, however, not even if their salaries and pensions go unpaid, will the staff of the old regime be setting IEDs along Rock Creek Parkway, like renegade Ba'athist intelligence officers in Tikrit in 2005. At least in the West, the last revolutions of the 20th century have run their course. The fire is out. The feeling of liftoff heresy is not weakness, compassion is not compromise. In a lucky age without taste for blood, mercy is easy. But compromise and weakness are fatal in every age. All these broad and rigorous strategies stress the completeness of a regime transition. Transition is dangerous. As in an airplane takeoff or a rocket launch, half measures are the most dangerous. 99% of a takeoff is fine. 99% of a launch is not fine. Do the thing or don't do the thing, and if you do it, make every effort to do it perfectly. And in anything like a complete regime transition, die when day. The turn, they called it in East Germany, everything changes. Everyone's life changes. No, you do not even have to know the change happened. You can't see it with your eyes. This is true even if, as in many regime changes, the symbolic forms of the old regime are completely preserved. The streets look different, the people look different, every kind of style changes from music to clothing. Every remembered impression of the senses divides the timeline of everyone's memory into after and before. The change is the moment at which the past becomes a foreign country. The energy to even pull back from the gate has not been generated until we can see the future as a foreign country, clearly enough that we all decide to move to that country. If this is not the meaning of the change will never happen. This was easy enough for the East Germans. They could tune into West German TV. That was a special case. In most cases, we have a dystopia to sketch. East Germans did not think of their country as a dystopia. Hardly anyone does. Even in a dystopia and a utopia to draw. Without such pictures, no transition is possible. But we have no TV from the West. We have no West. We are the only West. We need to actually use both our memory and our imagination. As someone once said, we need to take what was good and noble from the past and use it to build the future. Paul Kruger, the president of the South African Republic, Transvaal, from 1883 to 1900, and who led the efforts against the British in the Second Boer War. Narrating the transition, very future needs a past that fits it. A regime change is not possible without a history in which it is inevitable. This will inevitably be a new history. But this new history is an antidote. It must be taught to those who know the old history. So it helps if they match up a little. For instance, Jefferson had a nice line, "Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness." Right, but later in the same document, "Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. 250 plus years later, this weird book in your hands, you might say, okay, I get what you mean. But why? Because do we really need to? Because this sounds really complicated and risky and could go wrong in a really big way. So, what is the upside? Well, why? I get what you mean, but do we really need to? Even this far into the book, you almost certainly think we don't need to. It's a hard sell, but that you think we don't need to actually tells you nothing. It is the expected value of a question that neither you nor anyone you trust has ever seriously asked. It is a reflex. While it is a little bit of work to get past this reflex, it is no farther than we have already gone. Then you can start asking the question with the seriousness it deserves. You don't think we need a new regime. You wouldn't. No one does. No one ever does. As we tend to think almost everyone else in history does. Though, isn't that strange? There is no society, including societies in other times and places which clearly, from your perspective, need or needed a regime change, in which ordinary people think they need a new regime. Most people, even most dissidents in the USSR in 1985, did not think they needed a totally new regime. It was obvious, and no one saw it, even though Lenin himself had literally both written and done the same thing. Indeed, the incompleteness of the transition from the USSR is still hindering Russia today. And as someone reading this book, the odds are that you are in a fairly comfortable, stable, and even optimistic situation relative to the rest of humanity or even just your own country. Perhaps you're in a little bubble of university space or a great commercial metropolis. Maybe you have a good steady job pushing bits or paper. Sure, there are things, there are issues, but a challenge to the intuitive theory of progress. He have given this line frame a number of decent whacks already, but without further intervention, it would probably heal back up in its original position. Here is one more way to transition discontinuously to a new sense of your place in history. We will start with the political map of the present that you are normally taught in schools and by the press, then slowly zoom out to history until you find it almost impossible to tell what is real. At a certain point, you should just find it easiest to leave your baseline frame behind. Your old map wasn't wrong. You just don't need it anymore. You can feel it getting in the way. Someone else will need it. Just leave it here for them. When we think about art of government, we regard them as unquestionably the best in history, in time or space. Yes, people have been writing about government and politics since Plato and well before. Well, people were also looking at the stars. It goes without saying that our astronomers understand astronomy far, far better than anyone before 1950. Surely our political science has advanced in much the same way. Has it, though? Because in this era in which we understand perfectly the rights and wrongs of governing humans, whenever we look at anything our actual government does, it seems to be a disaster, often a ridiculous one. Yet we understand political science so well that anyone in freshman civics feels fully entitled to laugh at Aristotle, right? Just like anyone in freshman physics gets to laugh at Aristotle's physics. Isn't it strange that while on a relative basis, the Western world in the early 21st century has converged on the best system of government ever, this regime, on an absolute basis, often seems to kind of stink? Logically, this implies that while we have the best government ever in history, we still have tons of room to get even better. This is not necessarily impossible, but it's weird. Also, in any complex system, there are more bad outliers than good outliers. A civilization that thinks very differently from other civilizations in other times and places is an outlier. It is easy to explain why our civilization's physics is a good outlier. Our political science, for what if the art of government is not like astronomy? What if, in political science, Aristotle actually got to laugh at us? What in particular would he be laughing at? Here is a reason to think the ancients might have been better than us at government. They had worse technology. Not all the arrows go in the same direction. Imagine having to rule the early Roman Empire. Now, Imagine trying to rule the early Roman Empire without the internet, without computers, phones, guns, copiers, telegraphs, motors, Arabic numbers, stirrups. That's not easy, huh? You would need very simple, lightweight, flexible organizational structures. Add the modern gadgets back in, and these light, effective governance structures for most of its life. The Roman Empire was in most ways, war and taxes accepted, a federation of independent, self-governing city-states would function like a dream. The relationship between the technology of stuff and the technology of government is an inverse relationship. As stuff improves, government has a chance to get worse. If no force compels an institution to not deteriorate, it can be expected to deteriorate. No force, except war, internal or external, can compel a government. It's just logic. 80 years ago, the USA was conquering the world without computers. It had amazing paper-shuffling technology, but still, imagine how smoothly a human system has to work to conquer the world on nothing but paper. Compare that to Washington today, and we see a portrait of long-term deterioration in state capacity. Technology's advance only mitigates an even more striking deterioration in the underlying governance capacity. Does this really speak to a mathematically perfect understanding of political science? For this declining state to take credit, or especially to give its ideology credit for scientific progress, is the rooster Mata taking credit for the sun coming up. The Soviets, Americans, and Nazis were all pretty good at technology, so were the Victorians. What 21st century regime could beat a Victorian world with 21st century technology? Self-evaluation of regime sanity is very hard to evaluate the absolute state of present government. But we have to try. Governance capacity is not a single dimension. It has two, competence and sanity. While it is easier to quantify competence, sanity is more important. The two can vary independently. The worst regimes, like the Third Reich, are capable yet insane, a very weird and dangerous mix. But Nazi Germany was a young regime. One of the few facts we know for certain about ours is that it is old. And maybe in the aging regime, like the aging brain, competence and sanity converge. This hypothesis would let us measure unquantifiable sanity by quantifiable capacity. It suggests that a feeble state is probably also a foolish state. And state folly is the most dangerous thing in the world. If you see an incompetent state, expect an insane state. The proper question is not whether a regime is good, but whether it is sane. So much of the excess mortality of the 20th century was caused by insane government. We started off asking how you can help make the world a better place. The best answer in almost every case is that the most powerful way to help is to help make the regime more sane, or even just help to stop it from getting less sane. If the regime is sane enough that its sanity can be optimized by regime improvement, and that is the right way to make the world a better place. But when insanity is driven by entropy, by irreversible aging, we tend to see regimes whose sanity is both questionable and deteriorating, usually within a feedback loop that includes the mental health of society as a whole. Regimes of this type are the proper candidates for regime transition. This is why we would do this, because insane government is the worst thing in the world. Yet, essential to insanity is the difficulty of self-diagnosis. A political theory may be objectively unsound, even historically incorrect, but it always feels pretty sane when the billion people next door believe it. Conversely, when sanity itself is on the fringe, holding firm on an unrecognized truth, or even a widely hated truth, is a Herculean effort of mental stoicism. Learning to tell whether our own regime is sane is like learning to fly in the clouds. We have to learn to trust the instruments. Every instinct wants to deceive us. Our inner ears cannot tell the difference between acceleration and gravity, but the altimeter always works. The altimeter of politics is history. To apply the permanent view in the present, we have to know where we are in history. We need the view from our many pasts. Let's return to the past. We need to rip it wider open. R. The monochrome prehistory of the modern world, a member of the monochrome history of the world before the 1960s. Roughly, before the assassination of JFK, there is only one legitimate side. After 1963, our whole legitimate spectrum unfurls. Eisenhower and JFK are both completely acceptable presidents of the past to both Democrats and Republicans. Before then, it is all black and white. To fit the future we need onto a past that makes sense for it, we're going to have to take the canned prehistory of the modern world apart a little bit. If this sounds dangerous, it is. The reason the color a timeline stops 50 years ago is that the Overton window crashes into the edge of the timeline. The whole past becomes unacceptable to the present. The deep past is not all villains. There are still heroes. There is no nuance. Everything is a Marvel movie. Somehow, as adults, we accept this as normal. It is not normal. It is weird. In this cardboard history, there were kind, progressive heroes who saw the future and fought for it, proto-communists. And there were bigoted, selfish, reactionary villains who fought against it, proto-fascists. While the actual policy platforms are not fully evolved, the proto-communists are often into weird things like eugenics, and the proto-fascists are not quite ready to gas the Jews. The rest of human history is just preparing us for the modern era, like the North Korean history of America. This is a useful narrative for now. We have a hard time believing anyone will even remember it in the year 2024, the true outside view. We told ourselves the story of the first two-thirds of the 20th century, not as bad, one-dimensional cardboard history, but as many-sided political history. What would we hear? What if we told ourselves the 19th century as politics, the 18th century? What if Tory voices could be heard? What if Stanford discovered that all its valuable real estate sat on occupied Habsburg land? It is all politics. It always has been. If you could inhabit the mind of the past, the minds of all these different pasts, you could see the present through the eyes of the past. You could see the inside of the bubble from the outside while still on the inside. This outside view, not the broadest possible outside view, which is the view from all possible futures, but the next best thing, which is the view for all actual pasts. Might not change your mind about everything. Would it change your mind about nothing? Are you sure? Where does this remarkable confidence come from? Our historical position, it is the present's place in history. On the largest possible map, where are we? The future will inevitably decide, and it will have no shortage of data for deciding. If we knew how the objective historians of the distant future, perhaps even as distant as we are from Rome, would portray our present, we could know how sane or insane our regime is. Assuming these future historians have all the facts, or even a random sample of facts, and presuming them sane, they will never write a narrative in which a sane regime is presented as crazy, or a crazy regime as sane. The trouble is, from the past's perspective, the present looks crazy. From the present's perspective, the past looks crazy. This data, while clear, is not terribly easy to process. Have we nearly arrived at some logically perfect utopia, or are we way out there in La La Land and getting farther? It certainly cannot be both, and the future will certainly have an opinion, and it will be distant enough from the problem that it will certainly be right. If we knew the answer to this question, we would know whether we need a regime transition. We cannot know the future. We can know the past, though never perfectly. And to tell a complete story of the present, we have to start that story in the past. Where are we in relationship to the past? Knowing this relationship, which means knowing where we are relative to the past, may help us predict how the future will relate to us. One way to fully process our relationship with the past is to remember Ranke's line, "Every era stands equal before God." If you believe in either God or equality, either concept suggests that any human culture has the same right to judge any other human culture. We are used to applying this principle to place and class and race, not as much to century. Imagine that you are a historian specializing in the Victorians. You live in the present, though. You are also a specialist in now. Therefore, if you know your field and also are connected to present reality, you know what the Victorians would think of the present. Remember the time machine test? Your present-day historian's brain is loaded with all the exotic software it needs to run the Victorian program. When you look out your window, when you turn on your television, when you go to work, when you pay your taxes, your present-day brain has the rare and extraordinary power to parse the present as a Victorian would see it. If you study the Aztecs, the Puritans, the Athenians, the Soviets, same thing. If you have seriously studied the past and not have gained this power in one or more areas, or if God forbid you hate the focus of your study, history is better without you. You are probably a good person anyway and deserve a lovely career in dry cleaning. When we imagine merging all these past views of the present, sitting as statesmen, perhaps in some awesome past parliament of time, we have a mighty chorus of dead wisdom on the subject of living human culture and governance. If we can conjure all these ghosts, we can construct the collective judgment of the past, which may not necessarily match the collective judgment of the future, and which may not be in any sense correct. Just because we figure out what the Victorians would think of us does not make the Victorians correct. We think things about them too. And yet, how arrogant would we be to ignore this obvious gold mine of dead minds? Until the 20th century, in the Western tradition, it was conventional to steep pupils of the leadership class in the words, and even if possible the language, of the Greeks and Romans. The functional purpose of this laborious exercise was to establish a shared external perspective under which well-educated gentlemen could share educated guesses as to how Cicero, Caesar, and Seneca would have evaluated their own situations and actions. The total irrelevance of long-dead antiquity was part of the point. It made sure no one had an axe to grind with these dead examples of the past. Yet we have collectively forgotten this source of wisdom as well. History surrounds us with gold. We just refuse to mine it. We know better. I mean, how arrogant is that? Of course, you kind of do get to be arrogant if you're really just right. But is there ever a situation when you have to be arrogant? The conveyor belt of ideas gain. The political map of the last 50 years shows this odd, predictable tectonic motion, so contrary to any idea of the marketplace of ideas or the wisdom of crowds. The conveyor belt of ideas? And what is moving the belt? Not only does the public mind keep changing, the way it changes keeps smelling more and more of power. We've explained the abstract evolutionary dynamics that make progressive ideas dominate. Let's be slightly more daring and confront them in their own terms. Beyond calling him a phony, we have no other explanation of why President Obama changed his mind on gay marriage at the same time as so many other Americans. Because gay marriage is good, you say? Good the good may be, but if they on the field prevail, sharper their swords must be. If it won, it was probably more powerful. This truth is the North Star of military history. History only makes sense with the axiom that in every conflict, the winner is stronger than the loser. If good prevailed over evil, good was stronger than evil. Actually, what this means is that faction A prevailed over faction B. Ergo, A was stronger than B. To decipher the causes of A's victory, we need not wade into the normative question of whether A is good and B is evil. To think otherwise is simply undisguised Calvinism. The idea that God predestines the good to win. Others have noticed this conveyor belt of ideas before, if seldom in such cold terms. The arc of the moral universe, Dr. King told us, is long, but it bends toward justice. Surely President Obama would agree that, much like Dr. King, he was bending toward justice. So, who does the bending? Is that God on the line again? It's all just Calvinism. Always has been. When we see the word justice, we at first see its literal meaning, the fair and efficient operation of the courts and police. But Dr. King is not trying to tell us that across history, the legal system keeps getting fairer and more efficient. Instead, we sense some poetic or even spiritual meaning, right? The Puritans called it providence. The relationship between politics and poetry is fascinating. Orwell was also obsessed with this question. One way to explore this question is to ask what Orwellian politics, picture an Orwellian propaganda state like North Korea, looks like from the inside. What does a typical North Korean citizen feel when thinking about the myth of Kim Il-sung on Mount Paektu or whatever? Obviously, it feels the way a Christian feels when thinking about Jesus. But for a hardcore Reddit atheist like me, this means nothing. I would say it feels like poetry. To a North Korean, the Kim family mythos must feel deeply charged with timeless, universal meaning. It almost does not matter if this or that story about them is literally true. The spiritual message is the real meaning. Of course, now, from the outside, it looks like creepy mind control through a hokey fairy tale. But on the inside of the bubble, it feels like poetry. Power is not good or evil. Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader are both high on the same force. We do sense that Dr. King is using the same kinds of Jedi mind powers as Kim Il-sung. We do sense that both are using poetic language to make political statements. And we do see a lot of streets, monuments, etc., reminding us of both. It certainly does not mean that they are both evil, but it certainly does mean that they both prevailed, politically. Their statues and streets show that their power made its mark on the physical world. We are not in the great leader's domain, and we are in Dr. King's. So we parse Kim as propaganda and King as poetry. This does not make King not good, nor Kim not evil. Just let your mind rest lightly on the parallel, not reacting with either horror or joy. You really can teach yourself to not have these kinds of limbic reactions to history. And the King line is just really good. One reason it is really good is that behind the poetic truth, again, so redolent of Calvinism, of God's invincible plan for the world, we sense a literal, true statement about history. It is this marriage of political poetry and historical truth that gives Dr. King's sentence its immense prophetic impact. Suppose Dr. King had said, "The arc of the moral universe bends toward leftism." He would never have said that. It would have been received very differently. But what would it mean differently? Anything? To the extent that we see literal meaning in both statements, how do they differ? Is there any sense in which, either in the minds of most listeners or of Dr. King himself, justice and leftism have opposing meanings, in which justice is not left or leftism is not just? Because if not, we could describe justice as a euphemism for leftism. This word leftism is itself deeply unsatisfactory. It is clearly itself a metaphor, literally a reference to a seating arrangement in an 18th century parliament. The word hardly ever means the same thing to two different people, but behind this metaphor is some pattern, principle, or concept so useful that we cannot discard it. What, going on here, we might get a better picture if we connected our local map, not to the whole overwhelming entirety of human history, but to a medium map, say the last 500 years of Anglo-American history. That is, the history of England and its American colonies since Henry VIII. Not only is this entire story written in the same language, our own, it is a continuous constitutional narrative 5 centuries long. What is the pattern of the last 5 centuries of Anglo-American history? This seems like a hard question. It is actually an easy question. Amazingly, it is actually the same pattern that we see in the local map. Surprising, but true. It is very easy to connect the big pattern of the 16th century to the small pattern of the Obama administration. Summary, Dr. King was right. The arc of history bends toward leftism. When we look at the major conflicts in Anglo-American history since the early 16th century, before the 20th century civil conflicts, in the 20th century, as the culture of England and America became a global culture, global conflicts, here's a good list. The Reformation, the English Civil War, the Glorious Revolution, the American Revolution, the American Civil War, World War I, and World War II. Every conflict in this list has three things in common. First, they were all existential conflicts for sovereign power. Two, they were all conflicts between left and right. Three, in each of these conflicts, the left side wins, without anything but our intuitive sense of left and right to guide us. We can see that Protestants, Roundheads, Whigs, Patriots, Unionists, Entente, and Allies are all clearly on the left, while Catholics, Cavaliers, Jacobites, Tories, Confederates, Central Powers, and Axis are all clearly on the right. The arc of history is half a millennium old, and it bends toward leftism. This is clearly God's plan for the world, or something. And it has something to do with the fact that Barack Obama used to be against gay marriage, but now is for it. No, really. The other conflicts that look like they might belong on this list are the Napoleonic Wars and the Cold War. These conflicts, oddly similar to each other, do belong on the list, but less obviously so. In both cases, the Anglosphere defeats an originally leftist power that had turned structurally rightist. Napoleon was a revolutionary general who became an emperor. Stalin, a revolutionary terrorist who became a quasi-czar. Again, let's contemplate this pattern without too much attachment to whether it is good or bad. It's just what happened. We can't change what happened. Anything this big is so good and so bad in so many ways that any knee-jerk reflex is inappropriate. In fact, it would be inappropriate to use a fact this big to convince anyone of anything. The right response is just to relax your mind a little more and think about how little we know, how little anyone can know about the true story of such a gigantic past. And looking at this pattern tells us why no one wants to hear all of the diverse wisdoms of the past. The problem is that all our pasts see us from the same perspective, since we have moved in the same direction away from them. Since that direction is left, all these pasts are to the right of us. The Parliament of all history's statesmen would just be a chorus of cranky right-wing grandpas. The Overton window of most pasts does not even intersect the Overton window of the present. Since the arc of history bends left, the Overton window of any fairly old past will be off the right edge of the present. The eras have nothing to say to another. If they could build time machines, they would use them to make war on each other. Since either, by the other's standard, is bad and wrong enough to eradicate by war, which does not make either past or present right or wrong, hang on to the mystery. Two mysteries hat is the meaning of this pattern of the last half millennium, spanning so many regimes, both dynasties and republics. What is this relentless monotonic arc of history? This left, this right? What actually unites Edward VI with Barack Obama and Mary Tudor with Donald Trump? There are two trivial interpretations. Either we are looking at progress or decline. The trivial leftist interpretation is that we are looking at half a millennium of progress. The trivial rightist interpretation is that we are looking at half a millennium of decline. The leftist might point out that in 2024 anyone can buy a Japanese toilet, whereas in 1523 Henry VIII had to wipe his ass with his big left hand. The rightist could retort that the advance of material technology and the transformation of government and society are not related in any simple way and should be treated as independent variables. The optimal Anglo-America, the rightist might argue, might well be an Elizabethan regime with 21st century gadgets. The leftist would retort that Elizabeth I signed a letter expelling all blackamoors from England, of which kind of people there are already here too many, whereof many for want of service and means to set them on work fall to idleness and to great extremity. Her Majesty's pleasure, therefore, is that those kind of people should be sent forth of the land. And for that purpose, there is direction given to this bearer Edward Baines to take of those blackamoors to be transported by him out of the realm. And she hires a dude to do it. Abraham Lincoln may have talked about this stuff, But the Virgin Queen was a doer. That lady was going to keep England white as snow. Also, when they talk about Elizabethan England, people often talk about Shakespeare. They should. Fact, Shakespeare was a racist. Okay, everyone was a racist. But actually, in The Tempest, Shakespeare invented racism. Remember Caliban, a born devil on whose nurture can never stick? Straight hereditary genetic racism taught in high schools every day. We will not settle the great question of left and right in a few paragraphs. It is best to not even look behind the metaphor, to leave it intuitive. As for the leftist and rightist views of the arc of history, you have to believe in both, and neither will satisfy you. The mystery should not collapse. If there was not an impressive amount of truth behind both of these narratives, no one could live their lives entirely within just one, as almost everyone does. To keep the mystery from collapsing, let's split it into two mysteries, one for the left, one for the right. Whoever you are, there is still a mystery for you. But read both. Questions for the right. A right-wing mystery is that no actual rightist reads this history from the right. No, our rightists read it from the left until sometime T, when they flip over to the right. For instance, today's conservatives very much support the left side in the American Revolution and all the other conflicts in the list. T is usually around 1965 to a normal 21st century neoconservative. FDR is canon. Kennedy is canon. LBJ is not. There is no Alf Landon Foundation or Thomas Hutchinson Society, genuine neo-isolationists or neo-Confederates, let alone neo-Tories or neo-Jacobites are a few ancient cranks separated by postage stamps. This makes sense. If the history of the Anglo-American left is a story of 500 years of victory, the history of the Anglo-American right is a story of 500 years of defeat. So 9-10 of the last half millennium is the story of leftist progress, but the last 110 is the story of leftist decline. Okay, this makes complete sense. Not to say this arc of history with its strange hook at the end is impossible. It's just complicated. It feels a bit contrived, doesn't it? A story of 500 years of pure decline would feel much more consistent. But who wants to endorse roasting Protestants at the stake? And frankly, who wants to be a loser? How do you recruit anyone today to 500 years of losing? What would even be the point? Why does anyone go to CPAC? If they're under 25 to hook up, if over, to grift, not that there's no overlap. The whole endeavor of modern conservatism is fundamentally, profoundly confused. There is no way to make it make historical sense. Questions for the left. His story seems less complicated when read from the left. What's wrong with 500 years of winning and winning and winning for progress and justice? To a leftist, all these historical victories, revolutions, civil wars, foreign wars, are like a kind of medicine for the state. What we see in this 500-year arc of history is a deeply unjust and unnatural medieval status quo taking its pills. Nature is healing. Medicines, of course, have side effects. So do war and revolution, fire, chaos, death. But even aspirin will kill you if misused. Yet, many a quack has sold many a poison as medicine, which it passes for well, for its bitter taste, and even for its side effects. Sometimes a whole nation needs an enema. Sometimes a regime change is needed. The specific flavor of regime change from the left is the flavor of a revolution, as opposed to the specific flavor of regime change from the right, which is the flavor of a coup. But how well, in general, do these coups and revolutions work out? There is no symmetry here. Since a coup is inherently personal, every coup is a different coup. Since a revolution is inherently social, every revolution is the same revolution. The emotional spirit of Anglo-American left-wing revolution is visibly unchanged from the 1640s to the 1770s to the 1860s to the 2030s to even the 1960s. You can read speeches plus from Cromwellian England in 1647, which could almost have been delivered in People's Park in Berkeley in 1969. For instance, all leftist revolutions from the English Civil War II Subcommander Marcos, are led by aristocrats in the name of the people. The revolution is rightfully embarrassed by this falsity and always seeks to conceal and or mitigate it. But every revolution is an uprising of a rising young upper class against the old regime. If this nascent proto-regime is followed by some lower class mass, it is only natural that the lower should follow the upper. Revolution is, or was, natural politics, which is why it sprang up everywhere like a weed in the last half millennium. And nothing is more American than leftism. Leftism was the spirit of Plymouth Rock. Cromwell himself considered going to America. Vane the Younger, went and returned. From Puritans to hippies, from John Harvard to Burning Man, the line is unbent. Why would it be bent? When did these people ever lose? Suppose for one day every American of Mayflower descent had to wear a blue hat. Where would we find these hats? And would they be Trump voters or Obama voters? Puritan America, never once defeated, now rules both the continent and the world. As a leftist, this is you. You should be proud of it. Who came first, Marx or Cromwell? Puritan America is the real America, and the rainbow flag is the real American flag. As Boston and her progeny go, so will go America, always. Sorry, Fox watchers, this is real history. It doesn't mean old Jeff Davis was wrong when he said of the Puritans, "Our enemies are a traditionless and a homeless race. From the time of Cromwell to the present moment, they have been disturbers of the peace of the world." They commenced by disturbing the peace of their own country. They disturbed Holland, to which they fled, and they disturbed England on their return. They persecuted Catholics in England, and they hung Quakers and witches in America. All true. They really did these things. The Puritans. Even Shakespeare hates the Puritans. And the human emotion of left-wing excitement is unchanged across the centuries. When Wordsworth wrote, "Oh, pleasant exercise of hope and joy, for mighty were the auxiliaries which then stood upon our side, we who were strong in love. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven." He could have been smoking out on Hippie Hill 200 years later. He was talking about the French Revolution, which in a few lines he will rag on. The whole poem is brutal. But that asks a question. If left-wing revolution really is a drug, is it a medicine or a poison? It seems to make us feel good. The hope and joy and bliss all sound pretty familiar. On the other hand, the French Revolution. One way to ask this question is to imagine if revolution as a therapy required approval from some kind of political FDA as a safe and effective remedy for our political ills. After which of the above left-wing revolutions would the FDA have approved this now proven life-saving medication? Because sometimes when you hear leftists talking about the bliss of revolution, doesn't it sound a little like a pothead talking up medical marijuana? Generally be suspicious of any claim that anything that gets you high also cures cancer. First, you may be more inclined than you think to agree. Second, if pot actually causes cancer, doesn't your dealer want you debating the opposite? Propaganda is clever. To submit the FDA application, you would have to find a revolution which achieved its intended aims and created the utopia at which it aimed, or something like it. Also, the mortality and morbidity of the revolution itself, often an outright civil war, has to be compared to the long-term benefits of the utopia, if any, it creates across not only Anglo-American but also European history for the last 500 years. We do not see anything like a revolution which creates a utopia. We do see civil wars. We do see plenty of death and destruction. We do not see anything safe and effective. Did the American Revolution result in lower taxes? Any other better governance? Even when we look at the holy wars of the 20th century, a list in which our own Civil War belongs in a way, and we evaluate their results as objective outcomes rather than spiritual victories. We do not see much of anything we would want to send to the FDA. World War II. Was it good for the Jews? Was it even fought for the Jews? The Poles. What about World War I? Did it make the world safe for democracy? The Civil War? If it was a war to free the slaves, Lincoln spent a lot of breath denying that. It did free the slaves, an enormous spiritual achievement. In terms of the objective conditions of human existence, the 1860s and 1870s were the two worst decades to be an African American. Anyone with questions about this should sample the slave narratives. Some will point at the American Revolution. While the American Revolution was not in most times and places any kind of total war, it did get more than a bit nasty, but we won. And when we won, what did we get? We got the Articles of Confederation regime, the Congress of the Confederation, which was such a disaster that not 1 in 1,000 Americans knows one single thing about it, except that it existed. Then we got a regime transition, not a revolution, a very benign coup, which installed the military leader of the war and his ambitious chief of staff in what would have struck the revolutionaries of the 1770s as almost a sort of monarchy. That same chief of staff actually argued for a monarchy on the floor of the Constitutional Convention. Funny how Lin-Manuel Miranda left that little detail out of Hamilton. Well, strangely, exactly the same thing had happened in England in the 1640s. A turbulent revolution wound up in the quasi-monarchy of Lord Protector Cromwell, who had turned so completely into a king that he anointed his own son as heir. Perhaps America was spared a dynasty only because Washington was childless and Hamilton got capped. Few leftists these days explicitly endorse terrorism or civil war. It is even shocking when we go back a few decades and hear the likes of Robert F. Kennedy say things like, "The only alternative to peaceful revolution is violent revolution." Genghis Khan used to offer the same option to the cities in his path. This is not the current phase of the movement. The physical energy is all gone. The Civil War of the 1860s was violent, but the civil rights movement of the 1960s was mostly peaceful. And today, we could not even imagine anything like the 60s Days of Rage, which itself was pure Disneyland, next to Berlin in the 30s, which was practically the Love Parade, next to Moscow in the 20s. There is definitely a medium-term historical trend of chilling out, but that this is in itself a good thing does not mean its cause is good. Arguably, its cause is simply this loss of political energy, such that no one is willing to kill or die for anything. The sages of most periods would regard any such trend as prima facie evidence of human decline, nor need error be lessened by chillness. Sometimes it just gets more insidious. While civil rights were a great spiritual victory, we note that every major American city in 1960 had a thriving black business district and an upscale black residential area. Dr. King was from one of these areas, Atlanta's Auburn Avenue. In 1956, Fortune magazine called it the richest Negro street in the world. By 1986, it was a wasteland, nor was it unique. Perhaps peaceful victories can be no less destructive than military victories. Note that whatever happened to white Cleveland also happened to black Atlanta. How odd. How would you explain to an unfortunate autistic person with no ear at all for poetry, a person who could not fathom the enormous spiritual victory that had been won here, but could only look at photographs of urban black America before and after the victory of the civil rights movement, maybe supplemented with some cold, dead social statistics, how good a thing it was that happened here? Because from the pictures and the numbers, one might well think Washington had been taken over by the Klan, led by Queen Elizabeth, perhaps. But of course, as we all know, the civil rights movement was a great spiritual victory for African Americans. Maybe they also did better financially. They had more stuff. If you take the hedonic approach to economics, more fun. Social statistics like these, while not utterly immeasurable, compare poorly as metrics of general social health to either hard numbers like crime and illegitimacy rates, or to widespread photographic evidence of once prosperous streets falling into ruin. But then the poetry. Yet to interrogate the leftist winners of these wars and revolutions is not at all to let the rightist losers off the hook. From Mary Tudor to Adolf Hitler, they were who they were. Our historians know them well, and at best write them warts and all, with the warts only a little magnified, the rest only a little minimized. Humans being as they are, it is rarely necessary to add warts, especially to losers. Losing is bad for you, but it is our own warts we barely know, the warts of the winners. We could begin by remembering that most wars are started by the loser and caused by the winner. And once we read all these wars and revolutions and civil wars and race wars and class wars as what they are on their face, vast tragedies, we wonder how our civilization even survived them, even with all the political poetry in the world to anesthetize us. Looking at events like the replacement of the Articles of Confederation with the Constitution, we have an answer. The slow backwash of realism that returns as the high of radical utopia fails. How deep does the utopia ever go? In France and Russia? Sure. In the core Anglo-American world. After 5 centuries of utopian leftist victories, property is still respected, speech is still free, trade is still unhindered, and anarchy does not rule the streets. Well, mostly, but if we count this a success, is it because of leftism? Or despite leftism's worst? Or does the question even matter? Leftism is and always has been an aristocratic ideal. It can be an outsider aristocracy, like the leftism of 19th century Russian terrorists. It can be an insider aristocracy, like the leftism of 21st century Davos ESG consultants. It is no surprise that the result of aristocratic revolution is theocratic bureaucracy. Both are oligarchic forms. And as Orwell saw, victorious leftism, as it ages, even ends up resembling its old foe, monarchy. The ways in which it represses speech, for instance, become increasingly unsubtle. It does not have a central information agency, a ministry of truth. It has a complex of private institutions which act as a ministry of truth and claim its powers. It starts to look almost autocratic or authoritarian. Alas, this confuses so many into thinking autocracy and authoritarianism are the problem, not the solution. As a leftist in a comfortable age, probably in a comfortable place in that age, it is hard to feel that any regime change is needed. Is this because all these revolutions and wars were essential and truly brought us to the verge of eternal utopia? Or because every regime mellows into basically the same thing? Yes, life in Palo Alto in 2024 is very much fine. It is the good life, the beautiful life. Any change, one feels, would be for the worse. And how would we not be here if not for the English Civil War? Yet here is a very similar sentiment from a century ago. Stefan Zweig in The World of Yesterday. When I attempted to find a simple formula for the period in which I grew up, prior to the First World War, I hope that I convey its fullness by calling it the golden age of security. Everything in our almost 1,000-year-old Austrian monarchy seemed based on permanency, and the state itself was the chief guarantor of this stability. In this vast empire, everything stood firmly and immovably in its appointed place, and at its head was the aged emperor. And were he to die, one knew or believed another would come to take his place, and nothing would change in the well-regulated order. No one thought of wars, of revolutions or revolts. All that was radical, all violence, seemed impossible in an age of reason. In its liberal idealism, the 19th century was honestly convinced that it was on the straight and unfailing path towards being the best of all worlds. Earlier eras, with their wars, famines, and revolts, were deprecated as times when mankind was still immature and unenlightened. But now it was merely a matter of decades until the last vestige of evil and violence would finally be conquered. And this faith in an uninterrupted and irresistible progress truly had the force of a religion for that generation. One began to believe more in this progress than in the Bible, and its gospel appeared ultimate because of the daily new wonders of science and technology. there was as little belief in the possibility of such barbaric declines as wars between the peoples of Europe as there was in witches and ghosts. Our fathers were comfortably saturated with confidence in the unfailing and binding power of tolerance and conciliation. They honestly believed that the divergences and the boundaries between nations and sects would gradually melt away into a common humanity, and that peace and security, the highest of treasures, would be shared by all mankind. The way in which our regime is an autocratic empire, decentralized, not centralized, and an oligarchy, not a monarchy, is perfectly fine. A monarchy might be more efficient, maybe a benevolent dictator. But how do you make sure he's benevolent? Sigh. Bureaucracy sucks. Sure. Okay, fine. What is not fine is all the ways in which our decentralized, yet still very much autocratic, oligarchy is gradually and inevitably and irreversibly going insane, at least by the standards of all generations but its own. Normally, when people, i.e., mostly intelligent, sensible, moderately progressive people, decide they do not need anything like a regime change, it is for the same reasons as Stefan Zweig. We have more belief in the possibility of barbaric declines, but these declines are not here on our street now or anything close. So the system works. Today we can see clearly how liberal idealism and progress were on a titanic tier collision with the 1,000-year-old Austrian monarchy. Zweig was writing from the age of that collision, about a past when no one had predicted it. It seems worth hearing that kind of message and figuring out if it might apply to our own period. And a thought bothers us. If all we can find to praise about the result of all these wars and revolutions is that they have left us in peace and security, did we need them? Did we need to get rid of the 1,000-year-old Austrian monarchy? Sure, in some ways, 21st century liberalism is obviously better. Many of the ways it is better boil down to 21st century technology, which surely would have been invented in some Habsburg flavor had Vienna remained at peace since 1900. Even the 20th century cultural innovations that fewest today would want to abandon seem not inconsistent with an intact 21st century Austro-Hungarian empire. I think it'd be an amazing place, a jewel of human civilization. We'll never know, will we? When we question this half-millennium of victorious revolutionary utopian dreams which won almost every war while never even close to coming true, dreams which retain their hold on the mind, even today, we have to look at the living, working structure of government today, built both from those dreams and from the inevitable compromises with reality that forge their remains into a working thing. It is a working thing. Is it the right thing? Is it getting closer to right? Are the actions of this regime, which was not divinely inspired by God and his angels militant in the service of the kingdom of Jerusalem on earth, but rather evolved out of hundreds of years of contingent events whose outcome depended on human actions and forces, A, always sane, B, usually sane, often sane, or D, seldom sane? And generally living in this society, are we generally living in the truth? Really? Are you really sure about that? Suppose someone, a bad person for bad reasons, wanted to try to prove the opposite. What kinds of bad examples would this person seize on? Now, forget the bad person. Some, better yet, arrest him. Keep his bad examples and make sure you would feel comfortable in refuting them to a neutral, thoughtful audience. Are you sure you can work through this exercise without any philosophical discomfort? Also, while it is true that everyone is chilled out, just another long-term change that has made it easier for governments to govern, allowing them to become more inept, huge, and deranged. What is causing this chilling out? Are you sure it is a good thing? Whatever may be causing this pattern, that it has some good effects does not mean it has no bad effects. Could it be the same as the cause of our declining birth rates? Is it a case of spiritual advance, or more a case of creeping dehumanization and anomie? Is it related to the rise of technology, the advance of leftism, neither, or both? reference to the Putney debates, particularly the radical levelers who advocated for sweeping civil reforms. An English politician and Puritan who served as governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, 1636 to 1637, and was a key supporter of religious freedom. In England, he opposed royal authority, aligned with Parliament during the English Civil War, and played a significant role in the trial and execution of King Charles II. The pompous character of Malvolio in Twelfth Night is a good example of Shakespeare's attitudes toward the Puritans. The simple answer, these worldviews are easy to reconcile with a theory we have already seen above, the effect of loyalty on the evolution of collective opinion. Let us generalize this a little, then use it to explain one interpretation of left and right. In a marketplace of ideas, ideas can win the Darwinian competition for unreasonable reasons. Ideas win because they feel good and satisfying and right. The truth always feels good and satisfying and right. So does a well-made sword in your hand, though. When the marketplace of ideas has power, as it always does to some extent, even in the most well-ruled of monarchies, it becomes a battlefield of ideas. Loyalty is in general a good thing, but in any society there are two kinds of loyalty: voluntary and involuntary. Call them enthusiasm and obligation. The difference between left and right is the difference between enthusiasm and obligation. In obligation, we see Jehovah; in enthusiasm, Lucifer, who would rather rule in hell. But we might also say that enthusiasm is chaotic Dionysus, and obligation is orderly Apollo. The magic of the European world has always been its mixture of Dionysus and Apollo, Athens and Sparta. When this mixture becomes imbalanced, conditions deteriorate. Obligation is loyalty without agency, self-subordinating loyalty. Obligation is duty, the belief that duty creates nobility, that dutiful people are better and holier, that even kings should feel obligated, even if their only supervisor is God, and God is never around for a one-on-one, is universal across civilized cultures. Yet obligation, too, can taint a marketplace of ideas, turning it dull, banal, and joyless. Conservative, in the worst sense of the word. Enthusiasm is a loyalty with agency. Self-aggrandizing loyalty. Enthusiasm is always and everywhere a form of ambition. People like enthusiastic ideas for the same reason they like cocaine. Ambitious ideas make people feel powerful. Renouncing enthusiasm can feel like a kind of sobriety. And once every idea in the marketplace is tainted with this enthusiasm, or cannot compete, the marketplace becomes the crack house of ideas. Neither duty nor enthusiasm is inherently good or bad. Today, in an age of official enthusiasm, a contradiction in terms, which is always a problem, our favorite stories are tales of enthusiastic, joyous, loving rebellion against grim, sadistic obligation. Has this ever happened? Sure, probably. And in the story is always true. One way to know that this is the correct definition of left and right is to look at situations in which a regime originates on the left, then in power, becomes right-wing. This story is more than just common. It is universal among successful revolutions. Every narrative is illustrated at its most spectacular on the enormous Russian stage. Across 150 years of Russian history, as leftist dreams ossify into right-wing reality, as Tolstoy's vision becomes Lenin's revolution, which becomes Brezhnev's party, we see aristocratic enthusiasm at spiritual union with the peasant mind turn into dreary, mandatory demonstrations for the workers and peasants. Along the way, there is plenty of ruling in hell. Shouldn't they have just stuck with the Tsar? Come on, really. But it would have been pretty hard once all the fashionable people in Russia hated the regime pretty much the way they do now. In fact, as Mestre observed of France, the aristocrats made the revolution, and it, like Jehovah, punished them as they deserved. We can look not even at our history, but our own recent memories, at the rapid descent from 2020 to 2025 of the political code word woke, meaning progressive, long since consigned to the linguistic ghetto where only conservatives say it, but completely current 5 years ago in that bizarre moment's wild firestorm of viral enthusiasm. The moment is gone, and the enthusiasm has hardened into stern dictates of duty from the HR department. Duty is not always ennobling, only when the duties are noble, not ignominious. Think of the marketplace of ideas as like a food court. Ideally, the restaurants in the food court are competing to serve the healthiest meal. In practice, they are competing to serve the tastiest meal. Iterating this competition leaves a marketplace of food in which every dish is some variation on warm butter-fried dough with salty chocolate sauce. The conveyor belt evolution of leftism is a technological arms race in the expression of enthusiasm, which, as joyous enthusiasm, hardens into ignominious obligation because duty, when it becomes perverse, is ignominious, becomes a hedonic treadmill. New ideas replace old ideas because they are more exciting, but that excitement rapidly becomes pedestrian, requiring newer, more exciting ideas. The mere citizen's mind, the voyeuristic political mind of the ruling class spectator, is motivated by impressions, not realities. The spectator is not actually part of the power loop. He is not on the field playing ball for his team. Politics is just his pornography. Nonetheless, the actual regime exists within the culture of this ruling class. Within the actual regime, among the people who actually matter, ideas mutate not for excitement, but for engagement, funding, and impact. The citizen wants to matter in a voyeuristic sense. The bureaucrat wants to matter in a professional sense. Accordingly, evolution is constantly pulling the ideas of power in both these directions at once. They are different directions, but not too different. Communication can bring them together. Consider the relationship between public excitement about the latest war in Central Europe and professional engagement with the war in Central Europe. The public needs a reason to feel good about war, specifically about Slavs killing Slavs. Not a very marketable product, you would think. Well, welcome to Madison Avenue, the military-industrial complex, not actually a very influential part of the government, but it doesn't not exist and isn't not huge, needs a reason to motivate war, to explain why national security means buying all these deadly gadgets to blow up in the swamps or the jungles. These reasons tie the knot in a beautiful marriage of foreign policy realism and idealism. When we think about why our regime does what it does, the essence of the problem we are here to solve, we should place the causal emphasis firmly on the evolution of structures and ideas in long-lived oligarchies. When we ask why Cleveland is the way it is, we should answer that this natural evolutionary process found and amplified the bad ideas that made Cleveland the way it is. Oligarchies must always be criticized as systems. Since an oligarchy is not a monarchy, criticizing individuals is pointless. There are always replacements. Since an oligarchy is not a democracy, criticizing policies or ideas is pointless. Debate does not change the evolutionary landscape of policies. For example, mass migration from the third world to the first has been unpopular with a majority of first world voters for the entire half-century of the policy, but it offers excellent enthusiasm and engagement. Aristocrats naturally love this policy. Protecting immigrants makes aristocrats, whose natural mission is defending others, feel righteous and strong. Their other natural mission is dominating the commoners, and it does this too. So its long-term political impact is congenial to its professional supporters. It also offers personal benefit. Hello, maids. Who likes cleaning? Get real. Even better, mass migration can never be fully accepted by the commoners, since it imposes net negative externalities on the commoners, from which their political reflex is to defend themselves. If they defend themselves, they can be humiliated by defeat. If they fail to defend themselves, they are humiliated by default. Accordingly, our theory would expect this policy to prosper, and indeed it has done so. Not only have our oligarchic governing institutions been poisoned over many decades by an arms race in perverse features of often obviously counterproductive ideas, but the mechanisms implicit in their structures generate and reinforce these perversities. The problem is not just one of slackness, but actual maloptimization. The building cannot even be sprayed for bedbugs. It generates bedbugs. Even if you tear the building down and build a new one on the same plan, it will grow bedbugs. It isn't just this oligarchy, but any oligarchy which is broken. Even a completely new oligarchy would develop the same old disease, probably quite fast. Even if you could replace all the people with a new, reindoctrinated staff, some would still be infected. There will always be marketplaces of ideas. But just as oligarchy tends to bias the marketplace of ideas toward enthusiasm, monarchy tends to bias it toward obligation. Under an absolute monarchy, all power flows from the monarch, and all institutions become naturally deferential toward the monarch. The cultural bias in these kinds of states is to be stultifying and servile. The spirit of the 17th century idea of a mixed regime is the blend of Sparta and Athens. The West has always needed its chaotic Dionysian Athenian enthusiasm. The West today is not exactly drowning in ordered Apollonian Spartan obligation. Historically, the blend has come from the residual sense of obligation in a society whose institutions are largely post-monarchical. The U.S. is a single country because all 13 colonies were subject to a single king. All of its legal DNA is from the Tudor era, an era not just of monarchy, but of absolute monarchy. The stumps and roots of this ancient monarchy have left a long-lasting reflex of civil obedience and respect for law, including military traditions that long predate democracy. All these traditions uphold the oligarchy now, while doing little to mitigate its increasingly perverse enthusiasm. The blend is more and more off balance. Could we not imagine the reverse, not an enthusiastic oligarchy rapidly running out of inertial obligation, but an obligatory monarchy with no shortage of lightness or joy? The structure of the next regime, in an Orwellian intellectual context, the midwit curve is always recurring. Morons think A, midwits think B, and geniuses think A. Morons ask, who is in charge of the next regime? Midwits ask, what are the policies of the next regime? Geniuses ask, who is in charge of the next regime? An even harder question, a question too hard to answer. But there is a question we can answer first. As we have seen, the structure of the current regime is a meritocratic oligarchy in which power depends on credentials and ranks issued by prestigious institutions. What is the structure of the next regime? Which of the three Aristotelian political forces will it use to come to power, and which will it use to govern? In case the answers aren't obvious, they are. Democracy and monarchy. Regime change in the 21st century can only involve the use of democracy to install a monarchy, electing a president, like FDR, Lincoln, or Washington, who takes full control of the government. None of these presidents called themselves a king, nor did any Roman emperor. Democracy, with the voters we have, is not wise enough to be capable of exercising continuous guidance over the state, nor is it even strong enough to be capable of staying in control of the state. This is normal, the physical and intellectual weakness of the masses in the Roman Empire, not the collective virtue of the New England Dedurst town meeting, is the normal condition of human history. There is no conceivable administrative procedure which can replace one oligarchy with another, even if some alternative meritocracy existed, which it does not. Moreover, if this could be done, the new oligarchy would still poison itself by evolving bad ideas. Therefore, monarchy is the only realistic operating structure of any next regime. Moreover, there is no procedure by which a new monarchy can install itself, nor is there any procedure by which an institutional oligarchy can become a monarchy. Therefore, the only channel for an orderly regime change is for democracy to elect a monarchy. This procedure should not be too unfamiliar to educated Americans. as it is not too different from what their ancestors did in electing Franklin Roosevelt, a hero according to both parties today. Actually, Americans elect a fully monarchical president about every 80 years, Washington, Lincoln, FDR. This raises a number of questions. To deal with them, let's go back into nerd mode. Like it or not, it is very nice when we can design our solutions just by being nerdly, and it's especially nice when history and theory give us the same answer. Will they? W, truly effective altruistic action. Again, what we've done so far is to create a historical and political context under which we can answer our original world optimization question in an actually rational way. We don't exactly have a new narrative yet, but the old narrative should be disrupted enough that our rationalistic thinking is actually reasonable. So, at the risk of being repetitive, let's solve the problem again without dodging the obvious answer. What should you be caring about? What kinds of actions can you take? What is the most effective way for you and people like you, singly or together, to help make the world a better place? The most effective action is the right action. Adjusted, of course, for risk. This path is likely to involve inherently collective action, one with a granular threshold. Individual actions, like sending mosquito nets to Africa, work on a small granularity. Each small input can add a small output. Collective actions, like launching a satellite, have high granularity. Nothing at all will happen without tens of millions of dollars, and many people must work together perfectly to make one thing happen perfectly. Most forms of large-scale action are inherently granular and collective. Most forms of non-granular action do not scale. At a certain point, Africa has enough mosquito nets, so the answer probably involves participating in a collective, granular action. So the altruistic question is, what collective action should you participate in? What is the most efficient collective enterprise in terms of money and/or human energy invested at the largest possible scale? When we consider the collective path, we consider not only the optimizations, but the actions to make them happen on the largest practical scale in the longest practical term, starting from where we are now. On a large scale, all actions are taken by organizational structures. What structures do we need to form? What structures do we need to dissolve? What are the possible paths to these necessary constructions and dissolutions? A collective answer with a high threshold should not daunt us. Solving collective interaction problems demands coordination. The world has never been better at coordinating its solutions to large-scale collective action problems because it has never been as organized as the internet has made it. World optimization and coercive power. When we talk about changing the world, we are literally talking about power. What else could we mean? Why are millions of kids every year writing college application essays, which, now that you think about it, are all about some form of taking power, changing the world, right? Making an impact, mattering. It's all just power. Obviously, the most effective path to world optimization is the most powerful way, duh. We just don't like to use this language. But if we just thought about power coldly and literally without any pretty illusions or conventional camouflage, how much better could we get at generating power? After all, the more power we generate, the more altruisms we can do with it. There are two kinds of optimizing action, public and private. Private action is purely voluntary. Significant private action depends on money, which is, in a sense, power. Public action involves power in another sense, legitimate, coercive force. Which is better? With which can we do more altruisms? Coercion means power. Coercion can generate money easily. Money cannot easily generate coercion. Since coercion means power, public action, legitimate action through the state is inherently more powerful and therefore more promising for world optimization. To care the most powerfully is to care mostly about power. Unless you think just one thing is wrong in the world, you would act more effectively by directing legitimate public authority than by directly righting this or that wrong, since power itself can right many a wrong. And how many wrongs there are to right? For the same reason, the most productive way to use power is not to use it, not to spend it on some outcome, but to invest it, if possible, in getting more power. This is a form of political science quite alien to our worthy professors. It remains an effective altruism. This theorem remains true until absolute sovereignty is achieved. Whenever you have some power but not absolute power, you are in a dangerous and unstable state. The best way to use your power is not to get what you want, but to get more power. Fortunately, a virtuous cycle kicks in. The more power you have, the easier it is to get even more. What could be simpler? The most powerful way to change the world is to take as much power as possible. That is, to turn whatever power you and your supporters have right now, probably none, into as much power as possible. I am going to go over to the EA forums and post about this right now. In fact, given the potential of concentrated power to do good, the concentration of power itself should be considered a good. Of course, it is a much more unmitigated good if it comes with a safety plan. All powerful things are dangerous, like AI or communism. How many lives could have been saved if only the early communists had realized that they needed to endow a well-funded theoretical research program in communism safety? Moreover, safety isn't a one-time thing. We need a stably safe government. Needless to say, this has never existed before in human history. Neither has AES political physics strangely, but I hope, unsurprisingly, we have ascended from philosophy into political science. Isn't this the field of human magic we must study in order to obtain the absolute power we need to power our truly effective altruism? It's all very logical still. Here is a simple formula for scalable generation of political power. Just multiply 3 variables, each measured abstractly on the 0-1 unit scale. For power, obviously you need numbers. Real power involves a mass movement. What factors determine the power of a mass movement? Obviously, the first variable is mass, sheer number of people. Normalize this as a percentage of the population. How much is each of these people prepared to do? Maybe their beliefs are completely secret and never even revealed, even to their spouses. Maybe all they need to be a suicide bomber is the vest. Call this commitment. The closet Republican is 0. The terrorist is 1. How capable are these people of acting cohesively? Maybe they are libertarians, each of whom thinks and acts for himself out of deep abiding principle, and have a tough time even agreeing on the dates of their demonstrations. This is a cohesion of 0. Maybe they are fascists who wake up in the morning expecting a normal 9-5 Tuesday, but at 10:30 get an alert on Truth Social that it's time to march on Washington and are on the Amtrak, uniformed and if possible armed, and of course marching in step by 2 p.m. This is a cohesion of 1. We see that we have derived a familiar expression, EXMC2. Political energy is mass, percentage of the population, times commitment, what they are willing to do, times cohesion, how effectively they are organized. The essential ingredient in any mass politics is mass. Mass is only relevant on a large scale and a long term. However, the best way to fail at achieving long-term mass is to aim at achieving short-term mass. Every mass is a social network. The fundamental rule of social networks applies. The quality of a network can only decline. The problem is that no one wants to join anything less cool than themselves. Rather, they want to join something where they can hang out with more cool people. In other words, the quality of a movement can only decline. Once it bottoms out, it can recruit no one at all. Its mass peaks, and it starts to die. The potential mass of any network is the set of people as cool as or less cool than it is now. To maximize ultimate mass, maximize A, patience, and B, initial quality. Try to recruit the most fashionable people in the world, in every sense of the word that counts. The masters of this strategy were the American communists of the 1930s. And who says they failed? Their organization failed. But what about their worldview? Everyone thinks now what they thought then. More or less, I'd take that win. When intellectuals toward the end of the last millennium thought about maximizing political power, they thought about making people more committed, agitating them and riling them up. This strategy has not aged well and should be generally avoided. Commitment in the Western citizen has been shrinking for 250 years. The shrieking, murderous mobs of the French Revolution are unimaginable in Paris today. In other parts of the world today, sadly, how high commitment mass politics remains a thing. But in the West, we see a politics of only negligible commitment. Anything else is a LARP, a mere historical pantomime. This loss of political commitment may say something good about modern people or something bad or both. Either way, it doesn't seem reversible. From a strictly objective Machiavellian standpoint, high commitment martyr politics in populations to whom it still appeals is effective. But effective for what? In theory, it could do good, like any form of power. But when really has it ever? We are entitled to be equally repulsed by white terror and red terror. And in the world we live in today, this energy is the least possible thing. And I am really fine with that. The counterintuitive variable in the equation, though, is cohesion. While modern Western populations are also historically bad at cohesion, everyone wants to be a chief, no one wants to be an Indian. This weakness is much easier to mitigate than a shortage of commitment. Technical methods can come into play. One of the most important aspects of cohesion is the efficiency with which followers delegate their power to leaders. The more unconditional this delegation, the more power it delegates to the leader. When the grant of power is conditional, for example, if the voters will only support the leader as long as he follows their policies, the delegation is weak. The leader is always looking over his shoulder to see if his followers will keep following him. When the grant of power is unconditional, for example, if the voters believe a political formula under which the leader is a living God, the delegation is strong. The God need not worry. Transmitting power from democracy to monarchy requires unconditional delegation. Deifying the monarch is one way to do this, but not the only way. Another way is to teach the voters these actual principles of political science. And still, a third is to arouse their ancestral political instincts in a light and ironic way that nonetheless lives in the truth, but is joyful rather than murderous. For along with our enthusiastic instinct to rule comes an obligatory instinct to serve. No baboon tribe could survive without both these instincts. Since we are not baboons, it can be funny. When you were still swinging in the trees, we were already gay. Pure democracy looks at political science with a simpler equation, or in E-M. The democratic formula always equates energy with mass. Any deviation from this democratic fallacy, any improvement in commitment or especially cohesion, can be seen as an amplifier. An amplifier, increasing the political output of public opinion, is a political machine. The efficiency of an amplifier, the ratio of its output to its input, is its gain. Gain may vary across the input range and is often zero below some threshold. There may also be some peak above which the amplifier cannot go. Typically, the most efficient amplifiers have high thresholds and high peaks. They can generate absolute power, but they do nothing, at best, with any inadequate input. They may even have safety thresholds under which inadequate but non-negligible power input leads to inadequate but non-negligible power output, which is very dangerous. As Saint Just put it, he who makes half a revolution digs his own grave. If you want to do the most possible good, build the most efficient political amplifier. Wait until you have as much input power as you need to be safely above the threshold, feed all that power into the machine, and use the output power to get more power until you reach full sovereignty. Then do the most possible good. This is the real effective altruism. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Using an amplifier will do much more good than just doing the good directly with the input power. So, isn't it good to do it? All effective altruists should think this way. This is the real effective altruism. Take as much power as possible. The traditional 19th century and 20th century amplifier is the political party. When the party takes power, the amplifier becomes a regime. The party becomes the state. This is the nature of every regime change. Whatever machine organizes power against the old government becomes the new regime. The real effective altruism and the real effective accelerationism is regime change. A regime change is just an orderly and unconditional transition in sovereignty. Unless you think your current regime is optimal or anywhere close, what are you waiting for? Apropos of nothing, we can't say this too often. After a true regime change, the previous regime does not exist, either de jure or de facto. This does not mean any of its employees need to be physically harmed or even have their paychecks interrupted. In an orderly revolution, the personnel of the old regime are not punished, they are not even fired, they are laid off or even bought out. No one runs screaming down the street with human organs on pikes. And yet, in a true regime change, everyone's life changes. Almost exclusively for the better, if the thing is done well. Here is the formula for doing an actually effective altruism. Do an actual regime change. To do this, maximize the product of mass, commitment, and cohesion until it surpasses the threshold for an unconditional transition of sovereignty. Mass is what it always is. 21st century politics exhibits far lower commitment than the 18th century politics it has to pretend to be. Yet 21st century communication tools suggest untapped avenues for constructing similarly unusual levels of cohesion. Go for it. And effective regime change. However, the product of the three variables is maximized. The goal is always the same. A revolution is not a revolution unless it is a complete regime change. No power at all is left in the hands of the old regime. Its writ is vanished and vain. Its laws mere paper. Not every revolution is this complete. But every revolution must aim to be this complete. In a complete regime change, since power is conserved, all power goes to someone else. For every old regime, there is a new regime. For every Ba'ath party, there is a coalition provisional authority. For every Third Reich, there is allied military government in Germany. These complete and discontinuous transitions of legitimacy, these regime changes, are useful as yardsticks of the principle of conservation of sovereignty. Obviously, I'm not the first in history to have these ideas. The school of political science associated with this realistic thinking is associated with the most practical students of the art, such as Machiavelli, Aristotle, Mosca, and Schmidt. The best and most readable review in English is James Burnham's The Machiavellians from 1940. The principle of conservation of sovereignty is not a secret confined to the professors. Actors on the stage of history have noticed it as well. And for a century so disdainful of great men, the 20th century has a lot of roles for heroes. Are FDR and Churchill really more humble than Hitler and Mussolini? Lenin's rallying cry was all power to the Soviets. This really meant all power to Lenin. So imagine all power to Trump. L'État c'est moi, said PPP Louis XIV, and believed it. And there is James's rule that the king is above the law. This is absolutism, which is real monarchism, radical or traditional. We have finally found the aisle of history that agrees with us. Power abhors a vacuum. Sovereignty is conserved. This is obvious. What is not obvious is that all new regimes must begin as absolute monarchies. Here are the three foundations of my own political theory, which I call radical monarchism, which is just absolute monarchism, actually, but I think it sounds cooler. First, no significant change is possible without regime change. Second, every effective new regime is a radical monarchy, a first-generation absolute monarchy without any other power above it. Third, the goal of every radical monarchy should be to grow into a stable, accountable monarchy with a board of directors or other reserve power that acts only to replace the monarch, who is still otherwise absolute. Let's work through all three parts: absolute, monarchy, and accountable. You can have a little flexibility in each, but not too much. If your power taps out below absolute sovereignty, some superior force, human or natural, must be checking your strength. To grow further, capture its sovereignty. Power is always desirable and will always be desired, so it is always competed for. Power always needs to grow. Any power that ceases to grow will soon start to shrink. There is never any absence of power. Sovereignty is conserved. Every government is total. No government is limited. Any apparent limit on power implies the existence of some power that your sensors are not registering. Power loves to camouflage itself. Power loves a decoy, a figurehead, a pasteboard king. And the only way to take power is to capture it from those who now have it. Moreover, power cannot be seized except by being collected in a single center. History has seldom heard of a revolution without a leader, or at least a revolutionary junta. And when there is anything like a leaderless revolution, it is an especially bloody mess, at least until some new radical monarch emerges. Every European revolution, from the English Civil War, was a monarchical revolution, in a sense. From Cromwell to Napoleon to Lenin to Hitler, the revolutions of Europe, all conducted in the name of the people, that is, in some sense, democratically, always ended in monarchy, the rule of one man, which few of the winners hoped for or expected. These radical monarchies, for better or for worse, America's latest version was FDR, had enormous levels of power, foreign and domestic, which are unimaginable in the Western world today. Remember that to be effectively altruistic is to maximize power and use that power altruistically. One of the stronger and less bloodthirsty early 20th century radical monarchs, Kemal Ataturk, was so powerful that he successfully changed the clothing Turks wore, and even the alphabet they wrote in. An epic. No, Ataturk did not do the Armenian genocide. That was the Young Turks, Enver Bey, and friends. Since effectiveness and efficiency are the same thing, there is no more effective form of governance than monarchy. This is why, say, Apple is a monarchy. So are all other corporations. So is any functional organization, commercial or philanthropic. Every restaurant has a chef. Every movie has a director. Monarchy is everywhere. That gadget in your hand, made by a monarchy in China by Apple. Imagine Apple, but with a Congress and a Supreme Court. And you get a vote if you buy an iPhone. Suppose all iPhone users got to weigh in, at least in principle, on all iOS features. Suppose the iPhone camera was designed in a subreddit using quadratic voting black keys only purchased with Reddit Gold. Would this give us better iPhones? Are you sure? Forget the abstractions of nerdy political science. And imagine Apple managed by the current government of California. Now imagine California, governed by Apple. The most effective altruism is the most efficient regime. The most efficient regime is the most powerful regime. The most powerful regime is just absolute monarchy, like Apple. Apple at least seems pretty good at being Apple, don't you think? Even if a new regime does not intend to end up as a monarchy, it is inherently unstable at birth and needs to operate at maximum efficiency until it finds some initial safety. A new regime is a hatchling turtle running for the sea. Every second, the odds are against it. It needs to be a monarchy for the same reason every startup is a monarchy. Therefore, as Machiavelli says in Chapter 9 of the Discourses on Livy, every stable new regime must be born as a monarchy, whatever its eventual structural ideal. Radical monarchism is the obvious ideology that acknowledges this fact and its consequences. As Machiavelli puts it, we must take it as a rule to which there are very few, if any, exceptions, that no commonwealth or kingdom ever has salutary institutions given it from the first or has its institutions recast in an entirely new mold, unless by a single person. On the contrary, it must be from one man that it receives its institutions at first, and upon one man that all similar reconstruction must depend. For this reason, the wise founder of a commonwealth who seeks to benefit not himself only or the line of his descendants, but his state and country, must endeavor to acquire an absolute and undivided authority, and none who is wise will ever blame any action, however extraordinary and irregular, which serves to lay the foundation of a kingdom or to establish a republic. Finally, once these foundations are laid, the radical monarchy must become a stable monarchy, which means adopting a succession structure so that it lives longer than a single monarch, rather than reverting to chaos upon one man's death. A hereditary dynasty is the obvious approach, but it is not historically universal. A more advanced succession structure is also an accountability structure, like a corporate board or, in some cases, a royal family, with the power to replace not just a dead monarch, but a bad one. Since any kind of accountability is an exception to absolutism, engineering this exception demands exquisite care. One failure mode is that the board just becomes the real government. Another is that the monarch just arrests the board. But there is no path to an accountable monarchy that does not pass through a radical monarchy. Unless we are unafraid to delegate absolute power irrevocably to a single person, we have no path to regime change. In fact, we have no path to any real change. Don't want to hear it from me. Hear it from Machiavelli. Why am the state? A rated voting system where participants can pay for additional votes when your Zeppelin crashes. What we've discovered here is that the real effective altruism is dictatorship. Lenin, Hitler, Castro, and Franco, Mao and Pol Pot, Kim Jong-un. Is there a good track record here? We know where the logic of modern absolutism ends up, or at least can end up, in various different jargons. This logic was a core part of the ideology of both Marxist Leninism and National Socialism. These 20th century regimes were radical monarchies, too. Is it really worth taking the risk of a 21st century Lenin or Hitler? This should give anyone pause at the idea of a 21st century radical monarchism. There is literally no one who tries to excuse both the Gulag and the Holocaust. In the 20th century, absolutism seems to have completely, perfectly disproved itself in the most horrendous fashion. Let us run through the logic that everyone is supposed to have learned from history. It is easy to ask for an altruistic dictator. Will you get one? And how? The regime change is always a burning, bloody mess. The dictator is always a sadistic Orwellian tyrant. Maybe not always, but why would anyone put hydrogen in an airship again? Even if it's not always, why take the risk? Who wants his country to be a human candle? So, anyone who dreams these kinds of dreams, who claims to want an altruistic, radical dictator, or even just a wise, all-powerful king, who even calculates this kind of logic, is actually just asking for fire, war, lies, and blood. Wake up. Logic has led us to a frightening waterfall over which we never imagined paddling. It is suggesting we ingest live virus political therapies whose mortality and morbidity rates in the 20th century were off the charts, and which only immense wars eradicated in the wild. National Socialism, Marxist, Leninism, we do not find these viruses therapeutic at all. They are diseases. Now here is their 21st century cousin in this book, in your hands, this disturbing book. I am asking you, dear reader, to inhale the political smallpox of this radical monarchism. And if you keep reading, this will happen, you will be infected. You may subsequently infect others. Don't worry, everyone will get infected. Eventually, relax and be happy. Breathe deeply. Actually, everything is good. Count backward from 10. To break your resistance to the truly effective altruism that is effective regime change, we have to question your entire story of the 20th century. There is no way around it. Stories from an ugly century, generally speaking. The things you think happened, happened. Did they mean what you were taught they mean? History has certainly taught you that anything like this radical monarchism was, in the 20th century, totally and completely proven bad. But it is not the facts of history that taught you. It is a story made from the facts of history that taught you. The facts in this story happened. Also, some other facts happened. If you do not think anyone could tell any other story as true as this, at least any story very different, but just as true or even more true, you have not really yet grappled with the problem of history. In fact, this is always possible. The 20th century is not unique here. This line of discourse probably has already made you quite nervous. It makes you afraid you will get convinced of something that could cause you problems at passport control. Don't worry, you won't. Not quite. I expect this book will be legal even in Germany. Hi, Germany. Stand by for a big gay Heil from California. Not quite the heart of the global American empire, but perhaps its loin. Heil, honey. Kiss, kiss. No, I am not going to tell you that the bad guys in your story weren't bad. They were bad. They were bad in mostly, but not quite, the same ways you think they were bad. But it's still not fair to rely on the usual suspense, dear reader, especially now that I've terrified you like this. Let me put the ending first for once and lay out a big picture summary of my story of the 20th century. You should look into it yourself. It's amazing. I can at least show you where to start. I'm sure your mileage will vary, and nothing could possibly be as interesting. You will get what you get. Here's what I get. Not only were the bad guys bad, if not quite the way you think they were, the good guys were bad too. The best way to understand World War I is that the Germans were the good, as in normal but not perfect, side. The best way to understand World War II is that there was no good side. The best way to understand the Cold War is that from 1917 to 1989, the U.S. and the USSR were always closer than either wanted anyone to think. Let's put these conclusions, these spoilers aside, and return to first principles. The 20th century totalitarian dictators and their legacy, and we imagine any change from our present regime. We are forced to admit that it involves radical monarchy. But historically, we are also forced to admit that, Hitler and Stalin were also radical monarchs. Well, what happened there? Why will it not happen again? There is no complete answer without a full historiographic understanding of the wars of the 20th century. The burden of proof lies quite heavily on anyone in the 21st century who proposes any theory of government that looks anything like the theories of the leading 20th century totalitarian states, the Third Reich and the USSR. Let's look quickly at the immense narrative boulder that lands on the head of any such idea. If you are a normal American mainstream liberal or conservative, in the early 21st century, here is your political narrative of the 20th century and its historical lessons. While the regimes of Hitler and Stalin were quite different, the communists and fascists of the 20th century had two things in common. One, they committed vast and utterly pointless atrocities. Two, the 20th century totalitarian dictatorships were absolute monarchies with ideologies which believed that sovereignty is conserved. They believed that any limited or divided or checked and balanced government in the classic Anglo-American way is the political error of imperium in imperio. In other words, they agreed with me about the nature of sovereignty and also about the sky, which is blue. The regimes run on these ideologies were newborn autocracies, or radical monarchies, as I would say, with one man at the top. They enforced Orwellian central control over the public mind. Founded on pyramids of skulls, they left mountains of skulls. Since they shared so many principles of political science with me, you should be wary of me. But the evil experiment of these evil people disproved their evil political theories. We learned that the only morally valid system of government is the liberal democracy we have today. And so history ended. And as we all know, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others. This has its implications in political science itself. Carl Schmitt, for instance, was the crown jurist of the Third Reich. QED, right? This is the story, right? The facts are right, right? Indeed, the facts are right. This narrative is entirely built on truth, or at least it is built out of almost only truth. As Goebbels himself observed, a lie is almost never good propaganda. Let us start with a simple but odd paradox, one that almost everyone has observed in real life. One lesson that the dreadful story of 20th century totalitarianism taught us is that once the government starts burning books, it will soon be burning people. All autocracies ban books and later commit official mass murders. Autocratic regimes inevitably result in mountains of skulls. The ideas behind them are dangerous ideas, mind poisons. So deadly autocratic ideas should be banned from social media platforms from TikTok to Substack. Ideally, even the routers would filter for them at the packet level. Our minds can't be too healthy. Consider the precious bodily fluids of our children's minds and the Bolshevik poison that unauthorized sources of information are dripping secretly and silently into them. Even this document is an info hazard. Unclear how it slipped through. Report. But wait, what does this attitude remind us of? Orwellian idea banning is one of the hallmarks of both communism and fascism. But it seems that some idea banning is also needed to prevent communism and fascism and preserve the open society that keeps us free. This is not Orwellian central control of the public mind, not at all. It is Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance, which reveals to us that Orwellian central control of the public mind by autocratic monarchical leaders must be prevented by Orwellian, central control of the public mind by the democratic structures of civil society, i.e. meritocratic oligarchy. If the Popperian paradox is not respected and democracy does not repress the ideas of autocracy, then totalitarian revolutionary ideologies such as Marxist Leninism or National Socialism will conquer and impose their own systems of repression. Since these systems have proven worse, a little repression is better than a lot of repression. So we see the argument for suppressing these ideas, but it is a suspiciously reflexive idea. Popper's logic tells us to repress them, but it also tells them to repress us. The same strategy advises liberalism to repress fascism and fascism to repress liberalism. Is this actually the case for the open society? Something here feels not quite right. Popper has rediscovered that Schick's sovereignty is conserved. Someone is always in charge. A revolution is always illegal. Under a monarchy, an oligarchic or democratic revolution is illegal. Under a democracy, an oligarchic or monarchical revolution is illegal. Under an oligarchy, a democratic or monarchical revolution is illegal. Since advocating the illegal is always a gray area, there is never any open society or freedom of speech. Even in this book, I'm just writing about history and political science, not advising anyone to do anything. Obviously, if we are starting from first principles, we can find no better starting place than to agree that democracy, the power of the many, oligarchy, the power of a selected few, however chosen, this can be financial plutocracy, hereditary aristocracy, criminal kleptocracy, or institutional bureaucracy, and monarchy, the power of one, are all forms of government that differ widely in their instantiations and are differently suited to different societies. My analysis is that the strongest power in our society is institutional bureaucracy, or as some call it, meritocracy, an oligarchic form. It is as much a mistake to call America a democracy as to call the UK a monarchy. One has a king and both have elections, but they are both, except on the margins, institutional bureaucracies. Look at how upset some Americans get when politicians try to override the experts on public policy issues. They behave as most Britons would behave if Charles III did, off with his head. Most Britons do not feel their king has the right to execute anyone or, of course, command the government in any other way. Most Americans do not feel that their politicians have the right to challenge the scientific judgment of professors or command the government in most other ways. And every year our politics is more symbolic, less substantive, and blatantly less capable of governing. Fine. Maybe it's even for the best. But if the king is not in control of the government, the country is not a monarchy. If the politicians are not in control of the government, The country is not a democracy. In reality, the UK and the US are both oligarchies. That's fine. It's normal. You shouldn't panic. At least not just from that. Bureaucratic oligarchy replaced representative democracy worldwide in the early 20th century for a reason. No one these days, not even conservatives, actually believes that politicians should actually be in control of the government. It would be nice if all the people who don't believe in democracy could say what they mean. Instead, they have constructed the fiction of what, in operating systems, we call separation of mechanism and policy. This is a very beautiful idea. Let me explain it. Our mechanism of state, the civil service, although it is permanent and apparently sovereign, is entirely neutral and flexible. Subject, of course, to the rule of law, our elected representatives, and thus we are in full, unchallenged democratic control of the policies of this splendid centuries-old machine. This is called freedom, or something. If we consider the nexus of institutional bureaucracy within the formal government as the civil service, the judiciary, and the legislative staff, we can consider these bodies as one branch rather than three. We, the people, do have a non-trivial impact on all three aspects of this single trunk. In the agencies, there are R or D political appointees. On the Hill, there are R or D staffers. On the bench, there are R or D judges. Therefore, it is impossible to say that voting R or D does not matter. Elections do matter, but how much do they matter? One way to ask is to forget the binary nature of democracy, typical in sacred or magical concepts, and treat our analysis, though fundamentally unquantifiable, as quantitative. How much of this democracy do we have on an absolute scale of 0% to 100%? Clearly, we have 0% democracy if the voters are not at all in control of the government, and we have 100% democracy if the voters are completely in control of the government. Any other definition would be perverse, would it not? Your personal faith in the spiritual efficacy of the separation of mechanism and policy in the 21st century state may differ from mine. All I see is the same DMV. My view is that early 21st century elections do matter on the margins of state action. Therefore, it seems safe to assert that we do live in a marginal democracy, maybe a 1% democracy. Remember the orange juice metaphor. Our elections, when we conceive of them as the democratic guidance of the policy of this splendid mechanism, seem fully legitimate, so long as we accept the separation of mechanism and policy. But what if the mechanism itself was monarchical? Imagine a Washington where the politicians and the bureaucracy had exactly the same relationship with Orangetown that they do today, but the bureaucracy was a monarchical corporation with a single CEO. In this alternate world, the deep state is a monarchy, not an oligarchy. But the power of democracy is unchanged. It is still orange juice. The president can still petition this chief civil servant, this king of the administrative state, maybe a hereditary job, like publisher of the New York Times. Who really has the power here? It is Pepin, mayor of the palace, grandfather of Charlemagne, versus Clovis IV, last of the foppish, long-haired Merovingians. Pippin is Washington. You are Clovis. I see no evidence that, like many true regime changes across history, elections can make any significant change to the general nature of the state or even to the course of its change over time. Conservatism purports to retard or even reverse what it perceives as a decline. On the margins, and in the short term, it can perhaps do this. So if the converse of democracy is authoritarianism or even totalitarianism, an oligarchy can obviously be just as authoritarian or totalitarian as any monarchy. Neither form is literally more democratic than the other. If you don't have elections, or if your elections don't matter, you are not a democracy. An institutional bureaucracy can also be a 1% democracy, can put its finger in the wind and restrain itself from making the people hate it too much. But kings can play this game just as well. Remember the bureaucratic antenna, which listens directly to public opinion rather than obeying elected representatives. Monarchies, too, have antennae. The force of democracy is never dead. Popper's paradox of tolerance is not a paradox at all. It derives trivially from the most basic observations of political science. A, power is conserved. B, power is consensual. Power is by consent, that is, power is made out of loyalty. Loyalty is an opinion. Communication creates opinion. Therefore, power must dominate communication. This does not necessarily imply censorship. Since power is conserved, power cannot set down this or any weapon. Some other power will pick up that weapon to smite it. This abstract logic matters because it invalidates the concept of authoritarianism. Like two drug lords trying to get each other arrested, oligarchy and monarchy in the 20th century, bureaucracy and dictatorship are equally guilty of this description, yet there is no evidence that either form is essentially guilty of anything, because there is no evidence that in the 21st century any kind of literal democracy is even possible, let alone desirable. The form, after all, is hardly common in history. If authoritarianism is just the absence of democracy, authoritarianism is effectively a tautology. This logic does not tell us that there is no relationship between the worst totalitarian governments of the 20th century and their monarchical structure of government. There clearly is some relationship. The logic does tell us that whatever this relationship is, we cannot ascribe it to authoritarianism, that is, a lack of literal democracy. We ourselves have almost none of this magic oxygen of freedom, yet we have no holocausts or gulags. We do have other issues, though. The axial age of modernity. What did these 20th century radical monarchist ideologies actually do? What happened in the 20th century? Why should we not take the usual banal lesson that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others, and close the book on the failed experiment of autocracy with its Holocaust, its gulag? Democracy, whatever that means, is the system that won and that has taught us this lesson. Imagine the lessons we would be learning if the other side had won. And imagine how hard we would have to work to escape from this story, this noble lie or political formula. What would we be saying about the Holocaust? What are we saying about Hiroshima? It is different, of course, it is always different. But our main fear of radical monarchy comes from our narrative of 20th century history. If this story is not the true story, but a misleading and self-justifying misinterpretation, we can envision another try at radical monarchy. We can make this gate to the future swing open, but it takes a lot to disprove a century, especially one that only just happened. We would have to start by learning the true story of the period, not the useful story. It is almost never useful to be false. A lie is a liability. Typically, all the facts in the useful story are true, yet it is still not a true story. And to learn anything from an untrue story is to be owned. Any history can become a children's book, a Marvel movie, or a propaganda newsreel. It is hard to filter the children's book out of even the most intelligent, grown-up mind. And yet, every fact on every page of the children's book is true and actually happened. How can we tell the story of this period not for the public good or some concept thereof, but for the lasting and objective truth? What does the experience of radical monarchy in the 20th century actually mean for radical monarchy in the 21st? Now we are really cooking with gas. The story of global politics, diplomacy, and war in the 20th century is a story not yet been properly told. It is a book that still needs to be written. I have looked into it, though a fair bit. I can tell you one thing. The 20th century was not a Marvel movie. The Holocaust did happen. There was no international Jewish conspiracy. And still, World War II was not a Marvel movie. How can that be? The best and most accessible narrative of a Wall-E II, which is tragic, not heroic, is Nicholson Baker's Human Smoke. Baker is one of the great writers of our era. Not a word of Human Smoke is his. It is a chronological selection of tweet-length excerpts from primary sources. Everyone should have to read it in high school, for all time, forever. Yet to most political scientists today, a suspiciously hagiographic story of one century justifies the eternal philosophical superiority of the winning Anglo-American regime fencing off an Overton window within political science itself. Maybe this is fine. Maybe a children's book by way of bombs has found its way into the PhD program. Maybe the window is keeping us safe. Maybe it's all that's between us and oxygen. The 21st century cannot accept the 20th's word that it completed the book of history. However the future regards itself, it will not regard itself as an epilogue. Nor did any past ever regard itself as prologue. Stop othering the rest of time. It is so provincial. The margins of safety here is a lot to learn about the 20th century. But to understand why the Western world is safe from the return of its worst political violence, even if we return to the general form of government that committed the worst of that violence, we have to do a rational safety analysis, not a hysterical panic of emotional contagion. Never again should be a matter of engineering, not intuition. What we need a taboo on is not this or that form of government, but the very presence of the romantic, mystical, and mythic elements in our folk political science. Of course, these kinds of elements were used on all sides of World War II, and of course they are used everywhere still. The romantic nationalism we see in today's Ukraine war is 2 centuries old. In those centuries, it was used across Europe by both good guys and bad guys. When any regime needs to organize its population for war, nationalism is a useful tool. You cannot oppose it unless you oppose all war. Sometimes the West has an anti-war movement, but Ukraine has reminded us that no such thing is ever real. Everyone just has a side. Yes, fascism and communism were types of the regime form I call radical monarchy. In very different ways, they were bad types. But in the same way, they both were born into a difficult historical situation. In most places and times in the 20th century, due to unusual historical conditions, the only types of monarchy which could exist were bad types. Basically, it was a bad quarter millennium for monarchy, like a bad year for wine. No such situation exists today, so the inherent risk of a new radical monarchy is much lower. While the reasons for this are not good reasons, they are reasons nonetheless. Actually, when we look at the Holocaust and the Gulag, and even the good old reign of terror, it is hardly possible to imagine how these kinds of savage 20th century episodes could happen in our century. One has to go into a full-time warp psychosis like that of respected pundit Matthew Yglesias, who tweeted before the 2016 election that in a Trump administration, mobs will beat Jews and people of color with impunity. Why was this wrong? Why was this comically wrong? It is not that this sort of thing has never happened in history, even in American history. Mobs beating people for their race or religion is not beyond human nature. It is extremely normal, but beyond your nature and beyond ours. Our period, our culture is abnormal. We are the weird ones. Western, educated, industrialized, rich and democratic, as one professor plus has it. Another professor, expert in woodworking, mathematics, and explosives, thought just industrialized, said it all. The later Roman Empire was not industrialized per se, nor was it democratic, whatever that means. But it experienced many of the same effects. General social atomization and depressed pleasure-seeking elites with sub-replacement fertility, human domestication, loss of male interest in violence, weird religions and sex cults, etc. Something is happening. Something has changed. While it is not necessarily changed for the better, not at all, as political engineers, we can work with it. Indeed, we have to work with it. Politics, after all, is the art of the possible. If you are not soaked in gasoline, a cigarette lighter is just a cigarette lighter. If you are soaked in water, it's a miracle if you can even light your cigarette. Fearing fascism or communism in the 21st century is fearing your lighter will set your sweater on fire in the rain. Whether you want to set your sweater on fire, once a critical question, is now irrelevant. The 1930s were always taking gasoline showers. The 2020s keep leaving their umbrella at the office. Stalin and Hitler are never coming back, whether we want them or not. Pleisper anthropologist Joseph Henrich, who coined the term weird and wrote a book on the subject, The Weirdest People in the World. Beyond the Marvel movie F, we understand the ways in which the 20th century regimes were badly constructed. And if we understand why this historical situation cannot recur, we have mitigated this historical risk. Not that monarchy or regime change can ever be truly safe, nor is flying, but the risk of a biplane in a hurricane has little to do with your JetBlue hop to LA. Flying has gotten a lot safer, so, although no one has noticed, has absolute power. But our understanding must be deep. We can only reach the depth it takes to dismiss the Marvel movie narrative of the 20th century by displacing it with a deeper, truer, more thoughtful story. We need to summarize the narrative of 20th century totalitarianism, both of communism and of fascism, with a clarity and wisdom that will still feel sound in the year 2203 or 3303. Hasn't Thucydides lasted longer? With historical narratives that have become politically loaded, the first step towards historical independence is to erase dramatic tropes, especially tropes that make the period and its actors look unique or abnormal. While this is not a universal tell for a dramatization, human beings and actions in a drama are normally abnormal. In real life, by definition, most periods and people and situations are not abnormal. For example, when we tell the history of a war, we usually expect the war to have been caused by the stronger side, who we also expect to prevail. That's not always how it is, but it's a good default assumption. What do stronger and prevail mean anyway? There are all these subtleties, but note that our received narrative of World War II violates this expectation. This is interesting and should make us want to think harder. The difference between the real story and the Marvel movie that everyone knows is subtle and non-obvious. It is not that the bad guys in the movie did not do the bad things in the movie. It is that the villains in a Marvel movie are deeply unintelligible. We can understand them only as stock villains, whose only motivation is to do evil, and the heroes are deeply idealized. Their only motivation is to do good. In reality, in this or any conflict, both sides are predominantly made of very human characters. On both sides, there is both humanity and ugliness. Generally, there is more ugliness in the good guys than you expect, and more humanity in the bad guys. Until you see any story at this level of realism, be wary of drawing any conclusions from it. As for what actually happened in that century, versus what they told you happened, all the good things happened, all the bad things happened. Also, some other bad things happened. One can spend a long time digging into it, but to keep things short, because you have to hear it now, here is why World War II was not a Marvel movie. It comes in two parts, the good guys and the bad guys. The good guys at me just hit this serve right past you. If it had been a Marvel movie, World War II would, A, have saved the Jews, and B, have been fought to save the Jews. Disclaimer, my grandfather was a Brooklyn communist Jew who fought in World War II. Okay, Marvel movies are getting darker. Tragedy 2 is a kind of drama. But B is the real kicker. No historian will tell you. B. Anyone who has taken high school history should be able to tell you that B is just as false as A. B is so false that, say what you will about the mainstream media, it is accepted historical truth. How accepted? This is how accepted. It is so accepted that in a special 150th anniversary note on the New York Times website by the New York Times' executive editor, the New York Times officially apologizes for the fact that the New York Times covered up the Holocaust while it was happening. This is also hard to square with the neo-Nazi line that the Holocaust was Allied propaganda. There are only two reasons to apologize for an offense this significant: real repentance or the need to deflect an even more significant offense. I think it is actually the first. Why did Arthur Sulzberger's New York Times, the most aggressive and important pro-war voice in the world, owned and managed by more or less the world's most powerful Jew, cover up, or at least enormously downplay, the Holocaust while it was happening? Dude, it makes no sense. Not only does it make no sense if you're a liberal, it doesn't even make sense if you're a Nazi, but it's reality. As confirmed by the New York Times, This reality makes no sense because it doesn't fit into the story you came in here with. This is because that story is a Marvel movie and reality is not. In the real story, what happened makes perfect sense, as it always does, yeah? If World War II on the Allied side wasn't fought to save the Jews, as in a Marvel movie or with ideal heroes, would have been a chief concern. Why was it fought? Oh, the bad guy's H. That's right. World War II was fought because of Hitler, who was a Marvel villain, with his villainous plot to conquer the world. World War II was fought to save us from Hitler's plot to take over the world, or we would all be speaking German. At Pearl Harbor, this evil Axis plot to conquer the world was revealed. Isolationism was permanently discredited. America, along with Russia, her ugly ally of necessity, defended herself and saved the free world. Later, the evil Soviet empire collapsed, and now the world can be free forever. If only you can preserve freedom from evil fascists like Hitler and me. I call this the Hitler lives theory of the war. From a movie, see below. At the leadership level, this question becomes more complicated. But at the mass level of American society, among soldiers and civilians, the Hitler lives theory is what people believed. And at Nuremberg, the surviving German leaders are charged with 2 crimes. Crimes against humanity, including the Holocaust, a term not used till the 60s, nor was the special nature of the Aktion Reinhardt recognized, and plotting to conquer the world. Now, since the Holocaust is one of the best documented events in human history, you would expect charge number 2, plotting to conquer the world, to be just as well documented, especially since it is the actual reason most Englishmen and Americans fought the war. You can certainly find a great deal of evidence that Germany was plotting to control Eastern Europe. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that Germany was not self-sufficient in food. Many of its calories came from Eastern Europe. The Foreign Office and the State Department would never dream of trying to control anything in Eastern Europe, nor had Germany been subjected to an English-made famine in 1919. Also, it's pretty rich for Edwardian Britain to accuse Germany of colonialism. Also, if you are looking for the Axis plan to take over the world, of course, you will find it. If you are looking for anything in history, you will find it. History is compliant. History can always be tortured until it confesses. You may have to do a lot of torturing. You may end up on backwater Wikipedia pages like Nazi Foreign Policy Debate, in which one respected German historian explains that it was clear that Hitler intended to take over the world because he was like super into big buildings. And there are a number of weird modus tollens issues with this Axis plot to conquer the world conspiracy theory. For example, anyone who looks at a map notices that if in 1941 Japan attacks east when Germany attacks west, the Soviet Union falls and the Axis conquer Eurasia and win, at least across the whole old world. Why did this not happen? Did no one at Axis High Command have a map? Had they never played Risk? Whereas, in fact, not only is Japan at peace with the USSR until the day after Hiroshima, when the Soviets just attack, apparently not a day that will live in any kind of infamy. Large percentages of the USSR's economic supplies, not weapons, but food, energy, resources, sail from San Francisco to Vladivostok on the Pacific route. Geography quiz. What country is between San Francisco and Vladivostok? Hint. Starts with a J. Why are the Axis this stupid? In the Marvel movie history, it makes no sense, but in the real history, it makes perfect sense because there is no Axis. At least not in the sense that there is an Allies, there is no Axis High Command. There is nothing even remotely like it. And the so-called Axis is a press release. In the Marvel movie, the Allies are defending the free world against the Axis conspiracy to conquer the planet and impose fascist world domination. In my movie, what we now call the international community, aka the Anglo-American Empire, is suppressing the 3 loosely linked rebellions of Germany, Italy, and Japan. Each of these rebellions is fighting for the same thing, to preserve its sovereignty in the Westphalian multipolar order, European international law as it was known from the 17th to 19th centuries, against an Anglo-centric order that has been growing militarily, economically, and culturally unipolar since Waterloo. Yes, World War I is about this too. In the Marvel movie, it makes no sense that the Japanese tolerate the Pacific route. In my movie, the Japanese tolerate the Pacific route because they truly believe in the sincere neutrality of the USSR, which is actually also thinking about a world empire. In the Marvel movie, it makes no sense that Italy screws up Hitler's plan to invade Russia by invading Greece without telling him. Nothing like this could happen between Britain and the U.S., not even between 1939 and 1941, when the U.S. was officially neutral in Britain's war with Germany. In my movie, it makes complete sense because the Allies are thinking globally, the USSR is thinking globally, and Germany, Italy, and Japan are all thinking locally. Since these rebels are all aiming at national independence, not some kind of international fascist world superstate, they cannot coordinate their rebellions effectively. The irony of World War II is that if the Axis had been a real military alliance with a plan to achieve joint world domination, the U.S. would not have been able to supply the USSR, which instead would have had to defend itself from Japan's Kwantung Army. A unified Axis command could probably have ended the war in Eurasia in 1942, after which it would have been easy for the Axis to subdue England, Africa, the rest of Asia, and Australia. The world would have been divided into two hemispheric political orders. We model the Axis as aiming at a global fascist superstate because we are projecting our own aim at a global democratic superstate, an idea which long predates the war. Of course, either kind of global superstate is trivially inconsistent with national sovereignty in the old Westphalian sense. This is why, even though it would have given them a much better chance of winning the war, the Axis never had the trivial military desideratum of unity of command. It was never even a world war to them, only to us. What should the U.S. have done? In my view, the U.S. should have stuck with the foreign policy that its supporters called neutrality and its opponents called isolationism. This policy is well known from Washington's farewell address. It is less well known as a paragraph in the Monroe Doctrine address, actually by John Quincy Adams. Though more noted for its Latin American program, the same speech has a plan for Europe. Our policy in regard to Europe, which was adopted at an early stage of the wars, which have so long agitated that quarter of the globe, nevertheless remains the same, which is not to interfere in the internal concerns of any of its powers, to consider the government de facto as the legitimate government for us, to cultivate friendly relations with it, and to preserve those relations by a frank, firm, and manly policy meeting in all instances the just claims of every power, submitting to injuries from none. This doctrine is the essence of the Westphalian classical system of international law, as standardized by writers from Grotius to Vattel. 200 years ago, it was 200 years old. Combine this doctrine with a policy of automatically accepting Jewish refugees, whom before the war, Hitler had the motive, opportunity, and propensity to simply deport, even if just with the shirts on their backs, and I think we have a good retrospective U.S. policy on the conflict in Europe. Of course, the real isolationists didn't want to import infinite Jews. They didn't like Jews. Jews, like my grandfather, they thought might be communists, like my grandfather. But that wasn't all. Also, they were Jews. FDR liked communists, but he didn't like Jews. Most Americans in 1940 didn't like Jews. America was an anti-Semitic nation. This was why in 1939 the liner St. Louis, carrying about 1,000 Jewish refugees, crossed the Atlantic and couldn't find anywhere to land them. It had to take them back to Europe, where most of them were eventually gassed. These Marvel movies are getting dark. You can't just go looking for heroes and villains in history and assume that anywhere you find a villain, his enemy must be a hero. Not a Marvel movie. Not a Marvel movie. Whatever you do, stop looking for Marvel movies. It makes total sense that to find the right foreign policy for 1940 in retrospect, We cannot just pick one faction which was right about everything. Why is mine the right foreign policy? Maybe because it saves the Jews, whereas the policy we actually followed gassed the Jews, not directly, of course, but results matter. It's astounding that people who nominally care about the Holocaust never feel the need to ask the most important question about World War II. Was it good for the Jews? Of course, we can infer the possibility that a neutral policy toward Hitler, perhaps leading the British appeasement faction to accept his peace offer of a modus vivendi between Britannia ruling the worldwide waves and Germany ruling her continental blood and soil Lebensraum, would still have led to some kind of hemispheric Cold War, which would eventually go nuclear, leading to a Nazi planet, a nuclear winter, etc., etc., and even the poor Jews are gassed in the end or die of blast effects, fallout, and famine. Sure, it's possible. If this kind of outcome was otherwise inevitable, I suppose, we can conclude that World War II was a good thing, even for the Jews, I guess. Yes, we could infer it. We could infer in a number of ways that if World War II had not been fought, Hitler could have conquered the world. But imagine if the Holocaust had to be inferred in this way, if the Holocaust was no more real than this Axis conspiracy theory. We would all have to become internet Nazis. Who was this Hitler person anyway? Again, not a Marvel villain. Honestly, I think the best way to explain Hitler to the 21st century is that the Hitler was an internet Nazi. Hitler was no blonde Prussian god. Before World War I, he was a basement-dwelling dweeb, in almost all timelines a totally harmless person. A basement genius, sure. There are lots of geniuses. Most are more stable and more useful. Even Hitler's sexuality is questionable. No conceivable path besides winning a democratic election after losing a brutal industrial war could have put a weirdo gay incel like Adolf Hitler at the helm of Germany. Hitler, as a successful politician, is first and foremost a product of chaos. The internet is full of teenage Hitlers, and they hardly ever even shoot up a school. While all the events that brought Hitler to power were unlikely and contingent, they were not random. Hitler, like everyone else, is the product of history. And by the time history got to Hitler, it was already pretty far off the rails. The Second World War is a stage in the decline of European civilization, which seems in a way less pivotal than the First World War. By 1939, we are already in a very messy Western world, which, however the dice fall, seems unlikely to resolve itself without blood, outside some cloistered cliques of diplomats in foreign ministries. 1914 does not seem inevitable at all. I think ultimate responsibility for the Great War needs to fall on the permanent staff of the British Foreign Office, e.g. Eyre Crowe, PPPP, but in retrospect, the whole Victorian world seems to have a death wish. Ultimately, the simplest explanation for any historical event between 1815 and 1914 is that any significant trend or outcome is consistent with the wishes of the Foreign Office, which is the core power center of a dominant unipolar Western world. Though hardly omnipotent, British diplomacy in the 19th century has no peer or challenger. Since 1815, England had been at least primus inter pares in the European world order, with only America and Russia as even potential rivals. Washington starts to dominate London only after 1918, but after 1815 the two are always aligned with each other against all others. And obviously Europe dominates the rest of the world. As for Russia, she is always never as strong as she looks, never as weak as she looks. Moreover, to generalize broadly, the relationship between Moscow and Washington from 1917 to 1989 was always closer than either wanted anyone to see. If you really think FDR allied with the USSR only out of self-defense against Hitler's aggression in 1941, or even think FDR thought the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939 was a genuine alliance between the Third Reich and the USSR, rather than, as Sean McMeekin in his recent book, Stalin's War, argues, a ruse de guerre by the latter, you have to explain why the diaries of Maysky, the Soviet ambassador to the UK, record him talking about the eventual alliance privately and presumably while drinking, with Churchill in 1938. The idea of wielding Russia as a weapon against Germany was not novel to anyone who remembered the last war. The question of why FDR, Churchill, and Stalin fought World War II on the Allied side is a deep question of diplomatic history. In many ways, this question may never be answered, as much work was done orally and many files have been weeded. In general, I feel our historians know the story of the Third Reich better than the story of the USSR, and the story of the USSR better than the story of the US and the UK. To explore the diplomatic roots of Warjiu Babidu, try Charles Callan de Tansil, a Georgetown professor and the leading diplomatic historian of the interwar period, who wrote his history, Backdoor to War, right after the war, with full access to State Department files. Then Tansil got canceled, but he had enough pre-war clout left to get his book printed. But if you want to know what Allied soldiers were thinking, or were supposed to think, I have a movie for you. It's only 17 minutes. If you can watch all of this movie and still think World War II was a Marvel movie, I got nothing left. The movie is called Hitler Lives, and it was nominated for an Oscar, and it was made in 1945, and the director was Don Siegel, who later went on to make Dirty Harry. Hitler Lives was partly adapted from a Frank Capra movie called Your Job in Germany, made to educate the American occupation troops, with a script by Theodore Geisel, a.k.a. Dr. Seuss. You will never be able to think about Dr. Seuss quite the same way. But don't read about it, just watch it. I love to watch Hitler Lives with unsuspecting victims. One time I was watching it with this random film crew guy in Austin, and he literally refused to believe the movie could be serious until about minute 12 of 17. His 21st century brain could process it only as camp, the normie Allied soldiers' theory of the war in 1945. Am5 could not even be taken seriously 75 years later. Probably the craziest thing about this artifact is a bizarre and thankfully extinct today vibe that can only be described as anti-Teutonic. This anti-Teutonism takes the style of classic anti-Semitism and replaces its content with German stereotypes. The mode is perhaps better known in the Pacific Theater. More people perhaps have seen Geisel's caricatures of buck-toothed Japs, so reminiscent of the classic Julius Streicher Jew, Dr. Seuss, Wipe That Sneer Off His Face, PM Magazine, October 13, 1942, Special Collection and Archives, UC San Diego Library. I like this one because the pitch is just racism, so give us money. Unfortunately, the cartoon, as a form, was more or less designed by the Heavenly Hand for the expression of gross biological racism. And what was World War II? It happened, the Holocaust happened, Pearl Harbor happened, Hiroshima happened. What did it all mean? Can you handle not knowing? History is a fractal. It is infinitely deep and strange. Inside every mysterious infinity is a galaxy of jewels, each its own infinite galaxy. I think I know. I could be wrong. I don't think a good history of even World War II has yet been written. It would combine something like Tansil's perspective with more recent Eastern retrospectives like Sean McMeekin's Stalin's War. Ernst Topich's 1980s history of the same name is perhaps even better. Here is one crystallization I sometimes use. A historian in the year 1724 is trying to summarize World War II, but history is pretty long at this point, and he only gets 3 words. What would those words be? I think they would be America invaded Europe. So we can say lots about why America invaded Europe, about what we did elsewhere, about what everyone else did and why. All these details orbit around the one central fact that America invaded Europe. This interpretation restores the primacy, agency, and responsibility of U.S. foreign policy in the Second World War. It was not Hitler's war. It was not even Stalin's war. It was FDR's war. There is a similar and easier transformation for the UK in the Great War. Another essential clarification of the 20th century is the relationship between the US and the USSR, which was always the ideological, even familial, relationship of the two great progressive regimes. The atrocities of Hitler and Stalin may be comparable, but the relationship of the US and the USSR can never be compared to the relationship of the US and the Third Reich. There was never any possibility that the US would ally with Hitler against Stalin. Once they were the last two empires left in the world, they did bicker, squabble, and even tussle. But our relationship with the Third Reich in 1935, as measured in social and institutional ties, was still colder than with the USSR in 1955. This transformation helps us understand World War II immensely because it reduces the number of players from 3 to 2. In this conflict, the USSR is fundamentally an American satellite state. It is an immensely powerful and irascible satellite state, which does not mean to be a satellite state at all. It is like having a teenager who is into both heroin and bodybuilding. He steals your car and sells it. He shoves his mother down the stairs. You seriously consider calling the cops, but he's still your kid. No, it's not a good relationship. It's still a relationship and still good enough to conquer the world. To understand either of these two sides, take the wartime narrative of the opposing side and remove its central motif, which is false. You can mostly believe in the rest. The best way to learn about some people is from their enemies. The liberal story about Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo is mostly right, except that there was no real Axis plot to conquer the world. The fascist story about FDR, Churchill, and Stalin is mostly right, except that there was no real international Jewish conspiracy. Other than these large points, if you want to know the truth about Hitler in 1935, read the Times. But if you want to know the truth about Stalin in 1935, read the Völkischer Beobachter, or at least the Chicago Tribune. While one of the best attested events in history, Holocaust revisionists, if it was a transit camp, why did no one who got on a train to Belzec show up anywhere? The Holocaust was not part of either side's wartime narrative. One of the most disturbing historiographic facts about the whole period, almost everyone fighting in the war was completely ignorant of what we now consider the most important event of the war. Almost everyone fighting in the war hated their enemy for a reason that was not true. So millions of human beings on each side went to their deaths to fight against either the international Jewish conspiracy or the Axis plot to conquer the world. A strange Orwellian period we must never repeat. And to not repeat it, we must find a way that we can all live at peace within the truth. Unfortunately, this seems increasingly hard. And as for a definitive history of the 20th century as a whole, first men will probably walk on Mars. Seriously, the difficulty of this project should not be understated. Well, please, see reference to the book Hitler's Plans for Global Domination. Nazi Architecture and Ultimate War Aims by Jochen Theis. Reference to the Tripartite Pact. P. Crow, a half-German British Foreign Office official, argued for a hardline stance against Germany's expansionist ambitions, contributing to the adversarial posture that helped lead to World War I. The problem of 20th century monarchy, the fundamental question we have to answer, is why these 1940s regimes were so bad. They were losing a war is part of the answer for the Third Reich, whose atrocities could never have been committed in peacetime. It does not help with the USSR. Why are communism and fascism not like classical European monarchism? Why do these kinds of mass abuses by autocracies appear in the late 18th century and disappear by the late 20th? This is clearly some failure mode of radical monarchy. China today is a monarchy where there is no repression even remotely comparable to the abuses of Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. Not even Brezhnev's USSR is even remotely comparable to Stalinism. In Stalin's Russia, you got shot, often for no reason. In Brezhnev's Russia, if you put enough effort or even enough sustained carelessness into being a dissident, you got canceled. Same, but even less so in China today. China in the mid-20th century, however, for a millennium before the Enlightenment, monarchy in Christian Europe seems basically benign. There are no gulags or holocausts. Then there is democracy and revolution, and then there are gulags and holocausts, and then there aren't. Yet bad monarchies of some kind are never entirely absent. We have enough data across history to reason about what makes monarchies go bad. They are seldom as bad as Stalin or Hitler, but seldom as good as Augustus or Frederick the Great. To get the bad tastes of Stalin and Hitler out of our mouths, not to mention Nero and Commodus, any 21st century radical monarchy obviously has to aim high on this scale. But what exactly was wrong with the 20th century radical monarchies? When we consider the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, of which the Third Reich and the USSR were the most important and also the nastiest, in the context of political science as a whole and the history of monarchy as a whole, we are struck by the illegitimate, even weak, and generally unstable character of these regimes. We are not looking at Louis XIV here, and even Louis XIV's Europe was anything but stable. On the scale of history as a whole, we do not see actions like the Holocaust or Stalin's purges in healthy, strong, legitimate monarchies, even when they are internal actions against civilians. On the scale of history, they look more like wartime atrocities, more like the way Caesar fought the Gauls, not like the way Caesar governed the Romans. The key to these regimes is the fact that they are always, both internally and externally, unstable. The lesson they teach us is not that radical monarchy is bad, but that it must succeed. Aspiring future monarchs must aim not just at power or at absolute power, but at stable absolute power. A thing is stable if it can A, get there, and B, stay there. Any kind of instability or illegitimacy is dangerous to monarchical regimes and makes them dangerous. This is especially a problem in newborn regimes, and it really showed itself in the 20th century's attempts at new monarchy. Everything about the Third Reich is illegitimate. Internally, there is not even a solid succession plan for the 1,000-year Reich. Hitler, coming to office as a politician, remains a politician, pathologically dependent on public opinion, which he and Goebbels had to both manipulate and pander to. Deep into the war, the Nazis were still making military decisions for propaganda reasons. If National Socialism was not legitimated by public consent, Hitler would have had no use for a sacrificial scapegoat to appease his supporters. Frederick the Great, a much more confident monarch, cared much less what his subjects thought, nor did he persecute the Jews. In German culture in 1900, or even 1800, anti-Semitism was a peasant superstition. It was populism, true democracy, the paradoxical elevation of the lower middle class above aristocratic elites that put state power in the hands of eliminationist anti-Semites. Where social inferiors govern social superiors, any regime is unstable by definition. The ruling class is not used to being ruled. The experiment rarely works out well. And externally, Nazi Germany, from the day of its birth, is in a state of extreme Cold War with the Anglo-American world, which never fully acknowledges its legitimacy as a member of the international community. From day one, the Third Reich is the sworn ideological enemy of the eventual winners in the eventual hot war against it. Already by the 1930s, the British Empire is halfway to its metamorphosis into said international community, and it is no longer even remotely clear that Germany is free, as in the old Westphalian order, to decide on its own form of government. Post-war Germany is inherently unstable, because the sovereignty and legitimacy of any German regime is inherently unclear. If it is a liberal or left-wing regime, a German regime is a satellite of an international empire. If it is a right-wing nationalist regime, the international empires, two halves of one international community, will refuse to accept its legitimacy. In the 20th century, any German state is inherently at war, either with its own people, as a satellite state inherently is, or with the rest of the world, as a nationalist regime in the 20th century inherently is. This war may be cold or hot, but it is always an existential tension, so we would expect a lot of trouble to come out of Germany, and indeed it does. though its external Atlantic relationship was far more friendly, especially before 1945, the USSR also always felt itself in ideological rebellion against the bourgeois world. And internally, the structure of Leninist state socialism, with its dictatorship of the proletariat and its democratic centralism, was never the official end point of Marxism or even Marxist-Leninism. State socialism was a temporary caterpillar which would metamorphose into the butterfly of full communism, true Marxian anarchy. A constitutionally temporary regime and an illegitimate one are the same thing, a weak and unstable regime. Survival is always on its mind. Louis XIV is not constantly fighting for his survival. Augustus is not constantly fighting for his survival, except at the very beginning. Louis XIV and Augustus do not commit any genocides. Stalin and Hitler are always fighting for their lives. They do commit genocides. The last 250 years of international relations cannot be understood outside the context of Popperian repression of sovereign competitors of Anglo-American democracy. The revolutionary dictatorships of the 20th century were rebellious wartime regimes. Neither Nazi Germany nor the USSR was ever truly at peace with the rest of the world, with the international community, and in the heyday of its greatest aggressiveness. And it is not just about Hitler. This same weird hostility to Germany, in fact, is already present in England before 1914, both in the popular press and the Foreign Office. For informed insiders on the Allied side, World War II was a war to repress autocracy, which otherwise they truly feared would have conquered the world. Who knows? Maybe they were right. They acted, they won, it didn't, and they conquered the world. Oligarchy dressed up as democracy but still operating as a wartime monarchy. FDR and Churchill did have CEO-level control of their governments, conquered the world. Repression is inherently brutal. It inherently creates a brutal mindset amongst both repressor and repressed. All the brutalities of the period trace back to this mindset, not to forms of government or even to ideologies. Julius Streicher, the anti-Semitic cartoonist for the Nazi magazine Der Stürmer, had nothing to teach Dr. Seuss. The U.S. is never truly at peace with any non-American regime. Ideologically, in soft power, our peace is the peace of mostly peaceful conquest. When peaceful methods fail, America, with great regret, uses hard power, using war to make peace. In the words of John Quincy Adams, she goes abroad seeking monsters to destroy, and whom she would destroy must first be made a monster. A peaceful monarchy is simply prey. By growing horns and striking with its hooves, a monarchy can defend itself. A monster, too, has horns. The African buffalo, which would not eat a mouse, is the most dangerous animal on the continent. At the start of the 20th century, the English rivalry with Germany was just a way for hack diplomats to justify their sinecures and hack journalists to rent their fingers. Similarly, coronavirus research was just a way for hack virologists to get their grants. Oligarchy has its perils, too, subtle though they be. And once the war started, it is a category error to compare state actions in war to state actions in peace, as the mindset of war necessarily justifies so many actions unthinkable in peace. All sides in World War II considered themselves to be in a war of either nations, races, or classes. American soldiers felt they were fighting against Germans and Japanese, not against Nazis or Shintoists. The American government felt no significant compunction about killing German and Japanese civilians by air attack, whether nuclear or conventional. Nor did Caesar feel any significant compunction about massacring Gaulish civilians. While there remains a special and pointless horror in abusing captive civilians, there is no comparison between German camps for Jews and American camps for Japanese, and even the Gulag never quite took the last step to naked industrial slaughter. Not even the fascist or communist ideologies could have condoned mass murder, except in the context of self-defense in an existential military conflict, real or imagined. While Hitler was not actually fighting a race war against world Jewry, all evidence suggests he thought he was, and the nascent international community always did want to depose him. Even as the Führer of all Germany, he was always a rebel, and he was desperate. The obvious math of the two-front war was unwinnable for Germany. Not only were the 20th century totalitarian states always at war, cold or hot, their strategic situation was always dire and impossible, and indeed they lost and have disappeared from history. Losing movements are generally crazier than winning movements. Wise people are much more likely to join the latter than the former. Of course, the atrocities of the mid-20th century happen either during wartime or, as in the USSR, shortly before it. They are abuses of civilians in a state of internal civil instability, exacerbated by external conflict in which many civilians sympathize with the enemy of the regime. This is a situation ripe for human rights abuses. There are two kinds of human wars, wars which avoid combat against non-combatants, and the other kind. Genocidal war without limit is a human universal, but before the age of democracy, this chimpanzee war psychology had not been seen in Europe since the Albigensian Crusades, and even the sack of Béziers, 1209, was the exception. 9 was not the rule. It may seem a little much to blame Hitler on democracy, but Hitler is a monarch in and from the age of democracy. His whole theory of leadership revolves around the mobilization of public opinion, the talent that brought him to power. The Holocaust is his regime acting within the fantasy world of its own propaganda. Without democracy, there is no propaganda. Outside its own propaganda, such a crime is unimaginable. What was Hitler? First and foremost, Hitler was a politician. We can imagine making a politician into an effective monarch, but the skill set is very different. I would go with a CEO, a general, a chef, or even a film director. For thousands of kings across hundreds of years in tens of countries, mass murder of civilians was unthinkable. Then a new democratic Germany, half subjugated by a world empire in a brutal war, reduced to chaos and poverty, elects a weird commoner, a politician who rebels against the empire by establishing a new radical regime. And this politician commits this mass murder. And this is supposed to refute monarchy? On the contrary, it seems like a perfect exception that proves the rule. When you rate historical monarchs on an equally weighted timeline rather than overweighting the recent past, Hitler is an obvious outlier. It is easy to see logically why, as a social outcast without any internal or external source of regime legitimacy, he stands out in every possible way from the sample set of European monarchs. Presenting an outlier as an example is one of the classic ways to lie with statistics or to lie without them. When we examine the nature and actions of these 20th century monarchies, we see stressed systems on the edge of the form's ecological niche. In the peak centuries of democracy, the 19th and the 20th, a monarchy, new or old, radical or conservative, is like a polar bear who wanders into downtown Toronto. Its actions are unpredictable, but should not be taken as normal polar bear things, nor will it last long there. Yes, Hitler was an elected radical monarch. Yes, elected radical monarchy is the only form of regime change available to us now. It is dangerous, so is air travel, so is, or was, COVID. How did you like your bureaucratic pandemic? Kill anyone you know? The waning of physical democracy, a stressor of the communist and fascist regimes, was the enormous strength of mass democracy, both the democracies in power overseas and the potential of democratic revolution at home. As is common in any stressed system, the key stress was the force that would eventually destroy these regimes, winning both World War II and the Cold War. Under such existential stress, any potential characters, flaw in a regime, will emerge. The Allies in World War II were under no such stress, yet their record of abjuring violence against non-combatants was hardly unmarred. Who knows what FDR and Churchill would have done if they thought they were losing? The Allies were so confident that they started post-war planning as soon as the war started. The math was obvious, and so much of the weird, desperate character of the Axis feels linked to the same math. This stress is absent today because of the enormous loss of strength in mass political energy in all civilized countries. Westerners today may still have strong opinions, but their potential to convert those opinions into physical action, often to even vote, has dropped by orders of magnitude. Unless a demonstration or election is literally a demonstration of potential physical force, democracy quickly becomes a formality. Remember mass commitment and cohesion? Cohesion is dead in an atomized society. But we can imagine recreating it. Commitment is dead in a luxury society, period. The only possible 21st century democratic structure uses extremely high cohesion to compensate for extremely low commitment. This looks like nothing you are used to. Commitment is chimp power. Unless you are ready to chimp, you have no power to vote. It matters not if you have the right. Any real power will just be taken from you. The election machines need not be hacked. The wires of power will just be pulled out. Perhaps the machine works perfectly, but it is not actually connected to anything. In the last 2 centuries, democracy was the gasoline that any ideology could spark. Everyone assumes the Western world is still soaked in gasoline. It is soaked in water, or, at best, apple juice. There is some energy in Western politics, but a lighter will no longer ignite it. Except for inspiring literal terrorism, there are no more incendiary ideologies. How much classic terrorism have we seen in the last decade? Of course, the suicide bombing is the definition of maximum commitment. It was not Caesar who converted the Roman Republic from democracy to monarchy. It was the Romans themselves who lost first their talent for, then their confidence in, then their enthusiasm for their old right to rule. Like the Chinese people today, they became depoliticized. The imperial regime encouraged this trend but did not cause it. This loss of physical democratic strength is why, despite the totalitarian abuses of the 20th century, we can still imagine nonviolent transitions from oligarchic democracy to healthy absolute monarchy in the 21st century. And we can see why such transitions were much, much harder to pull off cleanly in the 20th. In the time of the mid-20th century totalitarian regimes, democracy remained a physically dangerous force. Berlin in the early 1930s is famous for its mass violence. When the Nazis and the communists fought in Red Wedding, which was not a TV show, they pulled a body or two off the streets every day. And full-on mass murder was a feature of the Russian Revolution from the first. Yet already in the late 20th century, 30 years ago now, the incredible fall of the Soviet bloc is mostly peaceful. Only in the most backward of the USSR's outer provinces, Romania, was there any mass violence in 1989. Something had already changed. That something is modernity, which even happened in the later USSR. Modernity kills democratic commitment. Something like modernity, in fact, was what killed it in ancient Rome. And modernity killed it in America in the lives of those now living. Democratic violence in the form of Southern massive resistance to desegregation was decisively and peacefully put down by federal force in the 1950s. Civil rights was as clear a victory of oligarchy over democracy as has ever been seen. No, really, and since this victory, the power of the defeated has decreased by orders of magnitude. No one in the South even still calls themselves a segregationist or a white supremacist. Remember, democracy, like monarchy and oligarchy, is not an ideal but a form of force. The form of force used by the winners was central bureaucratic procedure, Supreme Court decisions enforced by lawful federal authority. The form of force used by the losers was the mass exception, decentralized disorder coordinated by group loyalty, all-white juries acquitting good old boys, the essence of physical democracy. An oligarchic force defeated a democratic force. A progressive force defeated a populist force. You may not like the way I use this language. I hope you see its consistency. And remember that none of these forms of force is inherently good or bad. None. This is why Aristotle has 6 terms for good and bad, democracy, oligarchy, and monarchy. Yes, there was democratic force on the side of civil rights as well, demonstrations and even riots. But the demonstrations were organized centrally. AstroTurf is not grass. The 1960s riots were generally spontaneous but unnecessary and probably unhelpful. It is quite all right to side with the civil rights winners over the segregationist losers. Everyone loves a winner. Sometimes the good guys even win. Just remember that in almost all conflicts, the overdog wins, which means that almost all winners were the overdog. Tales in which underdogs win should be treated with Bayesian suspicion. In most cases, the winner of a war starts the war because he knows he will win. In most other cases, the loser initiates the war because he knows he will lose unless he fights, and his odds are getting worse. But ultimately, that still means the winner started it. As we go deeper into the past, physical democracy gets even more crazy. Historically, it is important to remember that the redemption movement of the 1870s that created the Solid South was based on extreme levels of decentralized democratic violence, the first Ku Klux Klan and the like, with many proto-fascist tendencies, like the use of colored shirts for paramilitary organizations. Even Honest Abe Lincoln had a paramilitary organization, the Wide Awakes, a sort of Midwestern Sturmabteilung. By the middle of the 1860 campaign, Republicans bragged that they had Wide Awake chapters in every county of every northern state. On the day of Lincoln's election as president, Wide Awakes had grown to 518,000 members. The group remained active for several decades. The standard Wide Awake uniform was full robe or cape, a black glazed hat, and a torch 6 feet in length to which a large flaming pivoting whale oil container was mounted. Its activities were conducted primarily in the evening and consisted of several nighttime torchlit marches through cities in the Northeast. The Wide Awakes adopted the image of a large eyeball as their standard banner. As someone once said to me at a party, I didn't read about that in Team of Rivals. Real American history is full of this incredibly whack stuff that no one ever talks about. Also, those poor whales talk about dying for democracy. Ironically, the last meaningful American mob of upper-class citizens was the 1968 Chicago Convention riot. In the days of rage period, hippies still planted bombs, but for the last 50 years, urban underclass aside, the famously unruly Americans, tea in the harbor and all that, have been docile as lambs. Yes, their last heirs, the last rowdy young lords, are the Antifa. When was the last Antifa bombing? In the 21st century, everything becomes a shallow, slick, fashionable, and harmless version of itself. Since I was born in 1973, I even remember when punk was dangerous. Similarly, comparing the Proud Boys to the SA, let alone the Minutemen, the Sons of Liberty, or even the Wide Awakes, is nothing short of ridiculous. It's not 1933 or 1861 or 1776. It never will be. Not again. Looking for an American Civil War? Try 100 years ago with the Centralia Massacre. Imagine a pitched battle with guns between the Democratic Socialist Alliance and Turning Point USA in 2024. You're strictly in the genre of magical realism. A deadly clash between members of the Industrial Workers of the World and American Legion members during an Armistice Day parade on November 11th, 1919. From democracy to oligarchy, his loss of democratic commitment is an epical, monotonic change. And it has coincided with a de facto change in the American form of government, from a representative democracy in which elected politicians mainly direct the state to a bureaucratic oligarchy in which permanent employees mainly direct the state. This is not a recent change, but a century-long trend. Today's deep state bureaucracy is no more than the sad kingless corpse of the New Deal, an executive monarchy in which Franklin Roosevelt mainly directed the state. World War II consisted entirely of monarch-on-monarch violence. Every independent country was ruled by a king. Tojo's regime, in reality, was less monarchical than FDR's. Competing factions in Imperial Japan were more important. It is not that representative democracy depends on democratic violence, terrorism, but that the passion that leads to terrorism is a reliable marker of the political energy that gives representative democracy the power to direct the state. Without this kind of physical democratic commitment, politicians become ceremonial figures like the old hereditary monarchs. First the voters, then the politicians lose confidence in their right to rule. The state, captured by its own civil service, becomes an oligarchy. And when democracy is no longer functional, it is no longer passionate. Like China, if in a very different way, we have reached the stage of democratic defeat. The U.S. has not yet reached the end point in which even the headline election evokes no passion or energy. But both Canada and California are already there, and the UK may be pulling into the station. You will live to see national elections which everyone knows are meaningless ceremonies, like the coronation of Charles III, and the politicians they elect will have exactly the powers of Charles III. Whereas in the mid-20th century, in the leading cities of Europe and the European diaspora, the energy and passion of democracy was still very much intact. Even amongst the top social strata, mass violence remained a genuine thing. Youths of good family could become full-on terrorists and end up in prestigious positions. Any stable regime in the last quarter of the second millennium had to either capture or suppress the tremendous passion and energy of mass democracy in the age of emerging modernity. But that was then, and this is now. It is most natural for an oligarchy to capture the energy of democracy, but sometimes oligarchies must suppress it. It is most natural for a monarchy to suppress the energy of democracy, but sometimes monarchies must capture it, especially when rising. Caesar himself was a politician before he was an emperor. Reference to Bill Ayers' The Ideology of Political Toxicity. We evaluate the ideologies of communism and fascism. We should evaluate them as a chemical pharmacologist evaluates a powerful toxin. Poisons are interesting to the drug developer because poisons are often structurally related to useful drugs. Both act powerfully on your biochemistry. For instance, the current crop of GLP-1 diabetes and obesity medications was adapted from Gila monster venom. What we see is that regimes animated by these monarchical ideologies ruling over populations with high political commitment did awful things very energetically. Our theory is that the cause of the toxicity is the democratic aspects of these ideologies, animated by this high commitment. Frederick the Great is not Hitler, not because Frederick's rule is any less absolute, but because it is more absolute. It does not rest upon the pillar of a highly committed and highly propagandized population. Monarchs make mistakes. Frederick made many. But there was no deep seam of schizophrenic weirdness running through his regime. That weirdness is the weirdness of the public mind in the elder years of democracy, the weirdness we see when we look at the marketplace of ideas in the minds of, say, suburban soccer moms on Facebook. Suburban soccer moms on Facebook, though, do not tend to be blood-hardened Great War veterans who have seen and laughed at hell. There is an interesting way to test this theory on ourselves, or rather on our own history. High democratic commitment in the early 20th century is by no means a phenomenon exclusive to Europe. If we are looking at our own 20th century history through the right lens, we should see toxicity produced by high commitment. If we do not detect this kind of energy, either the theory is wrong or the lens is still distorted. What exactly is this lens? We know that there are many toxic variants of monarchy. There are also many toxic variants of both oligarchy and democracy. As subjects of an oligarchy, we know a lot about the mechanics of toxic monarchy, say dictatorship, and by other names, toxic democracy, say populism or politics. We know little about how to think about a toxic oligarchy and nothing at all about how to use democracy to replace it with non-toxic monarchy. At least nothing good. All we have is vaguely ominous-sounding catchwords like deep state and cathedral. If we understood the theory of a toxic oligarchy, we could look at 20th century U.S. foreign policy through the lens of a toxic oligarchy. If, seen through this lens, blurry and confusing events, seeming almost like accidents, snapped into focus and became clear, understandable actions, we would feel ourselves seeing history for the first time, and we would see millions of predictable, unnecessary deaths from these actions. One of the unwelcome lessons of fascism and communism is that we must learn to scrutinize ourselves as exactingly as we have learned to look at these flawed and fallen enemies. The dream from outside the dream, break the frame of the 20th century liberal world order, is to see it from outside as a piece of history, not the way we see ourselves, but the way the next regime and the rest of history after that will see us. The only real reason to learn history is that it is the only remaining tool that we can use to see ourselves as others would see us. We used to be able to do this with foreign countries in the present, but then we conquered them all, for reasons. Anyway, here is how I think the future will remember our side in the wars of the 20th century. No 20th century revolutionary tradition is as evangelical as liberalism. Any desire of Nazi Germany for global importance looks like a baby waving its spoon next to the Anglo-American international community which coalesced after 1919, or even next to the British Empire and its allies in the 19th century. Even Soviet revolutionary evangelism feels weak and tentative next to the universal dream of a liberal planet. Also, we judge the Third Reich not for its peacetime record, but for its wartime record. We judge the tiger by its fangs, not its purrs. Not till the liberal world order is as vanished as Nazi Germany will it be judged by its fangs. But then it will be. How will the Anglo-American war record be judged? A war crime is not just people get killed in a war. People always get killed in a war. A war crime is people get killed in a war for no military reason. This is the old strict standard which, if properly applied, eliminates any use of human shields. Call it not a trolley problem, but a tank problem. A tank will run over anyone in its way. Do not get in its way. If you put someone in its way, you're just killing them yourself. These classical rules, now of course abandoned, give everyone the right incentive. They do not detect any violation at all. Where billions today would shriek, war crimes, they do not do anything at all to legitimize the Holocaust. Yet, what historian still argues that there was any more military utility in Dresden and Hiroshima than in the Holocaust itself. The death totals were lower, true. There was also no military utility in the cleansing of Eastern European Germans after the war. Now there you're getting into the millions. That was mostly done by our Soviet allies, who we were super good friends with, who had done lots of this kind of thing before the war, which the Nazis mostly had not. Also, you can't just do war crimes by just letting your auxiliary forces do them, like the Nazis outsourcing the ethnic cleansing of Riga to the Latvian auxiliary police. This is just not a picture of a clear moral story, and liberalism was never a fundamentally democratic movement, though it captured democratic support. So must every ruling regime, since all power is based on consent. In the 20th century, the use of democratic rhetoric and symbolism becomes universal. North Korea is the DPRK, one letter for a place, three synonyms for democracy. Of course, a less democratic country could hardly be imagined. Again, AstroTurf is not grass in a world where public opinion is installed by quasi-official institutions and shows, and where any patch of remaining spontaneous opinion is not the self-mowing lawn of a marketplace of ideas in which good ideas predictably prevail, but just a patch of intellectual weeds. Our only choice is to fill our front yards with AstroTurf, or weeds. Back when you could still get the green AstroTurf, the choice was easier. Now it only comes in rainbow. Liberalism is the ideological projection of oligarchy. Out of power, it is aristocratic and anarchic. In power, it is bureaucratic and obsessive. Aristocratic liberalism is Dionysian and belongs to the gilded youth, the jeunesse dorée. Bureaucratic liberalism is Apollonian and belongs to crafty, cynical, middle-aged strivers and survivors. Do not fall for the trick that these are different things. They are the caterpillar and the moth. Also, do not confuse the power structure with its clients and supporters. Names like the Labour Party in the UK now read as hilarious anachronisms, yet even in its heyday, Labour was a mere muscle of the aristocratic Fabians. Back then, its working-class voters were capable of violence, but even then, workers were the followers, not the leaders. Orwell talks much about this. And in the World War in which liberalism defeated fascism, both fascist democracy and liberal aristocracy thrust forward, monarchs. In wartime, the powers of FDR and Churchill were not significantly lower than the powers of Hitler and Stalin. They could not just have people shot, probably not anyway, nor did they need to when Americans talk about the deep state, proles or the administrative state, law professors today. What we mean is the personal government of Franklin Roosevelt, stripped of its king. Subsequent presidents have held only small fractions of FDR's informal personal discretion and converted into a permanent bureaucratic oligarchy. The administrative state is only a small part of this regime. Its authority is, of course, delegated from the Congress, and it itself delegates many tasks and decisions to the private sector, from defense contractors to foundations to universities. The regime consists not just of the government proper, but any organization that is funded or trusted or otherwise privileged by the government. The deepest levels of power are held by universities, which have the power to think for the state. DC always trusts content from Harvard, and journalists with the power to access state secrets. Most of the stories on the front page of any day's New York Times are written around information informally obtained from the government. Of course, these extra-governmental institutions are also, in many cases, transnational and form a web of oligarchic trust that connects the bureaucracies of the Western world. Prestige within this system, based on resumes of credentials and positions, is membership in the few that defines oligarchy. The global government of the few, this whole structure, is not magic. It is not eternal. It is nowhere near perfect. Its origins are not at all ancient. It is an early 20th century concrete building which preserved the 18th century brick facade. Its founding heroes were not in any way saintly and might even be seen as somewhat culpable. It is certainly not democratic. And whatever nice thing you mean when you say liberal, that is just one of its faces. It is just a thing. It happened. It's the way we live now. It is not the way we always have to live because of some ancient and terrible sacrifice, sworn in blood on the family hearth or something. Even the flag is just a logo. It's a nice logo. I like it. I honestly don't think it needs to change. But on the other hand, changing it would really make a point, wouldn't it? Yes, changing it would be a lot of work. It would be dangerous and even scary. On the other hand, the way we live now is a lot of work. It is also dangerous and even scary. As Aeneas Nin put it, and the day came when the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom. Monarchical world optimization, in all it seems, we have figured out the real effective altruism. Effective monarchy. World optimization means transforming the world into a peaceful, decentralized network of efficient, genuinely independent sovereign states. Just think of world Stetsur optimization as a replacement for the current Atlantic Standard, global leadership. To be as effective as possible, each of these regimes will be shaped like a corporation, reporting to a single CEO who is accountable to some kind of board. In other words, any new regime will be an accountable monarchy. Capitalism, a second-order network of virtual kingdoms, has already done the science. It has found accountable monarchy to be the most efficient way to organize large numbers of people in getting things done. The world has large numbers of capable professionals who are used to operating in this structure. Why would operating at the sovereign level be different? There are differences, but there are differences between any two businesses. Most of the skill in corporate operations is completely generic. It makes no sense not to reuse this skill at the sovereign level, but the only effective way to reuse it is not to invigorate existing organizations with its flavor or even its personnel, but to rapidly stand up entirely new organizations with new personnel, hiring old staff only as temporary technical consultants to smooth the transition. Improving the quality of government is the most effective altruistic collective action. Replacing the 20th century liberal order of oligarchic bureaucracies with a new 21st century order of efficient monarchies is the most effective way to improve the quality of government. Therefore, radical monarchism is the real effective altruism. Great. Seems obvious once you think about it, right? So how do we make it happen? Let's start at the planetary level. The altruistic logic of world optimization is the logic of a peaceful transition from this 20th century unipolar, oligarchic world order to a 21st century multipolar monarchical world order. Ultimately, I believe this transition must come from within the unipolar world, as it did in the fall of the USSR. To be concrete, Americans are foolish if they look for any kind of help from the monarchies of China or Russia. One reason why China and Russia have no interest in spreading their authoritarian systems of government to us is that they can best compete with an enfeebled America. The West always outperforms the East when the West is strong. Ideally, new Western monarchies will become so much more effective than the CCP, not to mention Putin's rickety post-Soviet apparatus, that the next generation of Eastern leaders will sensibly revert to the classic Eastern pattern of simply following the West. Global leadership. Ugh. Yet the idea of a global monarchy terrifies even me. Fortunately, all the transnational institutions, official and unofficial, belong to the old regime. The global oligarchical regime will naturally break out into nation-states because regime change disrupts the social graph of elites whose soft power holds the globalized world together. Only global war can make a global monarchy. The civilized world has lost its taste for war. The uncivilized world cannot defeat it. So any new multipolar order will be stable. There is no chance of a new global regime because there is no alternative social graph of new elites. Rather, each new regime will have to curate its own new domestic elite. If it does not do so, it is not a regime at all, or is only a satellite of some other nation. Under such a system of independent regimes, countries should culturally diverge over time, every year becoming more different from each other. I know this seems weird, but it will maximize the total cultural heritage of humanity. Also, of course, the more genuinely independent nations there are, the more generative their competition, creating a high standard that every regime will feel itself held to. How can it be made to happen? A safe assumption is that the American empire, like the Soviet empire, has to fall from the top down. Regime change in the periphery without regime change in the center is weak and unstable. Regime change in the center makes regime change in the periphery inevitable, so we have to start in the center, a smaller problem, if not much smaller. America is the only Western country in which a stable monarchy can be established, because it is the only fully sovereign Western country. The problem is that only democratic energy can do the job, and democracy is dying. Somehow the public has to see its own power failing, see that it cannot rule on behalf of itself, and transfer all its remaining strength in a single act to a new and healthy monarchy that can safeguard the nation and its posterity forever. Sort of like getting your 95-year-old grandma to give up her license and sign a power of attorney. She should not be behind the wheel, but let's do this while she can still hold a pen. Only some such remaining flicker of democracy can facilitate any political change in America or any first world country if we imagine the outside chance of a renegade European country challenging the American order. Once the paperwork is signed, Grandma can chill out in front of the TV, and pedestrians are safe from her Prius, but the levels of dangerous and disorderly democratic energy in the world today have dropped precipitously over the last century. This democratic energy created the deadly political storms of the 20th century, in particular its deadly global civil wars between liberalism, fascism, and communism. Now it is gone. No one cares about politics. They think they do, but they don't. Americans of previous generations would be utterly puzzled by the present population's incapacity for action. While we participate in the same displays of political loyalty, we do not form rebellions, mobs, or terrorist gangs. Almost no one has that level of commitment today, which means they don't care. They think they do, but they don't. This new century is the situation in which history is ready for a new era of radical monarchies whose first concern is not mere survival, as it had to be during the great conflicts of the last century. Democracy was the mortal enemy of monarchy. Only an oligarchy could capture it. But that was then, and this is now. With the democracy dead, killed by oligarchic atomization, decadence, domestication, and the general destruction of democratic political capacity, it is monarchy's time to flourish again. Under the gentle healing hands of capable kings, the nations will heal. Perhaps eventually, the necessary virtues will regrow, and democracy will rise again, but not for at least a generation, giving the new regimes time to grow strong. From oligarchy through democracy to monarchy, as usual, the first step has to be in America. But can it happen here? What would it look like? Electing a monarch? Electing a dictator? This is straight up Caesarism, of course. Let's not pretend we're inventing anything here. Americans have been LARPing the Roman Republic for about a quarter millennium now. Now, we're just ready for the sequel. The key question of a 21st century Caesarism in America or Europe is whether our moribund democracy has enough of a spark left to replace oligarchy with monarchy. Most objective observers would say it obviously doesn't, but there are always tricks, generally involving not commitment, but cohesion. People these days do not cohere well automatically, but a lot can be done with the internet. And if this can somehow be done, a new monarchy will not have trouble suppressing the energy of democracy. There may not be enough left to even be worth suppressing. Moreover, democracy, populism, will start on the side of the monarch, by definition. It has been decades since America had anything like a true grassroots left. What we call the left is just power, power's masters and its clients, pure, status-based oligarchy. When power is in the hands of a king, and this monarchy seems stable and permanent, the same followers will follow him no less avidly. Once a courtier, always a courtier. Once a lackey, always a lackey. All of the old oligarchy will be putty in his hands. Their ideology will not matter. The whole idea of ideology and culture war will disappear. So will race war, class war, the battle of the sexes, etc. And there will be no violence, none at all. In fact, the ER docs will start forgetting how to treat gunshot wounds. It is true that all regime transitions are, in a sense, wars. Every revolution is a war, but we no longer live in the early 20th century when the potential for mass violence was latent across the entire population. In terms of Roman history, the Western world is not the Rome of Cincinnatus and Regulus, or even the Rome of Marius and Sulla, or even the Rome of Caesar. It is the Rome of Augustus or even Marcus Aurelius. It is simply not a violent or chaotic society. Its next great change will not be violent or chaotic. It will make the Czech Velvet Revolution of 1989 feel like sandpaper. Our Marius and Sulla were Stalin and Hitler. We are past that now, even if no one knows it. Most adult American men have never been in a fistfight, let alone have used a weapon against another human. Compare January 6th to the Paris Commune, and next to the French Revolution, the Paris Commune is a cocktail party. Democracy is over because democracy is the formalization of mass violence. Mass violence is over, at least among all civilized peoples, as long as our comfortable, utilitarian, modern civilization lasts. There are also uncivilized peoples in our country, but they are no longer credible as an effective military threat, even just terroristic against the middle and upper classes. Anyone who wants to rule a country has to understand it, not as it is supposed to be, but as it is. When we imagine that 21st century Americans are capable of things they are actually not capable of, we fail. When we imagine that they are incapable of things they are actually capable of, we fail. In general, many of our structural assumptions imagine a population which is much more literal, committed, and coherent, and much less ironic, frivolous, and atomized than the real human material we must work with. It is this ironic frivolity that provides the real fuel for 21st century change. While our population may be one of the most decadent in history, it is by far the most ironic. Irony is a fundamentally nihilistic mode of thinking, which is corrosive to tradition and respect. It is also irreversible. There is no cultural retreat from sophistication, yet the legitimacy of all regimes, even our oligarchic bureaucracies, is founded in tradition and respect. We seriously believe the Constitution, a piece of paper, an email, matters to us today because of some meeting in Philadelphia in 1787. This is fundamentally magical thinking, as if this Constitution had been joined with the laws of Baal, Lord of the Universe, by burning it upon a goat's blood pentagram. Step out of the pentagram and everything is possible. Today is the first day of the rest of our lives. Aleister Crowley comes to mind. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The collective power that irony grants us is the power to merely step outside a traditional frame that may have once deserved our respect, but has long since become the prison of our minds. Deployed properly, irony is more powerful than violence. Our new Minutemen are hackers and comedians. Their muskets are shitposts and memes. Secession considered unlikely history is never a mirror. It does not repeat, it rhymes, and it never reverses. Another transition idea is for the empire's de facto provinces, which were historically sovereign and remain nominally sovereign, to rebel or secede. Secession is total, but local regime change. Secession is less plausible than it often appears. It is usually performative of the past. This is especially so in an era that belongs to transportation, not geography. But all sovereignty is military, and there is an inherent military case against secession, especially in a low-commitment population. Rebellion in general fails unless promoted by what Carl Schmitt called an interested third party, whose power can counterbalance the otherwise inevitably superior power of the government. The battle is not always to the strong, nor the race to the swift, but that's usually the way to bet. For instance, in the American Revolution, there were two interested third parties, France and the liberal faction in England. We see a preview of this effect in the fall of the USSR, nominally first among equals in a community of sovereign nations brought together by socialist brotherhood. While the Warsaw Pact was nominally an alliance of equals, it was actually a central empire. Attempts of this empire's external provinces to secede did not succeed, but the whole empire dissolved when its center dissolved. The dissolution of the Warsaw Pact was greatly eased by the interested third party of the West. The West has no West, but all such great empires in history, China never had a China either, found ways to either become their own enemies or fall to barbarians, the source of Chinese dynasties. But even in the past, those fractures were rarely regional. Empires fall as a whole. City-states merge into nations and then empires, but time's arrow does not go backward. The West originates in a new order formed by new tribes on the ruins of the Roman Empire. That empire was made of hundreds of cities which had once been city-states. Not a single one of these responded to the end of Rome by restoring its sovereignty. Athens, for instance, did not rise again and reestablish the Delian League. Secession, too, requires much more commitment energy than is available today. Will Texas secede? What percentage of Texans even vote? What percentage of Texan voters take voting seriously enough that they will take it in stride if they vote for secession, and the next day the ATMs stop working? And what country is the interested third party for Texas? Mexico? China? But the ATMs will never stop working. Texan secession would be like Brexit, a meaningless formality yielding only annoying hassles. Politics is the art of the possible and must be practiced in the present reality, not the romantic past. So what about French secession? If Texas is to the U.S. as the Ukraine to the USSR, France or Britain, Germany, Japan, etc. is Poland. Poland did not quite escape the Brezhnev doctrine, the Soviet rule that once a country went communist, it could never go back, but it seemed at least close. And analogies are never precise. And has Poland escaped the American Brezhnev doctrine? Seems like not. When the woolly-minded traditionalists lose one election, the liberals still know how to play. The European Union cut off more than $100 billion in funding to Poland as part of its dispute with the previous government, funds that began to be reinstated once voters elected the new liberal government committed to doing away with law and justice's changes. On December 20, just days after the Tusk government formally took office, Poland's culture minister fired the leadership of TVP and appointed new management boards. The final broadcast of the old regime on that day shows a visibly shaken host, telling viewers the signal for TVP is going to be abruptly shut off for the first time in Polish history and that the entire leadership had been fired. He then takes his clipboard and walks off camera before a monotone signal is played. Soft power still has its teeth, but the Polish rebellion against the global order never really got going. Obviously, it did not involve the top stratum of Polish society, to say the least. If a rebellion does not have an elite, it is not a revolution, but a jacquerie, a mob of peasants, barely worth defeating. Was January 6 defeated? It was just arrested. More successful rebellions in other small countries like Hungary and El Salvador are unimpressive, not because their track records and governance are unimpressive, but because their efforts to detach local from global elites have not been successful. For obvious reasons, local elites remain loyal to global ideologies and institutions. There is no obvious therapy that could cure this disease, which even Tsarist Russia had. Because where they cannot capture their own native elites, these regimes remain superficial monarchies without loyal and stable aristocracies. It is probably impossible for them to do better, but this is still an objectively disappointing result. It points to the difficulty of secession, even international secession, while the center remains intact. Sunsetting. The international community. Secession is not an option. The most effective way to make the world or any part of it a better place is to totally replace the whole world's government. At the highest level, the world's government is the transnational order installed by the winners in 1945 and 1989, the international community. Less intuitively, since Washington is the diplomatic center of the world, rebooting Washington will reboot the international community, the diplomatic oligarchy which evolved out of the winning players in the world wars and the Cold War. This global oligarchy has not been fully rebooted until everyone with a career, official or academic, in diplomacy or international relations has retired or changed fields. In every country, the ancient protocol of historical European diplomacy is shut down, and when governments have things to say to each other, they send an email, or maybe Zoom. If aliens attack, there will definitely be a big Zoom call. Everyone in the Warsaw Pact thought Poland was an independent country. But the Polish regime, like any satellite, could not survive its sponsor's fall. So much for socialist brotherhood. What does the Western version of the Gorbachev doctrine, in which the falling USSR told its socialist brothers they could have any government they liked, look like? What if Trump literally does a Gorbachev on the American empire? Imagine the German public watching as American soldiers and diplomats go home. Imagine the German army watching. Imagine France being told that America has no opinion on the form of the French government, that, in the words of John Quincy Adams, it considers the government de facto as the legitimate government for us. Whoever rules Paris, be it communists, fascists, Muslims, royalists, or Russians, so far as America is concerned, is the government of France. Moreover, if France wants her old colonies back, she can have them. She can take back Algeria tomorrow, and nothing will happen. Nobody will nuke Paris. Americans will keep drinking her wine, wearing her clothes, and watching her movies. She can even deport her liberals, in America, the libs we have with us always. Well, what harm in a few more? Europeans are just thinner Americans with better food, films, and fashion. Political power comes from possibilities, not grievances. People demand power when they feel it is possible for them to demand power. The German population in 1946 was not at all well treated, and most of the Dänen had been sincere believers in the old regime, whose predictions about the new regime were in many ways justified. But there was no Nazi agitation in Germany in 1946 because there was obviously no path to Nazi power. But once sovereignty is returned to Germany, all forces in Germany can contend for power on a level playing field, as they can, of course. In America, imagine the Mexican army realizing that it can replicate Nayib Bukele's experiment in locking up all the gangs in El Salvador on the scale of Mexico. The whole infrastructure of political and ideological control from the north is swept away. South and Central America revert to their normal historical form of government, caudillismo. They might even wind up submitting, voluntarily or otherwise, to a resurgent Spain. The American reason to abandon the American empire is the same as Gorbachev's reason. To show the empire abroad is to show it at home, and to dissolve it is to show it. Because the death of any regime's pretensions is the revelation of its reality. For our regime to pretend that it is the worst form of government except for all the others no longer works when every country that throws off its shackles, from the third world to the first, both feels a visible sense of joy and freedom and rapidly begins to heal. Americans are not ready to take our cues from China yet, nor should we be, but France? Of course, the regimes which will not be directly affected by such a transition are the autocracies which already defy Washington, partly or fully, China, Russia, and so on. But I would expect a transition to radical monarchy in Washington to have two indirect effects even on these rogue nations. One is that these regimes will chill out and become less paranoid and hostile, since Washington will not be constantly kicking them under the table with its soft power. Two is that America will return to its normal position of specifying the standards and practices of government around the world. An American autocracy operating at California startup efficiency will be more, not less, effective than the Chinese or Russian regimes. At the same time, it will abandon its counterproductive habit of pressuring, threatening, and undermining these regimes. Although old, non-Western autocracies will survive the global regime change, they will slowly converge on the better standards and practices of the new Western autocracies. The world, Europe, the Third World, and the enemy countries, even North Korea, will upgrade itself to a quality of government which does not exist on the planet today. Their harmony, too, will be unsurpassed, with no one kicking anyone under the table. The spirit of radical monarchy, from pure, if somewhat bold logic, we have reasoned our way to global regime change, to the end of the post-1945 world order and even the post-1945 world mythos, to a world of independent radical monarchies, which what? What do they do? We have an argument that a new regime is needed and that the most effective form of regime and the only possible form of a new regime is this radical monarchy, which we may even have almost convinced ourselves doesn't have to mean, and actually in our era, can't mean Hitler. But it still sounds like Hitler, though, so what is it? This new regime is the therapy for the condition of our own regime. Do we need it? Does the condition justify the therapy? What is the disease? What is the medication? What would a Western equivalent of the fall of the USSR even mean? Now that we have, at least to some extent, disarmed our deep Hitler phobia. Parti Henry, at least our fear of the form of government monarchy that almost all of humanity has lived under for almost all of history, let's go back to the beginning and sketch out what we really would mean by a Western political event, like the fall of the USSR. First of all, there is no fall without a rise. We must remember sovereignty is conserved. We cannot picture the fall of an old order without picturing the rise of a new order. In the fall of the USSR, there was an obvious heir to its power. Its Western competitor, of which the Eastern Bloc was only a pale shadow, global leadership, the international community, the Anglo-American empire, the free world, pick your terminology. But no empire is forever. Our empire, though, has no heir, always a dangerous condition. So, is this empire forever, for the first time ever? And if not, what comes next? Even if political science, Machiavelli and all that, has established that it has to start out as a monarchy, what is this monarchy? What is it trying to do? What will it become? And most important, how will we get from here to there? A dangerous blind spot T is very unlikely that the reasoning above so far has challenged your political faith. We have just been trying to make regime change seem possible or just imaginable, but you will find that you have no meaningful way to think about regime change. You are probably also sure that any way of replacing the regime is both bad and impossible, but you have no idea what A, that way, or B, the next regime would even look like. But other than your generalized fear of regime change, revolutionary dictators, etc., which we have just spent a barrel of ink on soothing, you cannot in any way say why it is bad or impossible for a simple reason. You cannot even say what it would mean, so you have no meaningful way to think about regime change. Isn't that convenient? Isn't it interesting that you have thought so much about so many things, probably including some pretty bizarre alternate realities, but never about anything like this? Also, suppose you were someone a lot like you, except living in Moscow in 1985. How much thinking would this alternate you have been doing about the fall of the USSR? Are these answers in any way related? One thing is clear, always and everywhere, this is a dangerous area of thought. Danger in philosophy, like danger in chemistry, often yields the most reward. But many a chemist has choked at his bench. And when we think about regime replacement as a path to optimization, we are cooking with fluorine and plutonium. Reacting such elements must be meticulous. It takes the discipline of an engineer. Yet, as anyone who has flown on a plane knows, disciplined engineering can make very complicated and powerful things almost perfectly safe. Maybe we can do the same with radical monarchy, but any such thing is a long way away. First, let us look carefully at the whole arc from present to purpose, starting with special attention to safety. T, through regime change to absolute power, he ideas of regime change and absolute power to any normal citizen of any stable country, and especially to a citizen of the Western world in the early 21st century, seem A, intimately related, and B, extremely scary. As we've seen, they are both, and yet, as we saw in our discussion of Popper's paradox of tolerance, in no time and place has there ever been absolute freedom of speech or thought. And the most dangerous thoughts are generally those that threaten the unconditional legitimacy of the current regime. Thus, texts like the book you were just getting into make smoking look healthy. For you, should you really be here? Should you be reading this? Sure. Let's take these concerns one by one. First, the fact that you can get this book tells you something about your regime. Not that it is good or bad, just that it is weak. At least it is weak in a certain way. It might be weak in this way because it is strong in other ways, or it might be weak because it is weak in many ways. That it is weak does not contradict the fact that it is big. Everyone can see how big our regime is. We are just saying, in this way, against this threat, other regimes have been stronger. But since our regime is as weak in this way, at least compared to many or even most other historical regimes, actions that would be unsafe under other regimes are safe. One of them is reading this book, and even, I think, knock on wood, writing it. Second, B, the relationship between regime change and absolute power is obvious. Obviously, the new regime after any regime change has absolute power by definition. Moreover, so does the old regime before it. So does our regime. So does any regime, by definition. If some power outside the regime can resist or coerce the regime, redraw the boundaries of the regime set to include that power. This is Political Science 101, or at least it should be. There is no such thing as limited government. Let us ground this squarely in good American terminology. For instance, if we have limited government, as enforced by the Supreme Court, we have unlimited government, including the Supreme Court. Maybe the court is supposed to impose some limitation on the other branches, which might as well be supposed to impose that limitation on themselves. At some level, there is always an unwatched watchman who is supposed to do the right thing, but no one is watching him. Ultimately, there is no government of laws, not men. To govern is to command. Humans can only be commanded by other humans. Sovereignty, ultimate and absolute command without limit, is always conserved. We are not asking whether there should be unlimited, unaccountable, absolute power. We are just asking who should have it. The way an oligarchy works is to spread this power, at least on paper, broadly enough that no one is accountable. It does not appear to the governed that they are governed by people. It appears that they are governed by processes. Yet when we examine these processes, we see that they are always made of people whose actions can be explained. Just the actions of a monarch can be explained by mere human psychology. Somehow the rules are never quite mechanical, and nor are these bureaucrats any more accountable or vulnerable than a monarch. In general, their tenure in office is, if anything, more secure. An administrative oligarchy goes bad when its people and/or its processes go bad. But the process of making decisions by rule and procedure, not command, is itself a bad and inefficient process for most but not all things. Inefficiency is bad, but it is not as bad as being biased in some irrational direction by inherent conflicts of interest. Bureaucracies develop internal incentives which bias them toward inherently imprudent decisions, such as funding Chinese laboratories to collect bat coronaviruses, then mutate them to be more dangerous. It is this marriage of bureaucracy and insanity which defines a late-stage oligarchy. The condition is absolutely incurable and can only be treated by total replacement, which can only be implemented with our old friend, absolute central power. The fear and reality of power at absolute power is scary. It should be. Absolute power is real power, and political power is one of history's leading causes of death. If power does not scare even the powerful, if the crown lies not heavy on the king is wearing his crown wrong. If the powerful do not fear power, they do not even feel accountable. If they are not accountable, they are not responsible. The old solution to this accountability problem was for the king to feel accountable to God. Sure, God might not exist. Does the king know that? Is he like, sure? Pascal's bet is a heavy roll once the weight of millions of human lives is riding on it. Humans, being a religious species, a genuinely religious monarch can often be located. But this question of monarchical accountability may also have 21st century answers. God and the blockchain are the only two powers above state power. And the powerless are even more scared of taking power. This too is reasonable. Not only do they fear the risk of failing and thus incurring the wrath and jealousy of the powerful, they fear succeeding and being the dog who caught the car. Most people, individually or collectively, do not feel they deserve absolute power, nor do they have any idea what they would do with it, suggesting that they may be right about that. Today, not only do the powerful not feel accountable, they do not even feel powerful, nor are they, in a sense. Again, this vibe is like the essence of oligarchy. Let's take a quick speed run through Aristotelian political science to see how all these forms work. Aristotle 101, here are three forms of power: monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy. In a monarchy, power is centralized. In a democracy, power is widely and evenly decentralized. In an oligarchy, power is widely but not evenly decentralized. There is a simple way to map out your position in history: rock, paper, and scissors. Rochambeau is a cyclic game. The ancients called it anacyclosis. In a rising society, the natural anacyclosis runs from monarchy to oligarchy to democracy. In a declining society, from democracy to oligarchy to monarchy. Unless your society is obviously rising, it is declining. The West in 2024 is a declining oligarchy with a thin pretense of democracy. And in the UK, an even thinner pretense of monarchy. This oligarchy, the civil society of Western institutions, is extremely healthy. Not in that it governs well, in that it is both extremely hard to damage and impossible to imagine dying of its own accord. The health of an oligarchy correlates strongly with its decentralization. In a well-decentralized oligarchy, power is still distributed well enough that everyone with power can feel powerless. Power itself appears to have been abolished. Men are still governed, but governed only by God, or science, or some other abstraction. If only that were so. But this is the most beautiful state of oligarchy. And by the grace of Allah, we have it. We call it freedom, and it is our home. Democracy is the political state. Oligarchy is the administrative state. Some call it the deep state, actually a calque from the Turkish. It will do, although the classic Turkish deep state was centered in the military, not the civil service. In the Western world, and in particular the Anglo-American regime before World War I, of course, London is the center of the English-speaking world. Power has been consistently shifting from elected politicians to unelected civil servants for the last 2 centuries. That is, from voters to bureaucrats, from democracy to oligarchy. Can this be turned around? The San Andreas Fault seems about as likely to shift into reverse. And if politics is not a synonym for democracy, what is it? What is democracy without politics? Democracy without politics sounds like something invented in North Korea, yet anyone who knows the way the Western world is governed would have to admit that our governments would work fine, if not better, with no politicians at all. For a year in 2019, Belgium had no government. That is, its parliament could not agree on a cabinet of ministers. The electricity did not go out. Anarchy did not rule the street. Deranged Dutch teenagers did not armor up their Opels and make Mad Max looting day runs into Ghent. In the screen language that everyone understands, the real London is Yes Minister, and in the thick of it, the real Washington is Veep, or even Burn After Reading, not The West Wing or even House of Cards. Of course, these comedy governments are 100% funny. The reality is 98% boring, 2% funny, but not much less stupid, even though all the people who matter are smart. This contradiction is at the heart of the mystery of bureaucratic dysfunction. In reality, Western societies are governed by permanent agencies and institutions, not always even within the government proper, over which elected policymakers have little authority, and therefore the voters who elect them have little authority. These permanent institutions cannot be effectively steered by politicians. And while the institutions can be bent from the outside, the forces that can and do bend them are not democratic in nature, and no force at all can bend them much at all. The body and the brain, the main source of outside input to the civil services, springs not from the wisdom of Rajhi's statesmen elected by the public opinion of a sensible people, but from 2 other distributed institutions, which are the keystones of the civil service regime, but exist largely in the nominal private sector: journalism and academia. Journalism and academia, together the so-called cathedral, are not formally part of the government. The brain is outside the body. The cathedral is the external brain and lips of the deep state. We note that even the concept of a public or private university seems to have no meaning. There is nothing special about a public university that puts it under the control of the government or that requires the government to trust it, that is not also found in private universities. The only difference is a few bureaucratic details. We could easily imagine a revised org chart of American power with a Department of Information instead of a mainstream media, and a Department of Knowledge instead of a university system. This world would be a little bit different, but not too different. Note also that on this org chart, the DOI and the DOK are the most powerful agencies in Washington. But if mainstream journalism and prestige academia were officially part of the official government, little in reality would change. In fact, if journalism and academia were part of the government, journalism's privileged access to government secrets would make sense. So would academia's right to drive both policy and law. This thought experiment makes us realize that since the state both trusts and supports these mainstream intellectual institutions, they are best seen as organs of the state. It makes sense that the state does not name them parts of itself. These critical organs have more power than any arm of the state, yet the legal unaccountability of private actors. Moreover, their recursively decentralized structure makes them almost invulnerable. As we would expect in the state's most important organ, the neurons of the cathedral are both decentralized and privileged, almost impossible to harm, while the judiciary protects them and even resilient to a significant level of executive and even judicial hostility. Not that this Leviathan had any one designer, but no master designer of Leviathans would shield his beast's vital brain in any other way. Journalism and academia rank above the civil service, which never doubts or disobeys them. But the civil service is also influenced plutocratically by money from lobbyist and activist organizations. To simplify broadly, activists manipulate the government for power, lobbyists manipulate the government for profit. Both plutocracies are real, but only minor notes in a basically bureaucratic academic journalistic oligarchy. As for public opinion, it is in the hands of the institutions who make it, the lawful property of the cathedral. Interlopers exist in a niche, local, superficial, or squalid way. So do mere advertisers pitching a product. But control of opinion by these parastatal organs is an essential aspect of the modern progressive administrative state. It is easy to see the quasi-official character of a recent invention, the misinformation industry, which never expresses any skepticism, not even some kind of symbolic, toothless oversight toward the official information organs. It is simply felt that 20th century journalism, having succeeded where the popes failed, is infallible, like math. Disproving it would be like disproving Euclid. This job is left to one very trusted organ, the Columbia Review of Journalism, which, to its great credit, actually printed the fact that there was never a massacre in Tiananmen Square. Don't believe me, do you? Read it. But it's the exception that proves the rule. However, these exceptions are not that unusual. Everywhere in this system, there are little fragments, even big fragments, of what it is actually supposed to be. Why does a permanent government even bother to manage public opinion? Because no government actually is permanent. Its permanence comes from convincing you it is. Our permanent oligarchy is not permanent. There are well-defined legal procedures for dissolving it, or even most of the private parts. Our democracy, meaning our politicians, meaning our voters, is simply too weak to use them, and it has to be kept that way. The shape of pure oligarchy in this oligarchy, the whole power loop inside and outside the civil service proper, activists and experts and journalists and civil servants, but not lobbyists and their pet politicians. The powerful do not even feel powerful because no individual has enough power to even feel powerful. A true bureaucracy does not have any formal concept of power. True power implies a command decision made by an individual in charge of a team. Bureaucracies run on process and influence, not command and responsibility. Informal influence can rise to the level of actual power, but these influence networks are utterly invisible on paper. The virtue of a well-distributed oligarchy is that even members of the oligarchy can credibly define themselves as plucky underdogs. Underdogs do not feel accountable because accountability is for the powerful, and it is the overdogs who are in power. Those who host these diluted particles of power tend to imagine that they are fighting uphill against even more powerful forces, which in reality are fictitious, unorganized, or even natural, but sometimes are real. Lobbyists are real. And of course, democracy itself, politics, remains a threat. Paper actually has to do the work of wrapping rock. But it is easy for the mind to anthropomorphize any tide which drowns its sandcastle. In particular, any regime which for any reason finds itself having to enforce a lie will feel as if it is fighting against a slippery and invidious conspiracy of rumor and misinformation driven by ignorant, vicious, and greedy dimwits. Aging bureaucracies fall naturally into this role or into any unsolvable problem. Turning off a senescent agency lost in a useless, outdated, unsolvable, or even dangerous goal is generally beyond the power of politics in the 21st century. Trying to invert this trend and create a 21st century government where politicians and not civil servants are in control of the state is trying to use rock to beat paper. Containing politics and politicians is the core competence of the administrative state. Countering democracy by capture or repression is the core competence of oligarchy. What can beat paper is scissors? Monarchy running with scissors. Of course, literal monarchy per se is impossible. Power ultimately depends on force. A wizard king with genuine magical powers could rule alone. But any merely human monarch, either to gain power or to retain it, needs the support of at least one of the two other forces: oligarchy or democracy. The king who is adored both by the nobles and the people is secure. The king who is adored by the people but despised by the nobles, or vice versa, is stable. The king despised by both is finished. Capturing the energy of both oligarchy and democracy is the core competence of monarchy, though monarchy has never been an easy job. The Soviet Union in the 20th century and China today are oligarchical monarchies. The Marxist-Leninist parties have always been full of elaborate paper processes. An oligarchical monarchy can easily degenerate into a truly decentralized oligarchy as extra-legal personal power evaporates and the paper processes become real. China became more oligarchic after Deng than more monarchic under Xi. But it was Mao who vanquished 20th century democracy in China, perhaps never to rise again. It is hard to imagine any reasonably decentralized oligarchy evolving into a monarchy. The ethos of any oligarchy abhors any kind of formal concentration of power. While informal concentrations of power exist, they are personal, unstable, and local. A single administrator may rule unaccountably over some department for decades, but these empires have no way to scale up into unified power. Can democracy defeat oligarchy? On paper, trivially. The problem's making it strong enough. The problem with that is that the way to make democracy as strong as possible is to concentrate all its energy into total loyalty to a single coherent organization. That is, the way to make democracy as strong as possible is to elect a monarchy. Concentrating the power of the masses into a single coherent organization is the most efficient form of democracy. The easiest way to build and run a coherent organization is to put it under the control of a single leader. Concentrating the power of the masses behind a single leader is the most effective form of democracy. And if this leader is also altruistic, it is the most effective form of altruism. But again, it looks like we've just reinvented fascism, or maybe also communism. We keep running straight into this problem that our logic is pointing straight at a modern taboo. You really can't get through the Overton window without breaking some glass. There is no regime change at all without a change in the very form of government. In this case, our window glass is the fear of using democracy to end democracy with one man, one vote, one-time elections that elect a dictator or even elect a dynasty. Obviously, this is exactly how Hitler came to power. Remember, it also looks a little like how FDR came to power. in the same year, no less, and they both ruled for life. Maybe history is less of a Marvel movie than a Frank Miller movie. Aristotle divided his 3 systems of government into 6 good and bad forms of political force, recognizing that any force can be good or evil, democracy versus demagoguery, a republic or an oligarchy, monarchy or tyranny. Aristotle would recognize 20th century fascism or communism as forms of tyranny. Fascism is more rooted in demagoguery. Communism is more rooted in oligarchy. A tyranny is a disordered monarchy, a cancer cell not operating as designed. As the cycle of rock, paper, scissors turns, the art of designing a safe monarchy which is not and must not become a cancerous tyranny becomes the essence of political science. There are infinitely many ways for a cell to be cancer, and there are infinitely many ways for a monarchy to be or become a tyranny. Most, but not all, tyrannies are newly founded radical monarchies, not rooted in tradition. History has plenty of tyrannies, but also plenty of high-quality monarchies, even high-quality new monarchies. While history is not deterministic, and nor is molecular biology, in general, if you want cancer in an organ, make sure it is constantly irritated and inflamed. A monarchy must be tested by its civil performance in peace and its military performance in war. Nor should it spend so much time at war that these categories blur. If a regime is constantly at war, especially if it is constantly at civil war, cold or hot, or if its external legitimacy or sovereignty is chronically and seriously challenged, its civic performance will chronically and seriously suffer. And it may just go off the rails, especially if its design was poorly conceived in the first place. So, politics, regime change, and culture war, his risk gives us an engineering clue to the meaning of a new radical monarchy. It is imperative for a monarchy to avoid any sort of civil war, cold or hot. Class wars, race wars, tribal wars, all must be prevented and or suppressed. Any new monarchy needs to stabilize itself and its country at all costs. The paradox of regime change in the early 21st century is that while regime change can only come about through democratic politics, which means through the victory of one side over the other in the cold Civil War, any next regime cannot be the regime of one side over the other. It must involve peace and even unity between all major forces. Democracy ends once everyone realizes that without it, everyone can just win. In the last stage of dying democracy, elections are just head counts in a tribal conflict. This has a hard time producing a stable and legitimate monarch because whoever wins the election is the symbolic enemy of a large percentage of the population. Using sovereign force to end the conflict, not just win it, is the only stable end game. This can be done. Caesar did it in Rome. The left-right civil war between aristocrats and populists that produced Caesar disappeared under Augustus and never returned. In post-massacre Rwanda, after the Tutsi victory and under a Tutsi dictator, there was no return to old policies of Tutsi supremacy. Rather, it became politically incorrect in Rwanda to mention tribes at all. It is hard to say this could have been done better. In a world where most people are motivated to participate in politics simply because they fear and loathe the other side, a healthy monarchical regime change is almost impossible to imagine. As soon as any attempt at monarchy begins, originating from either side, its first task must be to heal the nation and end any idea of a culture war. Any monarch elected by a democratic system has captured at most one side of the electorate, often by intentionally antagonizing the other side. This is not a stable situation. Once in power, the monarchy should not stop advancing. It must capture the whole democracy and be king of everyone, red or blue, by enthusiastic consent. Regime change, which, as Machiavelli says, must produce at least an initial monarchy, is the end of politics, not its victory. It cannot mean the domination of red over blue, fascism, or blue over red, communism. It can only mean the end of the cold civil war between in American terms, red and blue. These race, culture, and sex wars do not exist in the new regime because they did not really exist in the old regime. They were created by the old regime, not as part of some conscious plan, but as structural consequences, automatic epiphenomena of its form of power. To heal these conflicts is to tell a new story in which domestic conflicts make no sense, since this story works best if it is true. The correct political architecture for healing a red-blue or Hutu-Tutsi or Protestant/Catholic conflict is an architecture in which each group has the least possible interest or incentive to fight any other. Think of the strange but effective peace walls of Northern Ireland. The social class war, since most voters participate in democratic politics only as an expression of their fear and loathing of their cultural enemies, and since the only way they know of winning is to dominate the other side, the only story of victory they know is sadistic domination. When we interpret this as the domination of cultures, we are smearing Vaseline on our own lens. It is the dominion of classes, not economic classes, but social classes. These naturally map to left oligarchic and right democratic political structures. Either left dominates right or right dominates left. Communism dominates fascism or fascism dominates communism, i.e., either the state is controlled by the aristocracy or by the bourgeoisie. To understand the deeply aristocratic nature of communism, look at the biographies of its leaders, which matter more than the demography of its followers. This whole culture war between the aristocracy and the petite bourgeoisie is bad. We want to get past this. Can we get past it? We have no trouble in identifying the defining 20th century extremes in this conflict. They are Hitler and Stalin. We have no trouble in identifying the form of democracy used by Hitler and the form used by Stalin, and connecting these forms of force to our country today. Pygmies though we are today, it is correct to say that Donald Trump is like Hitler in some sense, whereas Bernie Sanders is like Stalin in another sense. But these are two different likes. If you tried to draw the graph of social connections between Trump and Hitler, you would get a few long, sparse, random connecting paths. Your results would not be different for Trump than for any successful American. If you tried to draw the graph of social connections between Bernie and Stalin, you would get a large, very revealing forest. Historians call the study of the past through social graphs prosopography. Trump is like Hitler because Trump, like Hitler, is the leader of a class rebellion by the bourgeoisie against the nobility. Our global nobility is certified not by pedigree, but degree. Some call it meritocracy. Trump is a rebellion by democracy against oligarchy, but the only actual connection between the two is that they use the same form of force. As biologists say, Hitler is an analogy like birds and bats, which both fly. Bernie Sanders is like Stalin because Sanders is an American progressive, and the story of the USSR cannot be told without the story of its relationship with American progressives. In 1920, John Reed was buried in the wall of the Kremlin. In 1983, Teddy Kennedy planned secretly with Yuri Andropov about how to defeat Reagan in the '84 election. In between, as biologists say, Sanders-Stalin is a homology like birds and dinosaurs, which are both dinosaurs, and yet a sparrow is not going to bite you in half. Ironically, both the populist democracy of Hitler's Germany, he didn't call his car the Volkswagen for nothing, and the aristocratic oligarchy of Lenin's Russia, the absolute rule of the party under democratic centralism, evolved into the form of power both purported to replace absolute monarchy. Both of these huge 20th century radical monarchies were managed quite poorly. Both were cruel and paranoid and shed enormous quantities of blood, not just in external wars, but in domestic conflicts and or abuse of civilian populations. When we think of ending the culture war in an absolute monarchy, we too easily think in terms of these regimes. Even if we do not, we imagine a monarch who in some sense belongs to one of these class factions, the nobility or the bourgeoisie, After all, how did he become a monarch? One of these factions must have gotten him there. So when we picture a return to monarchy in America, not even a king disguised as a president like FDR, but in obvious transition in form at the level of a true American Caesar, we always imagine, in Michael Anton's words, a red Caesar or a blue Caesar. With all opposition defeated, this Caesar is inevitably extremist in his cultural program. Red Caesar goes full Handmaid's Tale or gives everyone a Jesus forehead tattoo, or, of course, it carries out some kind of Holocaust 2.0. Blue Caesar imposes mandatory homosexuality or teaches mugging classes in inner-city high schools or teaches 6-year-olds to save the planet by committing suicide. These pictures are illusions. Whether you fear such outcomes or even hope for them, none of that can ever happen. The blue part can happen, but only under its present oligarchical form, and not if we get a blue Caesar, which is hard to imagine anyway. Nothing is more distrusted within the blue oligarchy than formal personal authority. Old monarchies may struggle with feeble heirs. Newborn monarchies have problems of their own. Weak leadership is typically not one of these problems if the upstart gets even close to being born. Since we mentioned Caesar, the most important thing about Caesar as a dictator was that he never ruled as a factional leader. He came from the Populares faction, but he became Caesar of all the Romans. Not ruling as a sectarian leader was what separated Augustus and Caesar from Marius and Sulla. In fact, under the Caesars, the old-class conflict of Rome just faded away. Imagine if the same thing could happen to our own cold civil war. The reason a new monarchy has to mean not the escalation of the culture war, but the end of the culture war is that the effective strategy for a strong new monarch is to end the culture war, not by destroying one side, but by making sure neither side can injure the other. Since the energy of the fight is the energy of self-defense, everyone in every fight feels they are acting, in some sense, in self-defense. The contestants pulled apart by power, calm down. A strong leader wants the support of both sides. Even if just one side brought him there, both will keep him there. He does not need to win the support of his own side by persecuting the other side. A better way to maintain the support of his own side is to treat them fairly and not allow the other side to persecute them. It is only possible to persecute one side. It is possible to treat both sides fairly. And if both sides are treated fairly, neither side can or will persecute the other, whether formally or informally. But this is only true once that side is won completely. But once this happens, there are no sides, just one regime, which must follow its interests. Social persecution of either side is not in the interest of any sane, unified regime. As soon as either side wins power, it will follow its incentive towards peace and unity. The structural reform of monarchy in the hands of an effectively altruistic monarch is all the country needs, whichever party originally elected his politician. Red Caesar sees no need to persecute Blue America. Blue Americans are some of the best Americans. Everyone in the world should, and most people in the world do, want to become Blue Americans or live among them, and they can be completely trusted to govern themselves. What they can't be allowed to do ever again is govern anyone else. Blue Americans need to be separated from all authority over non-Blue Americans, including their old client classes, the way slots addicts need to stay out of Vegas. Burning Man should govern itself and no one else. Recruiting little armies from lower social classes is not a functional and effective way to participate politically. Your incentive devolves into that of a 14th century feudal noble, whose status depended on how many men in livery he could muster, while the rituals of patronage of the 21st century noble, his desire to make the world a better place, differ. The logic is the same. Nor is the status drive likely to actually benefit the lower classes. Blue Caesar sees no need to persecute Red America. He has always regarded naked hate speech directed at flyover Americans or agro-Americans as embarrassing. He agrees with the fundamentally Unitarian principle that every tradition is right and every tradition has the right to govern itself. and raise up its own children in its own way of seeing the divine. He thinks of red Americans the way he thinks of the Amish, lovingly. Not that his daughter should marry one. Now that they are no longer a threat, these people should be protected, like the Indians. Ahem. First Nations. How does the Cold Civil War end? Imagine if your driver's license, instead of saying you were from California or Nevada, said you were a blue or a red American. Progressive Americans follow the blue rules and send their kids to blue schools. Traditional Americans follow the red rules and send their kids to red schools. Prog-scan, buy weed, and get abortions. Trads can't buy weed or get abortions. Each group even has its own judges who arbitrate all disputes within the group. Disputes between them are heard by mixed courts with judges from both sides. Blue and red Americans still drive on the same roads, so they still have to agree about traffic laws. They may sue or crash into or even marry each other. Is this hard? Even with this formal but not geographic separation, it should still be possible to change cultures, especially for teenagers coming of age. But true conversion is binary. It is not easy, not gradual, and not easy to reverse. And it is a serious process for serious people with serious needs. There will be people in the red community who seriously need to become blue, and vice versa. There is no one size that fits all. Coexisting in physical space is hard only if the two groups are constantly struggling for power. In a democracy, it is hard and ugly, but fair in a sense. In an oligarchy, it is easy because the oligarchy is all blue, but seldom fair. In a monarchy, the monarch is above all sectarian traditions. His only goal is to safeguard them all and keep the peace between them. Since all power belongs to the monarch, there is no stray power lying around for these groups to pick up and use to bash each other. When war is impossible, humans easily live in peace. And once again, a monarch is a monarch. If it matters what party thrust him into power, that means something has gone wrong, and he is not really a monarch. American journalist and founder of the Communist Labor Party of America, best known for his first-hand account of the Russian October Revolution, 10 days that shook the world. Indirect rule in America, he observed that these narratives arising from a different place converge on more or less the same policy. The real Caesar is always purple, but the purple is not a mixture of red and blue. It is a coexistence of red and blue. Zoom in close enough, down to the human level, and all you see is red or blue. Geographical separation of cultures is an anachronism given modern transportation. What any 21st century monarch needs to enforce is not geographical separation, that is segregation or apartheid, but institutional separation, or what the Dutch call pillarization, the Ottoman Empire called the Millet system, and the British Empire called indirect rule. Under indirect rule, a heterogeneous nation identifies itself as a composite of many homogeneous communities. So these communities, which need not be geographically isolated, become as culturally and politically and financially independent as possible. All they share is a common security umbrella. Ideally, the central state only interacts with the community governments. All direct governance of individuals is internal. And of course, each community has its own social network. Literally, with its own moderation, if you are a Catholic, you are on the Catholic internet. Everything is Catholic, and posting blasphemy or heresy is a strike against your account. I am not a Catholic. I would not be okay if this rule was applied to me. That's why I am not a Catholic. But if you are a Catholic, isn't that kind of the point? Every tribe in the nation, large or small, needs its own institutions of culture, schools, churches, media companies, universities. The best individuals in every field from any culture need to be able to reach the peak of achievement without losing their culture. If a subculture is too small to have its own institutions, it needs to swallow its pride and line with related small tribes. If there is no aligned school near your house, your daughter needs to take the bus. At the level of hard science, it is probably not necessary to have multiple fields of chemistry. red chemistry and blue chemistry, but it is not that harmful. They can check each other's work. It is definitely necessary to have both red sociology and blue sociology, and the same is certainly true for high school English. Nor are a liberal bookstore and a Christian bookstore likely to carry the same board books for toddlers. Why must they? The core principle of pillarization is that multiple communities can share the same civil geographic space, though not necessarily evenly homogenized across this space, without fighting or having to fight for civic dominance. Pillarization only works if there is a power structure, an oligarchy or a monarchy, which is above the conflict. Democracy does not really parse in this context. When we observe the impact of pillarization alone on the cultural civil war today, though like all aspects of regime change, it does not make sense by itself, we see that pillarization from the present narrative looks like a massive victory of red over blue, especially if the blue client classes are now separated from the blue patron elites. The fundamental political need of each side is to be safe from the other. Being dominant, the blue side wants to rule the red side and needs to not be ruled by the red side. Being subordinate, the red side does not want to rule the blue side, but needs to stop being ruled by the blue side. The correct settlement of this dispute gives no satisfaction to the blue side's wish to rule others, but gives full satisfaction to both sides' need to not be ruled by the other. The fundamentally lascivious and disruptive desire to rule is dismissed. The defensive needs of both sides are protected, and the battle is over. And a general amnesty prevails. Who was the carnivore, and who was the herbivore? Whose fear was innocent and justified, and whose was a rapacious pretext, recedes to oblivion. It simply does not matter, and after long enough of not mattering, even the truth can be told. This approach to ending civil conflict, much as Caesar himself ended civil conflict, is only a part of regime change. What the end of civil conflict tells us is not that civil conflict is the most important thing about good government, but that whatever limited energy for good government we Americans had was being poured into this pointless pit. Establishing peace between red and blue, or black and white, or even male and female, is the pons asinorum of regime change. If you see this happening, you know it is working. If you do not see this happening, you know it is not working. It may look like the goal of regime change, or at least its prime desideratum. It is only the start. The Cold Civil War was hardly the only broken thing about the old regime. In leaving the Cold Civil War behind, we may even admire the brazen divide et impera of this Jedi mind trick. Once we acknowledge that there is no natural or necessary conflict between red and blue Americans, black and white Americans, etc., so we see the role of the manufactured conflict in stabilizing support for the old regime and distracting attention from its poor performance. No one designed this, yet it works. You could argue that it is just Marxism, but it is pointless to blame Marx for Marxism. There is Marxism not because of Marx, but because Marxism works. When authority and responsibility are well matched, no one outside an organization has any authority over it at all. Within the organization, the goals and interests of every employee, from CEO to janitor, are as well matched as possible. Everyone in the organization does the best thing for himself by doing the best thing for the team, and the organization, too, must match its interest with its purpose. If it is a state, its mission is the same as the mission of a company, to maximize the value of its capital. That in a state this capital consists not just of real estate, but of people, cannot deter us from deciding that an artisan is worth more than a derelict, a housewife is worth more than a streetwalker, and a scientist is worth more than a ditch digger. Even if we cannot quantify this interpretation, it leaves us without any doubt that the mission of a state is to make its land and its people blossom, just like the assets of any company. How can any state achieve this mission yet go wrong? Then it is truly the mission. integration in this admittedly difficult introduction, we have circled around the political question of the present from many directions, theory and practice, past and present, left and right. We are now ready to return to the purpose of the exercise. The fundamental political question of this or any present time is always whether its regime, which is not just a command structure, but a whole way of thinking about present and past, is perfect, should remain but be improved, or must be replaced. If the present regime must be replaced, the present political tradition must also be replaced. This replacement must be rethought from first principles. It is improper for the replacement to inherit any of its language and ideas, its rules or ideals. Every new regime must be defined relative to history as a whole, not relative to its predecessor. Political science is still specific to humans and does not apply to octopi, dolphins, or other purportedly intelligent species. Relative to history is not quite absolute across humans, let alone octopi, aliens, etc., etc. And the 20th century was very important, but it does not necessarily teach us more than, say, the 17th century. The 20th century regime, defined broadly, is now aging rapidly. No one should come out of this volume with any strong sense of what the next regime might be, or even that it is necessarily worth the risk of replacing the regime. Maybe it will rule forever? All regimes feel that way, but no empire is forever. The only goal of this volume was to make regime change feel possible, imaginable, conceivable, believable, and doable. The goal was not to replace the way you think about politics and history, just to shake it a bit, to maybe make a crack in which we can plant some new seed. Maybe there is no crack in you. Maybe if there is a crack, it will just heal up and nothing will grow. But if this discourse did not at least shake your ironclad faith that the true story of politics, government, and history is not the story you grew up with, I despair. Axel Oxenstierna, Lord High Chancellor of Sweden for 40 years, wrote in a letter to his son, Annesius mi fili, quantilla prudentia mundus regatur, "Do you know, my son, with how little wisdom the world is governed?" While Oxenstierna's observation may seem consistent with the progressive thesis that the world is now governed much more wisely than it was in 1623, the Chancellor, if he could see us now, if he could see Sweden now, might not agree. He might even think the wisdom of Sweden's government had decreased. How funny a thing. Do you really think anyone in Sweden today knows more about governing human beings than Oxenstierna? After a look at Sweden today, he would probably think that was funny, which is not to say he knew it all either. But I would venture a guess that Oxenstierna knew what he didn't know. I hope you do too. I hope that contact with these unusual ideas has persuaded you to see your frame of politics and government, past and present, a frame which at least to most people is as unconditional as physics, as not absolute but contingent, as a hypothesis, not a fact. Maybe it is the best we can do. You think, but perhaps, maybe not. If you have made it to this point, the rest of Grey Mirror is for you. If not, I am sorry. I have failed. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. Maybe I triggered you. I don't know. All I know is that I didn't mean to, and I wish I'd done better. Sorry for wasting your time. If you have made it to this point, I hope you are ready to consider a different way of thinking about politics and government, a different hypothesis. It is not possible to compare a fact with a hypothesis. But once you have let go of your grasping certainty, demoting yesterday's reality to today's hypothesis, you can compare that hypothesis as an equal to a new hypothesis. The following fascicles of Grey Mirror will not try to convince you of anything. They will assume the sale and simply teach the principles and practice of a new political science, which is, of course, an old political science. A map of the future is not the future, but without the map, there is no future. An after-pill air is one way to summarize the way people think inside the old regime's box, the way you used to think inside the old regime's box, but now from outside the box. When we think about the relevance of ideas, we naturally weight those ideas by their number of living believers. For instance, Mithraism is not relevant at all, since there are no living Mithraists. In historical terms, this algorithm yields a fisheye lens, focused on the present. The living who exist are more important than the dead who do not. Now, let us reweight the relevance of ideas by their living or dead believers. Now, ideas matter. If anyone has ever believed them, this political map too has a window, the Overton window of history. How does it compare to the Overton window of the present, both in position and in size? When we compare the Overton window of the Western world today to that of Western history from Greco-Roman antiquity, we see that the present Overton window is A, much smaller than the historical Overton window, B, near, if not over, its left edge. Some of the social phenomena of today, for instance, remind us of Book 8 of Plato's Republic. But in not only the Greek, but the Hellenistic world, these conditions are relatively unusual. Athenian democracy was the exception, not the rule. What does this relationship between the present and historical windows mean? We can't stop thinking about this essential word, Gentile. The Gentile analogy is a tool for getting out of all kinds of parochial little bubbles. Again, Gentile is a negative adjective. These are not so common. Suppose English had a word that meant any color except yellow. In New York, a Gentile is anything but a Jew, a Christian, a Hindu, a Zoroastrian. In Utah, a Gentile is anything but a Mormon. It is a fallacy to attach objective qualities to a negative adjective. What are Gentiles like? What do Gentiles think? These questions inherently introduce false categories, which can only confuse our thinking. But from deep within any insular or parochial tradition, all Gentiles look the same. This is one useful definition of parochialism, the categorical unification of the other. The parochial also loses the capacity to see itself as the outside sees it. Parochialists do not understand their faith as one of many religions. They see it as truth amidst many cults. If they distinguish between these cults at all, after all, everyone else is just a Gentile. It is fine to be a Mormon, but there are inherently two kinds of Mormons. Mormons who divide the world into Mormons, non-Mormon, Christians, Jews, Hindus, atheists, etc., and Mormons who divide the world into Mormons and non-Mormons. Mormons of the first kind are already halfway to non-Mormons, since they already see their own faith as just another religion. This is the purpose of this negative set of others. The ability to see the present as equal to and part of the past is comparable to the ability to see one's own religion as just one of many religions. The discovery of this ability was the core mental transformation of the Enlightenment. Once the Peace of Westphalia recognized that multiple faiths could coexist politically, modernity began. But in the domain of politics, our minds remain shrouded in medieval gloom. The Overton model is a pre-Enlightenment model. Everyone outside the window is a Gentile, and that is, an extremist. There are extremes on both sides of the window, of course, far-right extremists and far-left extremists. Google hit counts estimate that there are 15 times as many far-right extremists as far-left extremists. But when we place the present window on the whole historical map, what we see is that almost all of Western history comes out as far-right extremist, and the rest of human history is even worse. Straight-out slavery, for instance, is almost ubiquitous, but even this word means many different things in different times, places, and situations. The lesson is not that slavery is good or you should be a Nazi. The lesson is that your category of far-right extremist is like Gentile, as is your category of autocratic. Trying to understand Louis XIV through the lens of Hitler is like trying to understand Buddhism through the lens of Catholicism. Yes, they were both far-right extremists. They were Gentiles, strangers, or enemies to the progressive faith. Other than that, on a properly scaled map of history, the far right is almost everything. Hearing that a historical figure is far right means almost nothing. It excludes only one small area of idea space, one area which happened to take over the world in the 20th century, and not by throwing the best parties. Moreover, it makes sense that the worst parts of the far right are those closest to us, to the little bubble of the present we live in. Hitler is a much more modern and democratic figure than Elizabeth I. Occam's razor suggests that the problems of 20th century monarchy are epiphenomena of the problems of 20th century modernity, problems which, for better or for worse, no effort could recreate in our century, with the fisheye lens of presentism removed. The fringes are bigger than the mainstream, the way Jupiter is bigger than the moon, and some fuzzy, dim little stars are galaxies that would not even notice Jupiter. Never forget that more time passed between the pyramids and Cleopatra than between Cleopatra and Obama. When you weight time equally, modernity looks pretty small and pretty homogeneous. When the fringes are bigger than the mainstream, finding a black hole in the fringes, a real example, even almost a reductio ad absurdum, of some ideal ideology or religion that became perverted into an evil cancer of itself, is not as scary as it looks, because there are way more stars in the fringes than the presentist fisheye lens makes us think. Hitler gets more neurons in your brain than all other European monarchs combined. Quite a reality distortion field, and you have no clear rational justification for it. It remains a little scary if the frequency of black holes is higher near our own era, but the responsible way to respond to this trend is to understand it. And we have tried to. It is easy to explain as a reaction to the toxicity of our era, which we know is real, and which in this century is clearly ebbing. What would this enormous eye of the past see if it could look at us? What do the dead see when they look at the living? What would they even call us? Oddly, we never ask this question, which most societies in history are obsessed with. When the cosmopolitan looks at the parochial, it sees a tiny bubble which cannot see the world outside itself. This blinkered cult cannot even know its position in the world. It cannot understand its past or its future. It has no idea where it comes from, where it is going, or what it is related to. It is obvious to anyone that the mainstream of today is on the far left of history, for instance, but most people have never thought about it. That's where you used to live. That tiny bubble, that little box. Welcome to history. Interpretation of historical events through the lens of contemporary beliefs and attitudes. Next steps, thank you for finishing Fascicle 1 Disturbance of Gray Mirror. What is the purpose of disturbance? Could a book like this convince you? No, the purpose was just to disturb you. Even disrupt would be going too far. Only you can disrupt your own frame. The purpose of this fascicle was not to convince you into its own new frame, not even to disrupt or break it, just to crack it open a little. You may not believe in all this. You probably don't, but you can see how someone could. Would you like to know more? Sorry, you'll have to wait for the next fascicle. But the plan for the rest of the book is already in place. Here it is. Fascicle 2, Anchor, lays an anchor for a new political and historical foundation on which you can build your new, effectively altruistic participation in public life. The political half of the book is simply a primer in the style of Aristotle, whereas the historical half is something unusual, short reviews of 20 or 30 old books which are either period or primary sources. If you either trust my review essays or actually read these books, you will be able to patch together a story of history that the facts in Wikipedia can flow around, but it will not be the story in Wikipedia. Fascicle 3 Stories is a book of user stories, as we say here in Silicon Valley, of the regime transition, assuming it goes as it should. A Janet, 47, divorced, is a veterinarian in Hogg, Montana, and so on. When a real regime change happens, everyone's life changes, hopefully for the better. What that means for you depends on who you are. So Fascicle 4 Process is the regime change handbook itself. It develops best practices by which a collective action which is cohesive but peaceful, ironic yet effective, and can amplify its mass to restore true executive function in a first world democracy, thus creating the necessary conditions for a true radical monarchy and full regime change. The new regime needs a short-term transition plan, a medium-term stabilization plan, and a long-term development plan. No one else is writing these, so I thought I would.